Hi, everybody. Doing the show today. First, wait till people come on. Here's a crazy Amish man. He's crazy. He's Amish, and he's
Headquarters right here. We have a bunch of Vatican Catholic Satanists over here trying to play voodoo witchcraft music. So we're going to be broadcasting this thing on our channel, on our ministry, and the police are currently coming, and when they get here we're going to have this noise shut down and shut these devils down and what they're doing. They actually think that they're being persecuted for righteousness' sake right now, which is really kind of funny, because they're not. This is just rock music, which is Satanism. I've been through it. I was raised in that thing. So, you know, that's just the way it's going to be. And this stuff right here, they think that this is Christian. Okay? It's not Christian. I was raised in it. All right? This stuff is wickedness. So, we're going to see how this thing turns out. And we'll just let it record. And we will see what happens when the police get here. If they do not shut them down, then we're going to preach at them. It's just as simple as that. They have the misfortune of actually parking across from a King James Bible-believing ministry of street preachers, and you don't want to park across from street preachers.
Hi, Big Bad Mama.
Hi, Logan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you?
All right, how are you?
Good. Is Missy Mod coming on?
I don't know. She said she had to take off. She doesn't like that short I made.
Oh.
You want me to show you it?
I wondered what she'd think about that.
I wonder why she doesn't like it. Because of the Illuminati.
Probably.
Here, let's see. I got Gangster 10 there. There's Aiden. There's Mark.
I have a feeling this isn't the part she didn't like. That really looks like Mark right there.
Oh, is that what's wrong?
That might be the part that disturbs her.
Oh.
She's going to come on and tell us, I think.
Oh, sorry about that, Mod.
Is that Aiden?
Yeah, that's Aiden. That's the Simpsons.
Who's that?
Her, Mod. There's Marcus' statue. That's all over.
The one of Dan cracked me up.
The Dan one?
The one with all the hair. His good work there.
Oh, thank you. I got Gangster Town. Living a Gangster Town.
That Gangster Tim video, he's just sitting there. It was hard to see what was going on.
Master Mod. Hi.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Sorry about that, Mod.
Yeah, ooh, just scroll away from it. I don't even want to look at it.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Just for fun.
Yeah,
how are you today?
I'm good. I'm really good, actually. I caught up on some sleep.
Oh.
So that's what I needed, actually.
Are you taking a break for a couple days from streaming?
Yeah, I don't know. My mind changes all the time.
You can just go with it. If you feel like it, do it. If not, don't do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Oh.
I just, I don't know. there's
If
just when there's people around that you don't like, you just can't do anything about it, and it's like I just in real life you can, but you can't on here,
So there's people that you really don't like having on your stream, is what you're saying.
Just no, not really, not like that, just one people.
Huh.
Just
Maybe.
one
Okay.
people, but
I hope it's not me.
no
I
way.
think it's me.
No, of course
Oh,
it's
Is it
not you.
Gangster?
No,
okay.
no way.
Is it?
I would keep gangster all myself if I could.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So how was you guys' day so far?
Uh,
Good. I got outside and took a nice walk.
oh,
And I'm going
that's
to go meet my friend later in the park, and we're going to catch up.
is that my gal?
Um,
No, this is another friend that I've had for
Oh,
25 years, probably. She's been my friend.
oh, you got tons of ladies, don't you? You get all the ladies.
Well, she's 75. She's not my age, really. She's my friend. She's not my lady.
But you're only 21.
Right.
Be four, whatever, 54 years older than you.
Exactly. What are you doing today, Maud?
um, well, it was dumping rain whenever I got up, so it just stopped, and yeah, that's about it.
Did
I
you
was
guys
supposed
get
to
any flooding whatsoever? Or
Yeah.
no,
good?
no, not
Because
really.
that
I
was
did not in my
horrible.
area.
God, those
Yeah.
poor people.
Mod, if I get Isaac on here, what questions would you like to ask him?
Well, I just asked him about what it's like to be a Nazi.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know if that fits perfectly well being Steve Anderson's son. I don't know. I don't get why. Do you know why people?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a product of what he's gone through his childhood that he's like that. Steven
Or about,
Anderson's a horrible person. He was a horrible person before all this came out about him.
I think they're all on speed. It's
It's
all.
possible. That doesn't.
Definitely John is. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you
I
meant
don't. I
Steven Anderson and his wife.
don't. Well, I mean that's a possibility, but definitely the kids, the older kids. I mean, which is fine. They can do whatever they want. I got my own problems, so I'm not judging or anything. But it's like,
okay.
oof, I can tell that John guy definitely.
Well, he's a kid still. I mean, he's probably what, early 20s.
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, methamphetamine is what I mean by speed.
yeah,
Not like
yeah.
the pills or anything what do
No,
they call them? Um,
amphetamines.
yeah, but what they used to call those ones you could buy stackers. You could buy in a
Oh, I never
store.
heard that term.
Yeah, they're
We used to call
oof.
them. They were cross tie tabs. They were Benzedrine,
Oh.
as opposed to Methadrine is meth. Benzedrine is another amphetamine.
Oh.
My roommate's dad used to give him Benzedrine for the long drives he had to do to go from college to his house so that he'd stay awake.
Oh. Well, that's. I can't take stuff like that. It makes me jittery.
Yeah,
The store bought stuff anyway.
I did it
I'm just kidding.
some in college, but I haven't done that stuff in decades. Horrible for
Yeah,
you.
don't. Bad. Yeah. What in the world are they talking about out there? Spooky don't have a wrench.
Oh,
Um, but yeah,
Ephedrine. Well, the meth makers use ephedrine from what, cough medicine or cold medicine, buy ephedrine, massive amounts of ephedrine, and then turn it into methamphetamine in the lab.
yeah. I know a couple scientists. That's funny. They're scientists. I just thought about that.
Who? Oh, and
You
a
know,
couple
people that,
cookers.
yeah. So they're literally
I was gonna
scientists.
say I'm a real scientist. You do know scientist.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know some street scientists too. Then. Oh
You know Lauren
my goodness.
Kraut? He's a scientist.
Who?
Lauren Kraut?
He is a scientist.
Is he a scientist like you?
He's got more education than I do.
Uh,
Sudafed,
Sudafed.
right?
oh. uh, does he have PhD or something? Do you have a
I'm
PhD?
sure. No, no.
My
I
friend,
stopped in the middle of my master's degree and got a job because I was sick of being in school.
oh, my friend from the UK, he got a PhD from where's that big time UK place?
Oxford, Cambridge.
Yeah, Oxford. He
Nice.
got a PhD from there about psychiatry and stuff.
Oh, okay. That's a good degree.
Yeah. Uh,
Bruce
That's
oh,
Wayne in the
interesting.
chat.
yeah. Yeah. What else would you like to ask him, Mod and Big Bad Mama?
I don't know. I just the question that I thought before, but I don't know. I don't want to like bring up horrible things that he has to like relive, but I guess that's why he's doing these interviews in a way as a catharsis to get this stuff out of his system or get it out of get it out in the open. So it helps him maybe psychologically to deal with it. No, I
Bruce is
don't,
asking if you have
Bruce.
a PhD.
I don't. Didn't I just answer this question a minute ago?
Mm-hmm.
What did they ask him about? Yeah. Krauts. He's a like big time. Uh, what's it called?
Krauss is a physicist, I
Yeah,
believe.
physics. Yeah, and he said to this one creationist guy that in science there's no authority, and truth is not out for popular vote because the creationist guy tried to say here's these lot of scientists sign off against evolution. He says that doesn't matter. It only matters what evidence they have. I I got it on my channel.
Oh, okay. Well, we've heard creationists say that there's a big conspiracy of scientists that's global that is trying to suppress creation science, um, which is about the most ridiculous thing I've heard. But
I think that what do you think of that, Miss Mudd? Do you think there's a Illuminati plot of world domination?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
No.
let's
over.
hear you expound on it.
No, I don't believe in the Illuminati. I don't think
Do you?
they are. I think it's a lie somebody's made up.
Oh, that's good.
And they use secret societies so these guys can't come out and, deny it, because they can't talk about it. It's like, that's kind of rude.
Oh, you
What's he
serious?
yelling about?
Bruce, you're a scientist, but you can't spell the word scientist right or bachelor's. But apart from that, I believe you.
Way
I
too
like
tough.
Bruce. I can't help it. I
Bruce
think
is
he's awesome.
entertaining.
Yeah.
I think he's great, to be honest.
I don't know if I'd go
I
that far.
I don't read the all caps and yelling, but that's just me. But you can't spell check when you're in all caps, so that kind of sucks. At least in my case, so I'm assuming that's his problem. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, did he get timed out?
I'm
uh,
typing on my
Oh,
flip
he's
phone.
typing on his flip phone. Who has a flip phone anymore?
He's hitting each button until
That's
it
like
gets to the letter.
19th century.
uh,
Sorry.
I don't think I ever had a football. I
I
always had a
did,
regular.
and I had it for years after it had gone out of fashion.
Uh, Do you see that video? What happened between Bruce and Bert and
Oh, he
Pike?
was mocking me. Okay, thank you, Phantom.
Oh,
I'd rather be mocked than asked a serious question.
oh, okay.
Me too.
Yeah. Do you see what happened between Bruce and Pike that day?
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Christian always goes after him and then later apologizes for nothing, basically. As far as I'm concerned, he didn't do anything wrong, but he always feels bad if he gets a little ornery.
He's a nice young man, just like
He is
Yeah.
a nice young man.
uh, uh, oh, I think October 15th is that Aiden's birthday?
That I'm not sure.
Um,
Yeah,
let me
he's
see, because
turning 18.
is it the 15th?
Oh, I
It's the
hit the wrong
12th.
button. Oh,
What the heck?
Hi, Ron.
Hey,
hey,
How are
What
you
the heck do
today?
you want? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm here to run mod off. Sorry, BMM.
I was just about to go. No.
oh,
I'm kidding. I was joking.
And stay out.
Bruce,
I know
come
he come in
on.
the other day and he said, "This is my stomping grounds." I'm like, "Where the hell have you been? This has been like years we've been, hanging around." Your stomping ground. Shit. So you gonna come and tell us how to make our own speed, Azo?
No, we used to do the ephedrine at work in the
Oh,
90s.
cool.
It's supposed to be pretty bad for the old ticker.
Yeah, I couldn't hear. I forgot to mute the other StreamYard part one. But yeah, literally, we'd take them by that because we built trailers in, well, actually the 80s into the 90s. And it was all high pressure because we got a weekly bonus if we pumped out X amount of product, travel trailers. So yeah, you were busy from start to finish, and a lot of times you worked for your lunch just because you wanted that cash. Paid good, but yeah, I killed myself doing it. What
Apparently
is?
we're the
Wait a
Bruce,
dream
I'm not
team,
going to
Azo.
get into this discussion with you.
Bruce is a crazy guy.
I thought my English was bad. I'm just trying to think. Maybe I'm just not awake yet. But just like the JW, they won't let you prove your point? Well, no, because JWs are there to teach you the Bible, Bruce. And I'm not saying you don't know the Bible. What I'm saying is, they're just like the Mormons. They send out missionaries, and when they sit there and say, they want to talk to you about the Bible, it's not that they want to hear your view, but they're there to, push their, doctrines.
Oh, Ron, he said he'd been praying for you.
Oh, did I miss something? I don't know. I haven't been watching. I've got like three things going on right now. It's like I'm kind of like discombobulated.
Oh,
I
sorry
feel
about
like BMM and has no PhD. Sorry, BMM. I couldn't resist.
that. He said you're
Yeah,
a.
I gotta. Oh, go ahead.
The dream team, Mod. You and me are the dream team, according to your son, or
What
one of your
the
50 sons.
big
Spooky.
bad mama?
Bruce, here's my voodoo doll.
Can a
I need one
person
of those.
biologically change? No. But they've always got BMM. Sorry. I'll let him.
I'm going to call this voodoo doll Bruce, and I'm going to start
Oh.
pinching its head unless
Well, thank you,
you
Bruce. I
shut the
appreciate
hell
that,
up.
bud.
Pinching the head now. Pinching the head now.
I heard your testimony how you became atheist.
And actually, Bruce just made me believe in God again because I prayed, let his cap button break. And now he's back to normal typing. Thank you, Bruce. That's one thing that's just, usually I just not block them, but, mute them or not even pay attention to them. But yeah, this is,
I use the voodoo doll.
Do you live in an apartment? Who's he talking to?
man, I would need so many voodoo dolls. It wouldn't be funny.
Well, you
I've
can.
got one. It's got
you
long blonde hair. I can't remember who that was supposed to be.
You just rename it. Like,
Not me.
yeah, I can
That's
change
why
it
he's
from
such a
missing
good
Maud
mod.
to Bruce, just like that.
No, you can't. Can you? I don't think you can do that. I think like once it's fit for a person or
There's
something.
missing Maud.
Wait a
Oh
second.
man.
Is Bruce looking for an apartment to break into? Is he a cat burglar? I don't even know
Now
who's asking if they live
I'm gonna
alone.
tickle missing Maud.
Oh, don't do that.
There,
I hate being
I
tickled.
tickled you.
You should give me a hug.
I would never
and,
hurt
and
you.
snuggle me. I
I'll
need
give you
some
a hug
love.
right now. I'll give
Chemo's
you the
always an
voodoo.
option, Bruce.
There. I'm hugging the
Aw,
voodoo
thank
ball.
Thank.
Is it
I'm,
anything like on that?
I'm torn on that.
Is there anything like on that Chucky movie where the guy taught him his voodoo? He used his voodoo doll and break his leg.
It is something like that, actually.
Or like on that
Tell
movie
your
Witches
little
of
testimony on how
Eastwood.
you became it. No, Bruce, you need to tell who you're talking to, Bubba.
Oh,
And
I
actually,
think-
Maud, if you woke up this morning, got out of the shower, and there was like a handprint on your butt, you know who has your voodoo doll besides me. Just saying, it wasn't me.
Oh, great. Well, I haven't looked, but
BMM, did you smack
hey,
that
Deviant.
ass? Oh, sorry.
Hello.
We're back on your channel.
Hi.
Hi, Deviant.
Hi.
Yeah,
There's the cat buttons. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta pray again. Dear Heavenly Father, please have my bestie's cat button break in your son's name. Amen.
Caps lock button, the power.
Man, I don't want to block my
Hi,
bestie.
Bruce.
Ow.
What the heck? Oh,
Hi, Bruce.
spank it good. Why do we only see the top of your head?
I know. I don't know why he doesn't show himself more.
Most of his boyfriends, that's the only view they see too, so don't worry about it.
Whoa.
the demon hangout, he's calling it.
I just figured it out. And Bruce is the demon wrangler. He's saving me for last. I'm going to be the toughest.
Come in
Yes.
here,
Well,
What in the world is he talking about?
just really
Who has
quick, Bruce.
cancer?
There's like in the cancer community, there's an argument over it, but it's called a
Bruce.
desmoid tumor. But I use all the same doctors, treatments. Right now, I am not on chemo per se. I'm on a chemo pill, and believe it or not, it's worse than the infusions that I was going through. But thanks for asking.
Well, the way he asked that is insulting, actually.
All right,
Do you actually have cancer? I mean, that's ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, but BMM for me, it's kind of like, I'm trying to think, like even the alphabet community stuff. You know, it needs to be talked about. It needs to be exposed, yada, yada, yada. And the same thing with desmoid tumor. It's so rare. Very few doctors have even heard of it. Nevertheless, treated. And to get the word out about it, not that it's going to help any, but at least people will understand what it is.
I agree
really,
with
the only
that.
difference between the cancer that I've got and the cancer, like say for breast cancer, lymphode, is the fact that like most cancers are bloodborne, meaning that say you get breast cancer, men or women, they both get it, and then you get liver cancer, from it, or pancreatic cancer, and it's all through the blood, where mine is usually localized. And the first one, I actually started out with a diagnosis of terminal cancer, so they found a tumor in there the size of a football, literally, and they couldn't see it on any CAT scans. And they found my cancer by accident, thank goodness. Oh yeah, I love talking about, not that I enjoy having it, but yeah, it's all education out there. And
No,
I
that's
definitely,
good to get
this is my PSA, and I'm being
information
totally
out there.
serious out of everything I ever say. If you're over 50, especially, make sure you get your preventive, exams. There's some other ones. Some of them aren't so pleasant, but really after, you go through it the first time, it's like, okay, that wasn't so bad, but well, actually, that's what I'm talking about, colonoscopy, so it would be the butt. But, you're knocked out and all that. But you'd rather wake up, from, say, a colonoscopy for preventive monitoring reasons than, hey, I'm going in there for whatever it may be, and all of a sudden they find cancer and it is terminal, literally, not just like mine was misdiagnosed. So definitely take care of yourselves mentally and physically.
Hey,
And,
I'll
and,
be
you know
right
what?
back.
And what you know? What's so bad about helping your buddy out? You know, check his prostate for him. You know, it don't take that long. You're at a ball game, just reach over there and say, "Yep, your prostate's great." They'll appreciate it.
I mean, when it comes to illnesses such as once upon a time, cancer was a a death sentence. Once you had it, you couldn't do anything about it. Today, most
Oh, I hope.
forms of cancer are
Oh,
um,
bye, Maud.
not preventative, but treatable,
Right,
as long as you catch it at an early stage,
and that's
which
the key
is
thing. Yeah.
yeah, which is why what you just said is so true and so important.
Uh, do you seen that video last night of the Isaac interview with with Steve Owen?
I didn't. I watched like maybe a minute of it because well, I didn't want to give them any views. And also, I kind of felt sick watching uh, Stephen Bolin because
Yeah.
I know too much about what kind of a guy he is and what kind of behaviors he do actually endorse and support.
Right. That he does nothing about. I mean, he never
Exactly,
speaks out about Kent Hovind's um, things that he's done to people in terms of
exactly.
abuse.
Yeah, so it just felt. I thought that nah, I can wait and maybe someone will like show parts of it or we're watching it together in a stream or uh, some of you put out a clip from the interview or something like that.
Oh, and uh, Steve Ballmer has two videos of it.
Right. One's edited and one's not. I would have known that, but I actually, when I watched it like 12 minutes into it, it's like, man, I can only do this in doses. My problem was the transphobic stuff. I mean, people think I'm a bigot after that, and I understand his anger, but you know, and that he's Steve Anderson's son, but to use some of the words that he was using, you know, assaulting somebody, that's what I said. And then, and to Steven's credit, he said, "Yeah, I don't like that word either." So he edited it. He said, "There's a edited version that it's only like a minute and a half shorter, I believe,
Okay.
than the original." But yeah, it was a lot more palatable for me. But he just comes across as very angry. I mean, and I understand that part, but yeah, you don't need to be calling people trans, I guess, slurs.
No, definitely not. uh, I,
Yeah,
I don't I
I
don't know
comment.
the
Okay.
context of it or who he called what slur. I do understand the being angry and being in the moment, being one of the victims. Uh, if say he if say he used that word about his dad or something, I I understand. I I I can overlook it, but I also think it's the right thing uh, to edit it and take that particular part out or bleep it or whatever.
Bruce, your cats are going to have to go away, or you just proved to me God doesn't exist, because then that means my prayer was fruitless. You're causing me to stumble. Don't make me do a teaching on biblical stumbling of the brethren. Mod worked so hard to get me here. And one thing, Bruce, and not that big bad mama needs me to white knight, because he's a hell of a lot smarter than I'll ever be. I'll give him that. You know, but there's a difference between being a biologist and being a geologist. The last time I understood it, unless maybe BMM could tell me that maybe the science has changed, but rocks don't have DNA. Even though, according to Ken Hovind, my mom was a strawberry and my dad's a rock. So
That's true.
yeah.
And
Does he
you're
rock?
caught between a rock and a hard place.
No, I'm stuck between a rock and a strawberry. Get it
Oh,
right,
right,
woman.
right.
Forgot what football turned into baseball. As a scientist, that believes people can follow.
And thank you for doing your caps away, Bruce. I'll give you that. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. I'll never ask you for another lap dance if you never use caps again. Well, not never, but within reason. If you can make that deal with me, then we got a deal. Hey, Maud, welcome back, girl.
Your dog is smarter than you.
He got me. My bestie knows me inside and out, and he knows Jack,
Oh.
even though I
Big
don't
Ben-
know Jack.
Big Ben
There's a-
Mama.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to watch that video?
The bowling video?
Yeah,
How long is it?
I have no idea.
An hour and 15 or 13 minutes, I think.
We could
depending
put
which
it
one you look
on
at.
faster speed, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know how to do that? You're the expert.
I am not an expert on that, but let's
So
try
I
to do
think
it
All
anyway.
all you do is when you open up, you open the video, and in the bar at the bottom of the window with the video, you see the cog that's for settings, and you click the settings, and it says. So I unfortunately have Swedish YouTube, which
Oh,
is
wait.
kind of annoying.
Speaking of Swedish, before I forget, last night we had a trivia question, and in Swedish, what are your words for what was it? Driveway and entrance. I just want to make sure that it was correct, on this trivia question.
Driveway and entrance. So uppfart och entré.
So it is right. Yeah, I mean, of course, Americans, we see fart and it's fart, but it said in fart and up fart, or however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
It's like there's no way.
Well, it's not. Well, in fart is how do you say it? Way through. It's where you go. Like if you are in your car and you're driving into, say, a garage, not necessarily your own, but
Right.
into a garage, you can see like a sign on the wall with an arrow pointing in direction, and it says in fart. Fart is also speed in Swedish.
So then what? How do you say ephedrine in Swedish? No. Gas station crack. You get them, Gigi. Don't back down from them.
Oh.
You've always got Bruce to talk about. That's funny.
Yeah.
Don't disparage the host or mods. Yeah. And
Yes.
don't piss off the crazy lady. You pick one out. I don't care which one you do.
I was gonna ask.
Which one?
I was going to
Missing
answer,
Mod
but I
or-
hate
or
general
Deviant?
blanket statements. And
Did you hear that, Deviant?
No, I actually missed it. I think my brain did a fart.
She said something about crazy ladies. I said, which one, Missing Mod or Deviant?
Yeah.
I ain't that stupid to answer. Let them fight it out.
It would be.
Do the same thing I was going to have them do last night. Take your shirts off and fight it out. And take your time about it.
The crazy lady left. Oh, okay.
Spooky speed farting.
Hello? All right, hey, what's going on?
Hey, hang on. I gotta. It's trying to not play through my headphones. I gotta disconnect and reconnect them or something. It's being
Okay.
stupid. It's in here to-
Oh, sorry.
All right, and I'm going to send you the link to YouTube now. Just to let you know, I went ahead and I went live, so we have just gone live. I am hearing your audio fine. And
No, I'm trying. Okay.
You guys want any questions or anything? Just say pause.
Okay.
What speed do you have it on?
1.5.
Okay.
Do you want to put
perfect.
it on? You want to put it on one less or
Yeah.
1.25?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Try
That'd be
that.
better for you.
I think so.
I mean,
I
in
can hear it
some
now.
cases,
How's the angle
I
looking?
can listen at like 2 times the speed, but since I'm not used to the subject, I'm not used to his voice, and I think
Yeah,
this
you
will
better
be-
put it on 0.5 for Deviant. That might work
Yeah, I'm
better.
a bit slow, as we all know.
Where's
Actually,
Steven
she
in
said
a
put it in
spaceship?
reverse. You might understand it then.
I have no fart.
I
Yeah.
thought he was in the spaceship, but looks
Looks like a
someone else.
spaceship.
Yeah, my bestie just went into Olympic training for speed farting, and I told them that they don't have a competition like that. He said by 2028 they will. He'll be a champion, gold medalist.
Because for some reason, it's
Be
not
the
seeing.
sweetest
I'm
fart
not seeing
food.
my own feed here.
your angle looks great.
Yeah,
Perfect.
you can
Send me that link real quick, just so I can.
part of this gangster.
Is he-
It's the first, like, I think 5 minutes, give or take. They're just trying to get everything set up. So I don't know if you want to skip that or not, or if this is the edited one or the one where he uses the F word.
Funny.
No, the transphobic F. Put it that way, not the F bomb.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm his second oldest son, Isaac.
you're the second oldest. All right, how many of the siblings are there total?
There are 12 total. 7 boys, 5 girls. 8 still live at home.
Were you guys always homeschooled?
Yes, none of us have ever been public schooled or private schooled, just homeschooled.
Okay, I'm also from a homeschooling family. I'm the middle of 7, so I kind of relate, but you guys have us way outnumbered. So I thought,
Honestly, man, once it's past like 6 kids, I didn't notice a difference. Like 7 kids, 9 kids, 12
Did
kids.
anyone say pause?
No, but that explains a lot about Steve and him being homeschooled. So
Yeah, he said he grew up on Kent Hova.
Kent
Yeah.
Hovind DVDs.
Wow, that's even worse. That's like being trained to be a window licker. Sorry, couldn't resist.
He dressed up as Hovind for Halloween. The only year he ever dressed up for Halloween, he dressed up as Kent Hovind.
Ooh, no, he acts
That's a
like it?
fact. That's a fact.
Yes, it's
Steven said so himself.
yep.
You do realize I just opened up a can of worms with speed or spooky because every time something's related to speed, he's going to put fart in there instead. Thank you, Deviant, for telling him that.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, actually, Maud's got a PhD in street cred.
Curtin Hovind degree.
Yeah, she got 2 of them. The other one's in the School of Hard Knocks. Well, 3 actually, if you count the School of Hard Knockers.
That
Or
guy
Hard
right
Swamp
there.
Knockers, actually, and I think of it. Sorry.
Serious? Oh, that guy Isaac. He reminds me. I could see the Steven Anderson DNA all in him. He just comes out as Steve Anderson, right? It's Steve Anderson. What do you think?
Oh, that's what.
Just
I
wait.
think you're
talks.
right.
Let's play.
What do you
Yeah.
think?
Kids, you stop noticing at some point.
Oh, that beautiful bean soup.
Absolutely.
Like it didn't change the dynamic much after they had like 6 kids to 12. I didn't notice anything.
Yeah. Well, all right. So, what is that like, man? Like, what is the day-to-day life of being in the Anderson family? What is that like?
I mean, so we got up usually pretty early, probably between 6 and 7 a.m. We had chores, breakfast, a lot of chores. Then we do our school. We did a lot of chores every day because usually the older kids, at least when I lived at home, it was basically like me, Solomon, John, and then when I was getting closer to moving out, Miriam and Rebecca helped out more with chores too, but we did the bulk of the chores. We were doing a lot of laundry, dishes, cleaning, taking care of little kids because obviously little kids don't take care of themselves. So a lot of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Our main recreation was just playing outside or reading books. Like I did not see a movie for the first time until I was probably 13 years old or so, 12 or 13.
Wow. And that was common for all of you and the siblings?
Well, yes and no. We got movies introduced when I was 13, so John saw his first movie at 11. Miriam would have seen it at 9, and so on, younger and younger. So obviously, these
So
kids didn't wait till they were 13 to see movies. That's just when they got introduced to all of us.
Okay, so is that just the age where you guys were old enough to kind of experience movies at your friend's house, or did it come a certain point where your dad just sort of relented a little bit and let you guys, see movies?
I never watched a movie at a friend's house before. That just wasn't something that we did. We weren't allowed to do that. We weren't allowed to go to other kids' houses and hang out for fear of molestation mainly. So like, never sleepovers, never anything like that. We didn't go to other kids' houses.
Yeah.
I know a couple times we spent a few times with Zolman's girlfriend's family,
Pause.
a couple times, but we didn't watch movies with them. So, and as far as what we were allowed to do,
What is it, Miss Outcast?
Well, he just said they weren't allowed to go to other kids' houses because of fear of molestation. How effed up is that sentence in and of itself? What does it tell us about the mindset of Steven Anderson
Well, to
and
me
his
that
wife, I guess?
yeah, to me that reminds me of like the JWs where they warn you, not to be part of the world, yada yada yada, and they get you to fear the world. Literally,
Yeah.
it's a bad place. It's evil. There's where Satan is. He's, you know, um, there's a lot of that. That's what's weird is that, and what's funny is Gangster said something to me about this, and maybe last night or everybody caught it, where like Isaac, there's like Stephen, you can tell that this is his son just through the mannerisms and some of the way he talks. It's almost like listening to Steve Anderson to a point. Does that make sense? I mean, he
Yeah,
raised this kid, but
I mean, you're gonna get that with most children and their parents. That there's going to be similarities, but for me, um, one of the hallmarks of an abusive family environment or home environment is one where the the kids, even it's one thing when they're like uh, say 4, 5, 6, when they kind of play their parents. um, it's another thing when they get older and they talk like they use um, the same language, the same mannerisms, um, and so forth. I'm trying to kind of find my words here because it's not, as I said, of course, children are going to have similarities with their parents, and it's not like I view, I don't view it as abuse that you are close to your parents or that you have like internal jokes, or that's not it. This is more something that comes from living a very insulated life where you're not allowed to get any outside, because I think that's the actual point of it, is not that he was afraid they were going to be molested. I mean, there has to be people in the world around you where you don't think the parents are going to molest your children. If not, you need to move to a better neighborhood or something like that. I mean, child molestation is not that common. It's too common because it does happen, but it's not
right.
like prevalent. Um, so I think it has more to do with them fearing outside influence where they no longer are like uh, fully indoctrinated with the home environment, where that is the only normal. They cannot allow them to see what's normal in the world. I mean, that's something that I myself have some, because of how our society is in Sweden, it wasn't as bad as for these kids. For instance, we can't be homeschooled. Homeschooling is not legal in Sweden. which is a very good thing, and I'm very thankful for it. Because had it been, I don't know what would have happened to me or to anyone else. But anyway, I just that I'm sorry for putting so much time on this, but that comment, yeah, it seems like a small thing maybe, but there is a lot there.
Oh. Hi, Bird Pack.
Hello.
What you doing there, little guy?
Just a lot of homeschooling.
Oh, that's.
Well, that explains a lot about you then.
It does.
Were you homeschooled as a kid, Bird Pack?
No, I was not, but I do homeschool my kids.
Okay. Should we homeschool Big Bad Mama?
It really depends on who's doing the homeschooling, Logan, to be honest with you.
Really.
Yes.
Oh. What
It's
if
really
we?
like that with any kind of school. It just depends on who's the one doing it.
Yeah. According to
What if
Bruce, BMM didn't have a very good teacher.
According to Bruce.
Yeah, I
He's
like
not a
with
very
this
good
one guy.
scientist.
This one guy said I was homeschooled by my mom, and now I just know whatever she knew, which sure wasn't calculus.
So, and then you grew up and forgot about thirds of it. Three
I like that
fourths of
figure.
it. Yes.
I like that
Three
figure,
thirds of it
3/3.
too.
That is about how much I forgot. It's 3/3. Oh. Hey, hold on. I got to buy this Red Bull. I'll be right back.
So,
Okay, we'll
so
give
is
you
this
link. Oh,
is this
go ahead.
guy saying that he would go over to other people's houses, and for that he would get abused by Steven Anderson and his wife?
No, he said he was not allowed to go over.
Or he would have been abused, right?
Yeah,
So is
and he
that
would
the
have broken
reason?
the
The
rules.
reason is because he would have seen how an actual, real, functioning, loving family is, and that's the reason that Anderson and his wife probably didn't want him to go to these other houses, I would imagine.
Exactly. That's my take
Okay, I agree with that.
on it. Yeah.
Oh, what do you think, Ron?
I'm back.
Bird
He's
Pack!
back. Bully.
Red Bull.
What you doing there, little guy? Watch your
That
TV?
Red Bull ain't gonna buy itself.
You need
Are
these
you
wings.
sure?
Gonna have them.
Oh, but Bird Pack asked some. How's your day been, little guy? Watching TV?
No, I've not been watching TV, Logan. I've been doing 3 different spreadsheets at once.
Wow.
All related to the Teletubbies.
They are mostly related. Not all, but like 85.
He's mapping the sun in the Teletubbies.
Oh. Brother Pike, is your next teaching going to be about the devil?
Well, it ain't going to be about GPS, which is the Bible, because it guides you through life. See, Christian and Mod are rubbing off on me.
Hey, I'm back. I had a fake call from like the foreign prince of Nigeria or something.
Wait, you're making about the devil? Is that true?
Yes, yeah. The next teaching is going to be on the character of Satan.
Oh. And how he became Steve Anderson?
Well, that's going to be part 2, obviously.
Oh.
Can't give it all to him at one time, Logan.
What was his name
More.
Yep.
before he became the devil? What's his name? What was his name in Job?
Bill O'Reilly.
Oh.
Bill O'Reilly.
I mean, really, Satan is used as a name. The devil is more of a title.
Oh. What about, is his name Lucifer?
That's an interesting question. Mark makes a good point about that. That scripture was directed literally towards Nebuchadnezzar. The place that me and Mark have a slight difference of opinion is that I believe that it was directed at the spirit that was motivating Nebuchadnezzar, which was Satan. And so,
Uh-oh.
I thought it was me. I'm looking at a different page, and all of a sudden, silence.
You
Yes,
must
I'm
have
trying
kicked
to
him.
find something. I just saw a video the other day by Dan McClellan about Lucifer. I want to see
Yeah,
if I can find it for
he's the
me.
one who's the most like his dad, Isaac. Isn't that weird? He became a Nazi and he's the most like his dad.
No, that's the Nazist. That's not him. That's the
Oh,
other guy, the oldest.
oh,
Wow, there it is.
oh. Who's this?
I'd have to watch that before I say so.
Is this Brother Pike?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, what I was saying was I do believe that that was actually directed at the spirit which was motivating Nebuchadnezzar, which was Satan. And so I don't think it's an incorrect title to call him Lucifer, but I do understand where Mark's coming from. It was literally speaking about Nebuchadnezzar.
But do you think that's the name of the devil?
Well, I don't think it's his name. Mark really makes a very good point about that. It's a title. He uses the word taunt, but it's a title. The only name that we're ever given is Satan.
Oh. And his other name was Steve Anderson.
I have heard that one on occasion.
Gigi got jokes today.
Look, Logan is the lowest key troll of all. People don't realize.
Bruce said was for Anderson. I won't have anything to talk about.
No,
But I told him
that
I
Hey,
would talk about him.
Wait,
that's
We
the
say
situation
right.
with the Proverbs guys and me.
oh crap! I'm not.
I told him I would just talk
No.
about Bruce.
Get him, Bruce. Get
Oh,
him.
Logan, you're the best.
Hey, look, I got to jump off here because I got to work, but if you guys are still on in a little bit, I'll jump back on.
Okay, we're
You
gonna miss
better.
Make
you.
sure you grab a Red Bull before you get here.
Oh, I got one. You ain't got to worry about that.
You ever drank a Monster?
I'm not
That
crazy
is
about
my
Monster. I don't. Energy drinks are not a good habit, and I got them for a while, but I do book work in the afternoon staring at the screen.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, okay, whatever you say.
Right?
It's the most sense you've made all day,
I think just I
Christian.
don't know.
Yeah. Amen, brother.
Amen.
Praise the short God.
Brother Pike. He's just a crazy little guy.
He's a fine
That
young
he
man.
is.
But what do you think of this so far, Big Bad Mama? Tell us from your wise.
I've only seen like a minute of it, so I don't really. It doesn't seem like we've watched much of it, so I don't know yet.
Yeah, we
We
haven't even got
haven't
into the
because
meat of it. We're still at the part where
Yeah,
they're
let's
being
get
set
some
up.
of it like under our belt, if you know what
Yeah,
I mean.
On a little
I
bit.
don't have a belt, but
I
still.
don't remember why. It just happened. The first time I ever went to a movie theater was to see After the Tribulation when my dad put it in theaters. That was the first time I'd ever been to a movie theater in my life.
You ever seen
Which-
that movie after the treasure? The movie you talked about after the Thingamajiggy?
Nope.
After the thingamajiggy?
Yeah.
The tribulation.
Part 1 and part 2, yeah.
What's it
Whatever
about
it
No.
you? Oh.
I've never heard
Don't
of it.
think I saw
I'm
it.
guessing it's one of these scare straight, like inappropriately violent and horrible films they show kids in some churches or some church denominations that
Well,
have
I
them
know,
scarred for life.
right. There were churches that were showing kids the Passion of the Christ,
Yeah.
thinking that was a good thing. In my opinion, I mean, no.
Nope.
If they can't watch it, because I know parents that won't let kids watch cartoons because they're too quote unquote violent, but they let their kids watch Passion.
Yep.
Go figure.
What do you think of this, Big Bad Mama?
Go back to the beginning where Steven says he runs Proverbs, guys. Oh, so it's not Dan.
You want me to?
Not really.
Oh,
To tell you the truth.
That would have been 2012. So it was a little younger then, but then I think in 2016 was the first time.
yeah. Every time he talked, I could sense the anorness in him.
I can see it's gonna be a 4-hour stream, and we're still on the first 30 minutes of the video.
Sorry.
No, it's
I
not your
actually saw
fault.
the movie.
Did you guys have friends outside of your immediate church community, or growing up were your friends always sort of strong followers, families of followers of your dad?
Neither. They didn't have any kids at the church that were even close to my age until I was like 12. And then the first kid that they had that like I was actually hanging out with at church, I was 12 and he was probably like 8 or 9. So, but I mean, he was somebody to hang out with. So no, and we didn't really have a lot of kids in our neighborhood. We had like this one kid who lived across the street from us, but we didn't really like him that much. He's kind of weird, and he ended up moving anyway. So my parents tried to put us in like homeschool groups and stuff, but if you ever talk to homeschoolers, they're real weird. They all talk the same for some reason. They have that homeschooler speech impediment.
Yeah.
I fortunately didn't catch it, but it seemed like everybody else had it.
Yeah.
So no, I did not have any friends growing up. Not really. Besides, I guess when I was older, we talked to kids at church. But we weren't allowed to like go out and hang out with church people. The only way to hang out with your friends at church might be to go soul winning with them.
Now, when you were a kid going through that type of environment, did you see it as over restrictive, or did you just think you had parents that were, up and tight?
I thought it was normal. I didn't know any better. Like to me, it was just, oh yeah, that's just how it is. Like I didn't feel overly restricted because I didn't know any better. Obviously, in hindsight, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that because my dad was a third-generation Marine, and he was a little tough on us too. I know you can relate. And sometimes, he went over the line. And even now, after he's been passed away several years from COVID, even today, it's sort of hard to figure out, like, okay, what was harsh parenting and what was borderline child abuse and what was plain out child abuse? Do you kind of have those mental battles too?
No, it's very obvious that what happened wasn't even slightly close to acceptable or reasonable. Like I can understand if your kid mouths off and you slap them or something in a fit of anger. They were just so far off the reservation. There's no excuses you can make for it. I know his retarded fans won't stop making excuses for him. And you're just a wimp who can't handle getting spanked or something. And they're just stupid. I don't even want to keep arguing with them. They're stupid. And now Faithful Word Baptist is already publishing on their public Facebook page. Well, the Bible's actually pretty quiet on spousal punishment. No, it's not. And it's not spousal punishment. It's felony domestic abuse, I think is the actual word for it. That's the actual term. And I love how they ignore the Bible. I want to ask that faggot Jonathan Shelley, what is it? Why he says it's not really a big deal. Hey, coward, he's a spineless wimp who won't condemn it. And I want to ask him this. Doesn't the Bible say we're supposed to obey the laws of the land, whenever possible? It's illegal, you scumbag. That guy is a spineless wimp. And of course, I mean, he's just a complete loser. He has zero integrity, no backbone. He needs to quit sitting on the fence and decide if he's on the side of right or wrong. And he's casting his lot in with child abusers. He needs to throw Jonah over off the boat pretty quick or go down with him. My dad, they love to keep comparing Bible characters. Yeah, my dad's Jonah. They need to throw his ass overboard.
A lot of them are. I don't know how well you know Matt Powell, but even Matt Powell has recently renounced your dad.
I knew Matt Powell. I haven't seen him in several years. I know him and my dad had some sort of falling out. I'm not sure over what though. I know my mom particularly hated his wife. I don't know why. He hated his wife Frances.
Yeah, Francis. Okay, yeah. Well, I know part of the reason he may have fallen out with him was because he went to live with Kent Hovind at Dinosaur Adventureland, where that's actually where I was introduced to Matt Powell for the first time. And your dad hates Kent Hovind.
I am slightly disappointed to hear that because I'm not a humongous fan of Kent Hovind. He seems a little out there these days. I'm not a big fan of him. I am disappointed to hear that Matt Powell lives on his weird compound or whatever. I hope he's still not living there.
Actually, Matt moved away back home several years ago. He's doing like traveling evangelism now. So Matt Powell's ministry is doing pretty good.
I haven't really seen what he's been up to.
Did any of you want me to pause it?
No?
Oh, okay.
I hadn't even heard about him in years. And then I know my dad had a falling out. And then obviously I saw his YouTube video and I was glad to see that he was supporting us. And obviously I've had a bunch of people reaching out. I got even Tyler Baker was like messaging me and stuff. Everybody my dad's ever pissed off is messaging me now. So yeah, it's kind of neat actually.
If you don't mind.
I'm not sure if all of them have the best intentions, but if someone sends me a nice message, I thank them for it. I don't really care who it is. But like my dad had some lady he kicked out of church like probably 15 years ago who's messaging me with support.
That's pretty sad. Sad on his side, but good for you,
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure you've seen like some of the defenses that they're coming out with. It seems like they're trying to go with of course they're going to push towards you guys are not being totally honest. And now it's kind of funny because it looks like your dad is taking the position that he and your mom are more or less into BDSM, and that's where some of the confusion came from.
No, there was no confusion.
Your dad is too tight-laced. I can't picture him into
for the record. They are into that crap. I don't want to talk about it because it's weird. I don't know if you saw over John's video. John gets into it. They are into that. And we would hear them doing that too. It was two very separate things. And we knew, because my dad's trying to play it off like we were stupid little kids who just overheard some noises and got confused. Oh, dad's hurting mom. Like we're stupid or something. Yeah. He's trying to play us off as just fools. And honestly, he's a complete idiot for even suggesting that because all he's doing is asking us to just talk about it more. But no, we knew what was happening. And his stupid excuse, I remember when he came up with that excuse. He came up with it when I was chewing him out just earlier this year, telling him he's a deadbeat wife beater or whatever. And then he goes, oh, it was actually just a sex thing. He didn't bring it up years ago when I was also confronting him about these things. that wasn't a thing. Back then, it was excuses of, well, it's my wife, I'm the head of my household. He didn't clear up the confusion that, oh, no, that's just how we get down or whatever, which I'm sure that's how he also gets down. Because, like, I remember as a child finding, a single ping pong paddle, and we didn't own a table tennis set,
Yeah.
which at the time I didn't realize that.
I mean, you kind of figured out as a kid, like I said, I'm one of 7, so we figured out my parents were into that extracurricular activity at a young age, and you guys, being 12 strong, you probably figured it out even, sooner.
I might add too, we live in a 3-bedroom house. We could hear them at night. More
12
often.
kids in a 3-bedroom house?
I'm sorry, not 12. It would have been, they moved out of that house in 2020. I'm sorry, it would have either been 10 or 11. I think 11, barely 11, because they moved out towards the end of 2020. So depending on how old Eva is, they may or may not have either 10 or 11 kids living in the house, because Oliver's only like 2 something. So he would not have been living there. They got their new house at the end of 2021. Sorry, end of 2020, right before 2021. I don't remember the exact timeline, but.
All right. So when it comes to how your parents parent, especially in the atheist community, they're pretty much pinning it on this is how all religious people punish their kids. They're pretty much making it a problem that's in the church. Is that how you see it? Or do you think your dad is just a special case? Is your dad
My
just
dad's a
angry?
special case. So that's exactly why my dad shouldn't be pastor, because he's literally giving atheists on Reddit are talking crap about this is what fundamental Christians look like, or they're blaming it on Republicans, even though my dad hasn't voted in like 12 years or something. I think the last vote was in 2012. So they're blaming it on Republicans. He doesn't even vote, so he's not a Republican or a Democrat. They're blaming it on Christians, they're blaming it on fundamentalism, they're blaming it on religion in general. Well, that's stupid. Unless you're a Muslim, no religion condones beating women. I think Islam is the only one that I know of that openly says, yeah, you can.
Yeah, I just want to make a statement saying that at least for myself, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but I wouldn't hesitate to say that the other atheist on this panel right now agrees with me. None of us here views the behavior of Steven Anderson as something that all Christians do, or not even all fundamentalist Christians do. I, for one, do not believe that.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. Good. I figured you did, and I wanted to say
he's an extremist zealot.
Yeah.
And we know, he wants the death penalty for LGBT people. And so we already knew what kind of person he was even before these, videos were coming out from his kids. I mean, we already knew he was scum.
Yeah. So for me, I knew many years ago, or knew is not the right word, but I had with very high certainty, I figured Steven Anderson was an abusive father and an abusive husband because of the way he talks, his rhetoric, he has so much anger in him towards everyone, so much hate. And then the first son came out a couple of years ago and talked about it, and now the other son and the daughter as well.
And no one's really surprised,
No.
I mean, maybe at the extent of the abuse, but it's like, yeah, he's just a bad guy.
Exactly.
I mean, I didn't know about the mother,
No, me neither. I actually thought she is being abused. And I guess in some people that's gonna travel over to the children, and in other cases it won't, and it depends.
I'm not sure about that, Mark, if Hovind is worse than Anderson. Well, I guess, we'll see once the whole story comes out.
Beat your women. The Bible says no such thing. I think my dad must be like reading
he wants regular speed.
Who does?
Mark.
Oh.
it's way too fast as well. I believe.
Okay. Well, we knew that, Missy Mod. Not sure what that means, though, but
the NIV like on the side or something because it says to treat your wife like your own flesh, but the NIV says that I beat my body and make it my slave. So I think my dad's been he might have been like dabbling in those false versions, like he's like reading them on the side or something and getting the wrong idea because nothing in the KJV condones this. Quite the contrary.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But
and okay, and he's such a huge figure in the independent fundamental Baptist community. Like, how does he? And he's such a stickler for doctrine. How does he then reconcile making doctrine that's not found in the King James Bible?
I don't know. He's a fraud. I don't know what to tell you. Like he teaches things that aren't in the Bible. He's a hypocrite. And I might add, from the pulpit, if you listen to his old sermons on having on marriage and spanking, he makes it very clear what he thinks is and isn't an appropriate level of punishment for kids. By his own sermons, he has abused his children. Horribly so. Now, more recently, he's moved the goalpost to as long as I don't break their bones. Like, wow, dude, that's great. I mean, you can also waterboard people without breaking their bones. Waterboarding doesn't really do any physical damage at all. But, I mean, or are we going to say waterboarding? They didn't waterboard us, to be fair. But waterboarding is still abuse, even if it doesn't break bones. Right? There are plenty of ways you can torture and abuse people without breaking their bones. And I might add, John's broken multiple bones and says it hurts less than the cord. I've never broken insignificantly, but I've broken fingers and toes, and it's nothing compared to that. Like getting your finger broken is not that bad. Same with toes. So yeah.
All right. If you look across YouTube, at least in the Christian communities, there's basically two groups. There's the group that we'll call like, your dad's faithful supporters, and they swear that he's still a saint. The other group swears that your dad works for Satan. What's the truth? Does your dad have good qualities? Can he be a decent guy?
So he can be. And when he's not absolutely losing it, he is a fun guy to hang out with. Like, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have fun hanging out with him. Like, when he's not freaking out or going bananas, he is a fun guy to hang with. He's funny most of the time. He's cool. Like, you can have a good time with him. And that's why people are so shocked. Like, oh, I knew Pastor Anderson. He's not like this. Because obviously it'd be a lot easier if he was just always a raving, horrible lunatic who's never done anything good for anybody. But the fact is, he has been a positive influence on the lives of thousands of people, right? He has plenty of fun times people have had with him. So, like, it's not as simple as just, oh, this guy's a horrible, wicked degenerate who's going to burn in hell. I think he's saved. I don't think he's unsaved. I think he's kind of having a King Saul moment here. I think since they just love to keep comparing to Bible characters, I'd say he's more like a King Saul. So.
Okay. Well, honest. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing people online saying he's like satanic. My mom's a literal witch or whatever. I'm seeing some stuff. I'm like, okay, that's a little excessive, guys. I'm reading he's a Jesuit actually, and no, there are plenty of things you can criticize him for. He's not a Jesuit. He's not a Satanist or any of the other fun things I'm reading.
I heard called him a Jesuit priest before or Catholic? Guess, Big Bad Mama.
Lupin.
No.
Who?
Mark.
Brian Dingacher.
Oh,
the dream guy?
No, the Amish guy.
Oh, the Amish guy. Okay.
He thinks everyone he doesn't like are Catholic. Especially you. I'm joking. Yeah, he said that about Anderson before. He said he's a secret Catholic and he's trying to make him look bad. Is that crazy?
Did Stephen Bolin support Steven Anderson before this whole thing came out, or?
Not really. Not really. I think he did have some problems with him and stuff. Especially when after he attacked when he debated Aunt Hova. But the one who seemed more supported him and liked Steve Anderson was Achilles.
Oh, Matt Powell did for sure.
Yeah, but Achilles did recognize that Steve Anderson did crazy stuff, but he likes what he talks about end times, I guess. What do you say?
Yeah, and Deviant, Mark isn't a fart listener. So give him a break. He's not as quick as some of us Americans, where the Brits are the master kings of fart listening and talking. I hope that clears that
Oh,
up for you,
maybe
Deviant.
that's why him and I work so well together because
There you
I'm
go.
extremely slow
Yes.
speaking and otherwise
Yeah,
in
because
my
your
brain.
speaking is like a 0.16. You know.
Oh, you serious?
No.
Wait, what's his which bestie? Mod. I can't have a female bestie. My mom would have a heart attack and really think I wasn't gay. You can't have that, girl, please. No,
You
she doesn't
seem
think I'm
joyful
gay.
and happy. Oh,
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on chat. I'd let the dogs out real quick. I bet this dude has a mega hat. So
you
I
just
got 3 of them, Bond, and a thong. Well, it actually just says MA. I couldn't get the rest of it on. Small thong.
oh,
I didn't know how Uncle.
Very small.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Mr. Kettle, where you at? Control your woman. Or at least duct tape her, but I heard she might like that, so stop.
Hey.
I know it's not a drop cord, but it's a start, girl. Come on. Oh, no, Mark's Kelly. Wasn't me. Banging on the sofa. Wasn't me. Uh-oh,
oh,
my bestie's holding my hand. Oh, that is so sweet.
Yeah.
Give some love to your gangster. Yes, it hit the like button. I couldn't
Yes.
believe it. I think it was my bestie that actually said something earlier. And it's like, oh my gosh. Because that's usually the first thing I do is click on it.
oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes. Because you're a fine young man. If I could give you 2 likes, I would.
Oh, thank you.
Me too.
And you know that Maud is still looking for that red handprint on her butt from that voodoo doll. Just saying. That's why she's being so quiet.
Was it from Big Bad Mama?
No, I don't think he's got a voodoo doll of her. Somebody else does. I have one, but I tried to burn it, but she bit me. So I quit doing that. I put it back on the shelf and left her alone.
Wow. You serious?
You notice Bruce left after my voodoo doll.
Oh, did he? I missed that part.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't get it. He can kind of be humorous to a point,
No.
but he ruins it with the caps, the attitude, you're not a scientist. You don't have to. There he is. I was just going to say, unlike Uncle Chuck's, and I don't know why, that's why I stopped, but I meant Up Chuck's thong. He can put Trump 2024 drill baby drill on it. Oh, to be old like him. It's only because he has so much sag in his, well, what do you say?
Wow.
Different channel I would. This, not for Gangster. Fine young man. Please,
You serious?
you know all the words.
You want me to continue?
Yeah, if everybody else does.
All right. So you would say, though, he is a normal guy. He has good qualities, but he definitely has maybe an anger issue.
Definitely an anger issue. Yes, he
Do
needs to just
you
learn how to. Sorry.
do you think your dad should step down, and do you think your dad will step down?
He absolutely should. I mean, he's not qualified. So if he's not qualified, he's supposed to step down. I think he has permanently disqualified himself because even if he stopped being a bad husband and father, he cannot be the leader of a church with this on his record now. He's not blameless anymore because
Yeah.
people are using this to demonize Christianity, in particular Baptists. That's a fact.
Well,
This will be used by the enemies of God, unfortunately.
this does disqualify him under the category of, kind of more or less not having his house in order. But personally, I kind
Also
of felt
blameless. Come on.
I kind of felt your dad, was disqualified years ago, though, because he's sort of a railer. And also, he's not, he doesn't seem to be big on preaching grace. Like, I've seen a lot of angry sermons. Do you think
It
that's
doesn't
fair?
sell. It doesn't sell. He's getting up and talking about positive things. That's what every other preacher does. My dad has been extremely popular, or at least well known, I should say, because it's compelling. He's extremely intense. He's loud. He's very dramatic and stuff. Like when he's wearing like a bathrobe and he has like a tinfoil miter on his head and he's using a toilet brush to sling water in the people in the crowd. He's making fun of the Pope. Now, obviously, I'm not a Catholic. Making fun of the Pope's great,
It's
right?
funny, yeah.
But the problem is, yeah, that's what's drawing him in. He's wearing a bathrobe. He has a literal toilet brush that he bought, and he's dipping it in water and hurling water on his toilet brush. Obviously, that's theatrics. It's over the top, and maybe it's not necessarily bad, but that's what he does, and that's he's kind of attracting the wrong crowd. He's attracting a
Yeah.
crowd of people who are there to be entertained. It's like the people who are following Jesus, but only to be fed.
Yeah.
So,
oh, wow. Yeah.
yeah. So his church members ate of the loaves and were filled. When they're because he is, and that's the thing too. He is kind of a bully with that kind of stuff. Because basically, anybody doesn't like. Have you seen his Facebook recently? I think he's deactivating because he's going into hiding now. He's crawling back into his basement. But
I
on
think
his
so.
Facebook, all he's doing is posting stupid memes. Just make.
What do you say?
I don't think anybody said anything, but really quick, I'm a mod. No, not you. What I was talking about when Isaac said, what was it? I'll make fun of Catholics because it's really fun. And they're both laughing, but it's like, but yet if an atheist would make fun of a theist, then that's the issue.
Yep.
That's what I was getting at. Not that
Yeah,
you.
it's double standard for
Yeah.
sure.
Good point, Asa.
Well, double
Yeah.
cheat. Oh, sorry.
Making fun of this. Like all he's doing is posting memes, making fun of it. Like great response, dude. Like why don't you actually confront the allegations head on instead of saying, "Oh, don't talk to them. They talk to the tranny," or "Oh, don't do this," or "Don't do that." And they've already moved the goalposts from they were lying about everything to Jonathan Shelley says yes, they used an electrical cable on the kids. He didn't use it on his wife. So it went from we lied about everything to well, they weren't lying about it being on them, but they are lying about it being used on their mom. And now they're moving to well, my dad even said it from the pulpit that even if everything we said is true, he's still qualified because he's a clown. And he's trashing on great guys like Pastor Salvador Alvarez, who I was just talking to, because the guy's has a young child. He only has a young kid, or he has two kids, but one of them is very young, and he's only been a pastor for 3 weeks. I might add, he has more church members than my dad did when he had 3 weeks. For the first year or so of his church, my dad often was preaching to just his wife and kids, quite often.
Really?
So yeah. His church started off tiny in his house, and the audacity to hate on another pastor and go, oh, well, this guy doesn't get to say that I can't beat my wife just because he hasn't been a pastor as long as me. I saw some other idiot, I forget who, was one of these other goons, was talking about Pastor McMurtry going, oh, well, wait till your kids. Pastor McMurtry has 2 adult sons, one of which is married, the other is engaged. If he was beating his kids and it's not like, oh, because they're acting like, oh yeah, you just have to wait till they're older, because as if everybody's gonna beat their teenagers senseless, right? As if like, oh, you'll get it when you're older. Like, I mean, I've been married longer than my dad was before he started beating my mom, so I'm already winning there, because I made it through the first 3 weeks of marriage, so without beating my wife. So hey,
How big was your dad's congregation before the interviews with you and your 2 siblings came out, and has it gone down any?
I'm not sure. Last night, if I remember correctly, he hasn't broken attendance records in like 3 or 4 years. His church has not gotten has the population in that church, or not, attendance has stayed the same for like several years now. I know I've had dozens of his church members calling me horrified and stuff, as well as lots of his buddies, even ones who won't speak up against him, Pastor Jimenez. So he's got some of his buddies. I think the only guys he has that are like really standing by him are Jonathan Shelley and Bruce Mejia. Which Bruce Mejia, when I talked to him, he just claims we were just lying. We made everything up. I was like, why would I have a motive to lie, dude? He's like, I don't know, but you did. I was like, but I'm not, so whatever. And then Jonathan Shelley knows it's true and just doesn't care because he's a spineless wimp. He's got his buddy Ben the Butt Kisser on his podcast. I was trying to watch his stupid podcast last night, but Ben was too effeminate for me. He talks like a queer, so I couldn't handle it. I couldn't talk to him. I'd rather talk to Jordan than that. I'd rather listen to Jordan than Ben.
That's the Steve Anderson-ness coming out in him.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
What do you think of that, Big Bad Mama?
Yeah, I can see that he is definitely his son. I mean, he's got. I've never seen the mom talk, so I don't really know what her mannerisms are. But
She has her own channel before. I'm not
oh,
sure if
does
she
she?
does. Yeah, is that crazy? Yeah, that's like the Anderson-ness coming out in him.
Steven's actually doing a pretty good interview here, I think.
Look at him. He's
I
a,
don't want to give him. I don't want to give him too much credit, but
No, but I can agree to that. Maybe it's because he's not talking so much.
Yeah.
look at Steve.
Yeah,
He's
it's just, I mean,
No,
so
but
like I
credit
saw
where credit is due.
he's making the guy comfortable, and so the guy is talking freely, which is good.
Yeah,
we say, Ron?
well, I'll be here an hour and a half talking probably. No, I'm just going to say it just, I don't know. I keep, just like when I was talking to Stephen in comments about, not liking a certain word, just certain things. If he doesn't need to add that or have that in the conversation, to me, it takes away from his story a bit. Not that it's less truthful or, anything like that, but it's just almost hard to digest or be able to sit here for an hour and some to listen to, you know, moments of anger. And I understand the anger, and he probably deserves or has every right and more. But I don't know. Just the name calling of some people, and just because they don't disagree with you. Plus, he's definitely, and I think Mott is right because I hope he doesn't burn all his bridges when one day he may want to reconcile with somebody, and whether it's a pastor or a friend, and they're like, no, I'm good, thank you.
yeah, but I agree to some extent with that, but I also feel that anyone who's worthy to reconcile with is someone who has the empathy to understand where this kid comes from, and the fact that it takes a person a long time to go through all of the layers of mental abuse and indoctrination. And I'm not talking about, for anyone listening, I'm not talking about being a Christian. I couldn't care less whether or not he stays a Christian or a Baptist or a whatever, or if he becomes Muslim or an atheist or whatever. I'm only talking about the rhetoric that he has adapted or adopted. I mean, not adapted, adopted uh, from his dad, um, and some of the views that comes from a household where you are not allowed to think for yourself. Uh, and I say that from personal experience. There are things that it takes a long time to get out of. And you might even have opposing opinions, but your rhetoric is still the same. So you're speaking against your own opinions when you talk about it, if that
Exactly.
makes sense. And I think that someone, if he's calling out someone or name calling them, sure, it irks the ear a bit to hear it, but anyone he does that to, who later on realizes that they were in the wrong, they should have the empathy to understand where he comes from and the situation and so forth. Um,
Who
I
cares
would
if
say
he's
a lot.
burning bridges of people who are enabling Steven Anderson? I mean,
No, I
he
meant
he needs to
not even
burn those
specifically them.
bridges.
BMM. What I'm talking about is even the ones that could help him. Because I don't know how angry he is, and if he talks this way publicly, I just keep imagining how he talks behind the scenes. Or to some people maybe. And what really kind of and this is nothing against Isaac, but just what keeps popping in my head is all like the transphobe stuff. Even though there's only been a little bit, but
Right, but he got from
he's
that
been
from his dad,
abused.
and he hasn't completely whatever the word is. He's still under his dad's influence for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, so he's going to use those terms probably for a while until he kind of finds himself and
Right,
not
unless
just
that's how he
himself
feels.
as an extension of his father.
Right.
Yeah.
But, if he's, I guess my point is connecting, that sort of talk with being abused himself. To me,
Yeah.
he's kind of abusing other people. Maybe he doesn't realize, or maybe I'm just looking at this kind of in a wrong light. That's why, I'm not making a big deal out of this, but it just certain things. It just like,
No,
first, because I don't know where Mod was going with no help, but if he burns bridges, when he turns around and finally realizes he may need to talk to somebody, he may lean on somebody. Of course, I don't know, and this is probably some of the questions that I would ask him. Like right now, where are you? Mentally, spiritually, whatever. And this is if I was Steven, not as an atheist. Maybe I'd ask him even spiritually,
yeah. And
because
we
if he's
might
not
get
in a
we
good
might
place right
get
now,
to that
he's
later in the video. Um, but yeah. Yes, Mark. That is the definition of you're cooking some
well, actually.
satanic food right there.
First, I would say there's no way you're going to get 666 on a digital clock. Maybe 659.
Well, it depends because maybe it's like hundreds of a second.
But clocks only go by minutes and seconds up to 60 seconds, 60 minutes. You know what I'm saying? It's 600 or 6 minutes and 66 minutes. There's not a display for 66 minutes, 59, or maybe 60, maybe 60. I'm thinking of a clock. Because once it gets to 60, it's one
Yes.
or two or three,
I
whatever the hour
I
is.
can already tell that Christian Pike could be well off some math lessons from you, given what
Well,
was said earlier.
the one thing I am good at is that math.
That's good.
Cheese snacks, rodent. Well, I just hope long term. I'm thinking long term with the kids where I was going with that. When he actually needs something, or
Is he
a lot of,
roboting?
more than once.
He's muting himself or mumbling himself.
Should we roll it? Roll the video?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said I just kept trying to kill dead air.
And Jordan's way straighter than Ben, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if you've seen he calls himself Ben the Baptist. I didn't know he called himself that because when I went to FWBC, everybody I heard, they called him Ben the Butt Licker or Ben the Butt Kisser because he's a complete just butt kisser. But apparently he actually goes by Ben the Baptist. I just found this out. And I'd never heard him talk before, but that guy is so effeminate. It was cracking me up. I don't want to hear that guy's thing on what a
Pause this
man
for a
ought to be.
second. I'm
That
gonna get right back
absolute
into it.
wimp.
Sorry, I can't help it.
So, and then he's got his
Pause it,
spineless
Gangster,
coward
please.
friend Jonathan Shelley, who I think has disqualified himself now because
Or not.
he's a spineless wimp. So
Yeah, sorry, but see, this is the point. The last minute, butt licking and what is that? What did that add to the story?
No, absolutely nothing. But as I said,
It could be the anger still, in him, but
Well,
it's just like
it's
And
his
it's-
dad. It's his dad
it's his
coming
dad.
out.
Yeah.
right, exactly. And that's kind of the point I'm getting at, which you actually even said, or I think it was Deviant.
Yeah.
You're arguing against somebody else, but it's still like you're arguing with yourself because you think and believe the same things.
Yeah.
not that I don't agree or don't think that the abuse, happened at all, but if you're trying to get over this, then get over everything.
Yeah, but the thing is, it
Unless you want it to
takes.
be
I
like
don't
this.
know how long he has been away, or how long it's been that he started to to speak out about it. But it is a journey, and it takes conscious work. Um,
Gotta make sure.
you need therapy. You need to be
Yeah.
aware,
Yeah.
and you need to have somewhere, because with some people, it's going to speak to their okay, so it's going to speak to themselves, their inner selves. uh like for me, I always had an issue with how I was how I was brought up to look at other people. It didn't make sense to me, but yet I still adopted those views. But I always had in the back of my head, uh, I had this voice or feeling saying it's not it's not what I really think. It's like, it's hard to explain, but it's an internalized, what's the word, not bias. Oh, it's such a common word. Never mind.
Speed.
And
Bart.
Bart. Bart. No, it takes you need to allow yourself to listen to that inner voice. And if it feels wrong, if what you're saying feels wrong, if there is somewhere a disconnect, you need to allow yourself not to try and hush that voice, and that resistance inside, and feel that it's okay to do so. You can do so without fear, because it's the fear of the consequences and the punishment that's what's messing you up.
He needs to be away from those parents, though, for
Yes.
years
Yeah.
Yes.
before he's going to get to that point where he can self-reflect about the things that he says about people and his
Yeah.
behaviors. And
Yeah.
Now, does Isaac have a kid? I can't remember. I can't keep track of who had kids.
He's married, but I don't know if he has a
Yeah,
kid.
see, that's what I would wonder, to ask him, because to me, that's what he needs to worry about, take care of, whether his kids were around, or kid, if there is any, ever around his father, and make sure he takes care of his and or him and his family before he does stuff like this.
Yeah,
Just
he
go off
has a
the hop.
kid.
I'm not saying he's going off half cocked by any means, but um, yeah, I'd worry about his kids for sure. That if he had any, if
Yeah.
Steve was around him. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
That's all right.
Supporting my dad. Anyone who still supports my dad is a spineless coward, or maybe like mentally handicapped or something, if they still think he's qualified or that he's innocent. But yeah.
And what would you guys gain from doing these interviews? Because I'm sure you're not getting rich off of it, and I'm pretty
Yep.
sure your siblings have lost significant others. Like, what would you guys gain from lying? And I even asked you,
Did someone say pause?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
is your dad a total turd? And you said no, he's got good qualities.
Right.
So what
Of
would you
course.
gain?
So I might add, despite the videos we did with Jordan having hundreds of thousands of views, I think mine was at like 160,000 last I checked. Miriam's at almost 100,000. None of those videos are monetized. No one's making money on those.
Yeah. This one won't be
No one's
either.
making money off those videos. Yeah. No one's making money off these videos, especially not me. I haven't made a penny from this. Right. Yeah, that's it. And
Have you got
I
any?
have nothing gained from this. Literally zero.
How many threats have you had, and have you been completely shunned from that community?
I've gotten a few threats. I have people messaging me, they're going to come kill me. This stopped getting them because every time I was getting the threats, I would like invite them. I would send them my address or something. But so far, no one's showed up yet. I have security
Why?
cameras. Arizona has a castle doctrine.
Yeah.
I have a lot of pre-ban firearms. So far, not one of these cowards has showed up to my house. I don't think that any of them will. They're just trolls. I think what it is they're obviously trying to scare me, get under my skin. If they realize that they can't actually get under my skin, they're going to pack up their little no profile picture anonymous account and go crawl back into their hole. Because obviously none of these people are actually willing to. If they actually wanted to hurt me, they wouldn't warn me that it was going to happen. They would,
Yeah.
just get me when I least expected it. Obviously, anyone who's giving you detailed stuff on how they're coming to kill you is probably not actually going to do it. So, yeah.
If your parents were, I mean, first of all, do you think that the treatment of your siblings who currently live at home, do you think that it's on the line of abuse enough to where the kids could be taken away? And if so, would they go to you or your older brother? I mean,
So
are you
I
guys
don't know
worried
about
about
that.
that?
I don't know about the legality on I'm not educated enough on the law to know how much you're allowed to beat your kids. I know that they don't do things the way that they did when I lived at home. From what I understand, they're just using belts, paddles, and hands. I don't know like what the laws are on smacking your kids upside the head. I don't know. I think in the state of Arizona, anything that leaves marks is considered illegal, but I'm not sure to be honest with you. I know it's toned down, but the mental abuse from my mom is still very bad. But I don't believe that's illegal.
Okay. Out of the two, because I've
Yes.
heard a lot about your dad, how bad your dad's punishing was. But in all honesty, I've heard some stuff about your mom too. Which one of your parents do you think was worse when it came to punishing?
So there's not a clear answer on that. So my dad had fewer angry outbursts than my mom, but his outbursts were far more destructive. My mom spent much more time angry though, so she was angry more often, but she was less physically destructive because she couldn't physically beat us as bad as a man can. My dad's not a very big man, but he's still a lot stronger than my mom. So at least, yeah, there was that. So my mom was also much more mentally abusive than my dad. So I guess it depends on how bad a person is affected by mental abuse versus physical abuse. And then my mom's was kind of say more constant thing where my dad's was less thing. The thing about my dad too was my dad, it wasn't as unpredictable with him. Like if you were on a trip with him, he wouldn't just randomly start tweaking out usually. My mom, literally anything could set her off. My dad, you usually had to actually do something. Now, usually it was trivial things that would set him off, but it would be something that set him off at least. My mom was more unpredictable, constantly angry. So like the impression you'll get from John or Miriam is that my mom was worse. I mean, I just didn't care about her abuse as much, like her mental abuse. I didn't really care. Her opinions suck, so I just didn't listen. I can tune it out easier, perhaps, than they could.
Yeah.
It's also worth mentioning, too, that out of all the kids, I was probably my mom's favorite kid. So while I wasn't treated well, I was treated better than John or Miriam. I have some theories on why, but yeah, so she treated me better than she treated John or Miriam. She also hates Rebecca, too, particularly. Rebecca's currently her new least favorite kid. As there's
Really?
no John or Miriam. Yeah.
Oh,
So, and
I
I
hate
think
that.
my theory on it is that my mom hates my dad, obviously. I don't look like my dad. I don't talk like my dad. I don't look like I'm even related to him. I look nothing like him. I have almost basically nothing in common with him besides maybe being a loudmouth. That's our only common trait is being loud. Um, so I think that didn't bother her as much. Whereas like John was kind of like a goofy kid, and my dad's a little goofy sometimes. That reminded of Miriam looks like my dad's sister Lisa. She takes after his side. So I think the kids that reminded her of my dad, she didn't like as much. Whereas Psalm and I
Mm.
aren't really similar to him at all. So we're more serious. We're not goofy. We don't look like him. So we just got treated a little better because of that.
Okay. Wow. And
Still not treated well at all, but yeah, better at least.
why do you think, I mean, you said your mom hates your dad, and you said it pretty casually. Why do you think that?
Well, I don't know, because he beats her and treats her like crap. What do you think?
I mean, I'm just wondering, like, if she did hate him, why doesn't she leave him? Is it because they're so engrossed
Who's gonna pay for the kids or her? She
You think
hasn't
that's her
worked in like
fear?
20. She hasn't worked in 20 years, and I keep hearing people say, "Oh, she'll just go to Germany." My mom is not a German citizen. None of the kids that live at home are German citizens. My mom had to renounce her Hungarian and German citizenships to become an American citizen. So her first 4 oldest kids hold triple nationality. She does not.
Oh.
Her, and maybe Rebecca might have her German citizenship, but for sure not Anna or down. So so basically, at least 8 of her, like 7 or 8 of her kids and her, only Americans. So no, she can't just go back to Germany. She'd literally have to get a work visa and a permit to be in Germany for more than a couple months. Now I can move to Germany, live there indefinitely. I'm a born German citizen. That can't be taken away from me. As is my son. It is funny though that her kids and grandkids are German and she's not anymore. But yeah, she had to renounce to become an American citizen.
Wow. So, okay, so she seems stuck. Do you think she resents your dad because of the amount of kids that you guys had and having to? I mean, that's stressful. It's stressful having.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Do you think that's part of why she resents him?
No, I don't know. I don't really care why, to be honest. They have a horrible marriage. They both are constantly at each other's throats. I don't really care about diving deep into the why. It just is. They hate each other. Their marriage sucks. My dad currently is a literal basement dweller. They have like a 2-story house with a basement. He lives in the basement. My mom has her own bedroom on the 2nd floor. He's down in the basement recording his schizophrenic rants about my Uncle Clint. Those weird schizo videos, that's him. That's literal basement dweller Pastor Anderson screaming at his camera about my brother stole my kids because his kids don't want to live with him. It's like no.
Wow. All right. So when you think of the NIFB movement, you automatically think Steven Anderson. What do you think all this means?
Of course.
What do you think all this means for the NIFB?
I think the NIFB is a stupid thing. I think it's retarded, and I'll explain why. I thought the entire point of being an independent Baptist is being independent. By saying old IFB, new IFB, they are literally creating a thing. These guys are in, these guys are out. They're literally creating their own denomination, and it's not independent. How is it independent? You know what I mean? What's independent about the new IFB? Because if they're literally going, and now there's going to be guys like Pastor Salvador Alvarez, Pastor Jason Robinson, I think Pastor Tommy McMurtry already left. Any pastors, probably Pastor Burson too, is about to get booted.
What?
They're then going to get kicked from their movement, and guys that are still friends with them are not going to be on my dad's buddy list or whatever, anyone who still hangs out with them. So they're literally, there's nothing, they need to take the I out of it. It's just the new fundamentalist Baptist. There's no independent. They're not independent at all. Because they're literally going, oh, this pastor's an old IFB pastor. Oh, I go to a new IFB church. My buddy goes to the old IFB church. Then they're not independent. Why can't you just be Baptist? I go to my Baptist church, you go to yours. But I think their new IFB is stupid. So yeah.
Is there any pastor or
I'm sorry,
elder?
I'm getting a delivery. I got to get my door real quick. One
That's
second.
fine. Go right ahead. And for all of you guys out there who are just tuning in, go ahead and share this if you want to, and like and leave a comment. I guess I can check some of the comments that have been going on out in the audience. All right, we're looking good.
I'll be right back in 1 second. Sorry.
Hey, no problem, man. All right. And we'll be sure to put an edited copy up of this later.
All right, what's up?
All right. So is there any pastor or elder that your dad submits to or would take the advice of? Someone who, if they did say you should step down, he would listen?
Probably Pastor Jimenez. I think that's probably the one guy, because my dad considers himself better than all the other pastors because he's been doing it longer. Pastor Jimenez, I think, started shortly after my dad. They're very close in age. They've both been doing it for a while. And Pastor Jimenez has a pretty big church, too, because he finds it easy to mock guys like Pastor Robinson, Pastor McMurtry, Pastor Salvador Alvarez. So, because he's a bull, and he goes, oh, my church is bigger than yours. So, well, I guess Joel Osteen's a better pastor than you, right, buddy? Because he has a bigger church than you, too, doesn't he? If we're just going off of raw numbers. Or just, I've been pastoring longer than you. Because he's going, Salvador who? Because he's just, he's an idiot. So I'm guessing probably Pastor Jimenez, if he, did the right thing and stood up and called it out. Because I know this. Do you think Pastor Jimenez thinks it's okay to beat your wife? He's not a dirtbag like Jonathan Shelley. He doesn't think it's okay to beat your wife. I know he doesn't. He just doesn't want to speak out against my dad because maybe he's worried my dad's going to make a meme about him. I don't know. If he's watching this, Pastor, I really hope you will do the right thing and, speak up, because I know he doesn't beat his wife or kids that way, and I know he never would. And I know he knows it's wrong. So why doesn't he speak up and say something? I wish he would. He needs to do the right thing and throw Jonah off that boat as fast as they can, lest their whole ship sink.
Well, and it seems like maybe a quarter to a third of your dad's airtime was throwing other pastors under the bus. He's not qualified for this. He's not qualified for that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was before your dad's skeletons fell out of the closet. How does his sermons change now? It's going to be a little bit harder to disqualify everyone around you when you yourself look very disqualified.
I'm not sure, to be honest. He's not very consistent with his own standards. So, I guarantee, who knows? I think he's on borrowed time at this point.
Do you think he knows that?
Probably, because he looks more unhinged every time. He doesn't look like he's sleeping very well, does he? Every video I see of him, he looks worse. And now he's already deactivating, getting off social media and stuff because he probably can't take the heat or whatever. Someone probably commented. Because I know on his Facebook posts, they look like there's resounding support because he is blocking everybody. He's deleting comments and blocking. For future reference, any of my Facebook posts, I don't delete any comments. You leave a hate comment, I will leave it up so everybody can see what a real piece of work you are. If you leave some disgusting hate comment, I'm going to leave. My dad deletes all. So yeah, he has unanimous support. Yeah, because he deletes and blocks everybody who doesn't agree. If you even ask him questions at church, you'll get kicked out as well. He's thrown out Solomon because Solomon didn't back him on his brother needing to die or whatever. So yeah, he has unanimous support because if you don't agree with him, you get blocked and deleted instantly. So it's very easy to project. He has unanimous support of everybody he didn't get rid of.
Yeah, and that's a scary thought. And now it seems like his circle is going to become smaller, so that probably means it's going to be like the ultra loyal of the loyalists. So I don't even know. Do you think
I think they're called sycophants, or I prefer the word retard. It's a more common word.
So do you think there's anyone at the church left who could keep your dad hinged?
Probably not. He's surrounded by yes men. I almost feel sorry for my dad because he doesn't have any friends. All he has is yes men who are using him, okay? He's got his goons like Corbin Russell, Chris Segura, Ramon Ventura, Raymond Cooper, Anselm. He's got a bunch of stupid goons who back him up implicitly. And Chris Segura knows what I'm saying is true because I told him this crap almost 3 years ago when I ran into him at a jiu-jitsu tournament. He knows this is some new story. I wasn't talking to a transvestite then, was I, Chris? I was talking to you, and he just made excuses. He knew it was all true. He didn't claim I was exaggerating or embellishing. He just goes, oh, well, my dad was worse. It's like, well, I didn't say your dad should be a pastor, buddy, did I? So no, he's got his stupid goons. He's got that fat retard Corbin Russell. Which Corbin Russell, here's what you know about him. If you've ever seen the back of his head is completely flat. So that's like a sign of stupidity usually, if someone's head is completely flat. I'm not trying to sound like a phrenologist because I think that's pseudoscience.
Hey, that's all right.
If that's what happens when you let your babies sleep on their backs too much, guys, it flattens their head out. And I know in Germany they say that's why Turkish people are so stupid because they all sleep on their backs as babies and it flattens their heads out and makes you stupid. But Corbin Russell, whatever part of that brain he has is missing, and that glutton needs to. Part of what it is too is, let me go off on these guys. The reason why my dad is backed by goons like Raymond Cooper and Corbin Russell is both of those guys were miserably failing in the private sector working. I worked with Raymond Cooper. I was 15. He was, I think, either 21 or 22. Guess what we were doing? We were digging ditches for minimum wage. And the guy we were working for wouldn't even employ Raymond full time to dig ditches for minimum wage. These guys are not well qualified to work in the private sector. My dad actually made good money on his own. I remember Corbin Russell was borrowing money from my dad and stuff when he was earlier in the church. He had to borrow money from my dad. So these guys, my dad pays them more than they would earn working a regular job, basically. So if my dad's church collapsed somehow and Corbin Russell and Raymond had to get jobs, they would be losing a lot of money. Because if I remember correctly, they both were just like grunt workers. They were just like laborers. They were just blue collar grunts without any like particular skills that would, make them be able to support large families. I'm sure, I'm saying this because Corbin was on Jonathan Shelley's stupid live stream last night talking crap about me. So I'm glad you found my Reddit, Corbin. He's talking, Isaac promotes steroids on Reddit. No, I don't promote steroids on Reddit. And you're morbidly obese. I don't want to take your health advice, you clown. He's over here. He should know that obesity shortens your lifespan on average by more than being a chain smoker. Literally, literally being a chain smoker will have less effect on your life expectancy than being obese, Corbin. So no, I'm glad you're stalking and you trawled my Reddit and found me on a steroid subreddit, you absolute buffoon.
All right, so your dad, I mean, whether you love him or him, a lot of Christians have been influenced by his teachings, some good, some bad. How do you go through now and cipher out what Steven Anderson doctrine was good biblical doctrine and what was just crazy Steven Anderson doctrine?
Read your Bible. Read the Bible. I read my Bible. I can tell you which of my dad's stuff is true and which isn't. It's the ones that he can back up from the Bible. And some teachings he can back from the Bible, others he can't. Obviously, like things like once saved, always saved, soul winning, stuff like that. That kind of stuff, yeah, he can back it up in the Bible. He's right about post-trib rapture and stuff, but you can back that all biblically. Like, if you can basically read your Bible, fact it. When my dad goes, oh, beating your wife might not be that bad because the Bible on it, like, that's such a stupid thing to say, because you know what the Bible also doesn't mention? Pedophilia. Are we going to say that the Bible? Well, the Bible's quiet on pedophilia. I personally wouldn't have sex with a 10-year-old, but hey, if you do it, the Bible is quiet on that, so I don't really want to weigh in, do I? I'm sure that's probably Jonathan Shelley's doctrine next week, with the way he thinks, that if the Bible doesn't just explicitly say thou shalt not, that, well, I don't really get to condemn it, even if I wouldn't do it myself.
On the other,
these guys are going to be Islam. They're going to be Islamists soon at this rate. They're going to be Muslims with the way they're talking about beating women.
If your dad converted to Islam tomorrow, then all of those NIFB pastors who follow him would be Muslim a week from now. I agree with you.
Inshallah, Jonathan Shelley will revert very soon. Yes.
I don't think his doctrine holds water in a bucket.
Oh, that guy's a clown. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have any doctrine. He's literally just going, well, I don't want to weigh in. Like, retard, you did weigh in. Like, I'm tired of these guys saying now they don't want to weigh in. Like, you waited. You called me and my brothers Absalom and Shimei, and you're calling us names, talking crap about us. And then suddenly, when it comes out that it's true, they go, well, I don't really want to weigh in. This isn't my place to talk about. It's not my church, not my problem. Which, of course, all that's doing is just letting everyone know Jonathan Shelley is a haven for wife beaters. Even pastors with no affiliation to my dad should go, hey, guess what? We might be new IFB or whatever, but no, wife beaters not welcome at my church. Take that to faithful word.
In any of these interviews you've done, is there anything that you regret have saying, or is there anything I'd said and didn't think of at the time?
I can't think of anything I regret saying. No, not really. I mean, everything I've said is true.
Yeah.
So, and obviously I'm aware that I come across, and I'm sure somebody's going to be whining that it's wicked that I call Jonathan Shelley a spineless coward. No, it's more wicked that Jonathan Shelley is a spineless coward. He's a pastor. He's not supposed to be a spineless wimp, and that's what he is. He's a wimp. And then I wish guys like Pastor Aaron Thompson and Pastor Jimenez, would do the right thing and speak up like they ought to. I know Pastor Berzins. Oh, by the way, on this too, I was talking to a guy. He got kicked out from the FWBC listeners group because he just shared the sermon that Pastor Berzins preached, where he just said it's not okay to beat your wife. He just posted the link to the sermon, and he literally got banned from the FWBC listeners group. And mind you, Pastor Berzins has not been reprimanded by my dad or anything yet. Not yet. He probably will be, because he thinks it's not okay to beat your wife. But he literally just preached a sermon about why it's not okay to beat your wife, which is the bar is super low here. Like, he's really a controversial doctrine, right? Hey guys, don't beat your wives. Pretty basic stuff. He doesn't mention my dad. He doesn't condemn my dad's sermon. He just, hey, it's not okay to beat your wife, and you'll get banned from this group if you share that link.
If the
NIFB pastor preaching a sermon on this.
But if the NIFB collapses now, because your dad is their most powerful figure, where do they go? Where do you suggest NIFB franchise? Where do you suggest they go?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, obviously, like, I wish I lived near some of the actual good pastors, like Pastor Robinson, Pastor McMurtry, Pastor Berzins, Pastor Alvarez. Those are churches I'd like to go to. I live in Arizona. We don't have any here, so I'm not sure.
Does this change your view on pastors? Your dad's been world at times, especially in the Baptist movement, and knowing how he was behind closed doors, and has that changed how you look at other pastors? Do you assume all of them are wife beaters behind closed doors now?
No, definitely not. I don't assume they're all wife beaters. Definitely not that. I mean, some of them I definitely have suspicions of because, if someone's going to say it's not that bad, you know what I mean? If they're going to say it's not that bad, then I have my suspicions about you now, Jonathan Shelley. But
Well,
yeah,
and your wife is part of your flesh. She's bone of your bone, flesh of your flesh. Who would harm
sorry,
themselves?
my light died here. Well, once again, as I said, these dudes have been reading too much NIV. They're beating their body and being it their slave. It's literally they're just reading. That's NIV. I
Yeah.
thought that's why we're KJV only, so we don't come up with stupid doctrines like that about beating your body and making it your slave. That's what they're doing. They literally beat their wife and make it their slave. It's insane.
Yeah. And okay, your dad, that's another good point, because with the King James only movement, your dad's one of the biggest advocates there too. Does this affect
Of
any
course,
ground in that movement? Do people take
I
another
don't
look
know,
at
to be
that and
honest.
say, is it serious?
So I think my dad is right that the KJV is the best thing. Now,
Mhm.
I'm not one of those people who's going to say you're not saved if you read the NIV. I'm not that hardcore about it. Obviously, the NIV has verses that have been critically changed. There's verses missing altogether and stuff.
Mhm.
I also like the way the KJV reads and sounds. Maybe that's because what I've always read, but it has the most like gravitas of any of them. It's good. It sounds right. It sounds better. I like the KJV. I think it's by far the best translation, and it's not even close. That's just my opinion on it. Well, I don't think it's an opinion. It is the best translation and stuff. But here's the thing: probably over 90% of the NIV is still not different enough to be an issue. Now, obviously, there are a few key verses that have been removed and changed, so I would never read an NIV. But there's some guy reading a New King James version or something. I'm not just going to rain hellfire. I'm glad he's reading any Bible, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I'd rather a guy reads the New King James than no Bible at all. Because most of the New King James or even the NIV, the ESV, most of it is still unchanged. And I'm sure his clowns are going to call me a heretic liberal now or something.
I was gonna
Because I've said
ask,
that.
have you ever said that around your dad and you lived to tell this tale? Like,
I don't remember, to be honest. Obviously, I don't read these other Bibles. I have a KJV. That's
Yeah.
all I read.
Yeah.
But let's be honest here, most of them, most of the other versions, most of it is still not different enough to be a significant thing, right?
Yeah.
It's not significant enough to be a big deal. No, yeah, obviously, I wish they didn't take like the 20 verses out. And obviously, the verses like about beating your body and making it your slave, that literally supports what my dad teaches. Crap like that, I'm not a big fan of that. And I think that they're lower quality translations. They just don't sound as good.
Yeah. The King James is very poetic. It sounds
Right.
like what you would imagine God talks like.
It sounds grandiose and stuff. Yeah, it sounds more serious. It doesn't read like a comic book or something, or like
Yeah.
or like a light. It's not light. It's supposed to be a heavy book.
I mean, I'm
So,
like you, man. I think the NIV is the non-inspired version, but if a new
of
believer
course,
is going to read the NIV and they're just eating it up, God bless you. Go for it, man. You read that
right. And
NIV.
maybe if I knew a guy who would, I'd get a better one and maybe
Yeah.
explain to them why. But if they're screaming, "Oh, you can't even go to a church," but listen, maybe the best church in your area is an NIV church. Maybe it's not ideal,
Yeah.
but maybe the best church you have. Maybe the best church you have is an NIV church.
Yeah.
I might add, my dad lies about getting his post-trib doctrine. Let's go off on this. He claims he came up with it when he was 12. No, he didn't. He learned it at his new IFB church, not new IFB, sorry, at his NIV preaching church when he was 12, because his NIV Baptist pastor preached about the post-trib when he was 12, and that's where he learned it from.
I'll be
So
honest.
yeah,
I always thought he got the
so
post-trib
much
from
for
Kent Hovind.
yeah. No, he got it when he was 12 or 13 or so, going to an NIV preaching Baptist church.
Wow.
I'm sure he's going to lie about that, but that goes to prove my point that, yeah, NIV is not a good translation, not a fan, but there is still some good. My dad he learned the truth there. And that particular church preached better on the post-trib out of the NIV than most Baptists are preaching with the KJV.
Yeah.
Obviously, I would not read anything else besides the KJV, unless
Sure.
I was maybe stuck on an island and all I had was the New King James. Yeah, I'd probably read that instead too. But besides that, I would always read the KJV. That's all I read. That's all I do. But they are a little too dogmatic about it. I remember my dad was so pissed because the Babylon Bee made an article about him. Pastor Anderson goes back to the KJV to help understand context of the original Greek or something. And my dad was so pissed, but it's like, dude, it's a joke. It's satire. If they actually thought that, it wouldn't be on there. Like, the very fact that it's on there means that that's not actually true.
And
But
that's
he was so
publicity.
mad about that. He cannot take a joke at all. Like he loves to dish it, but as soon as the Babylon Bee, like he was years later whining about the Babylon Bee making fun of him, which obviously it's hilarious. It's like, hey, Pastor Anderson goes back to the KJV or whatever when preaching in Greek. It's a joke, but he can't take a joke, unfortunately.
Yeah. It seems like he would kind of be the type that can't take a difference of opinion and doctrine either. Like, is that
Yep,
dangerous
yep.
sharing a different doctrine in his church?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, it depends on the doctrine. Like, if you just disagree with him on something, he's probably not going to freak out. But he doesn't like he has to be right about everything. So yeah, he does not tolerate disagreement well. Of like people who don't agree with him, he gets like really worked up about it. Like I remember, I think he said it was blasphemous because Solomon said King David is basically just like Andrew Tate, as they're both just degenerates or whatever, because they was making fun of. And my dad's like, I was like, no, because we don't worship King David, dude. Like, it's
Yeah.
obviously he was just a stupid, like, in terms of being just a wretched womanizer or whatever. So,
Everything considered, Isaac, do you feel like you had a good childhood? I mean, I'm
I
sure there
mean,
were great times, but did you and your siblings have good times together?
I definitely had good times with my siblings, yes. So, and I don't, I don't want to go back to my childhood ever, not even for a day. So, not it
Yeah.
wasn't good in that sense. Like my life is so much better now. Obviously, the way my life currently is, I mean, I have a house. I have a place to live. I own my car. I own my own motorcycle. Right. I have a good job. I have a wife. I have a healthy son. I'm healthy. Everything's going well for me in life. So obviously I'm better off than a lot of people who weren't abused, but I can only imagine how much better things would have been if had I had a proper upbringing. Because shortly after I was 18, like literally like matter a couple days after I was 18, I was living on my own. I had no car. I had a dirt bike and maybe a few $100s to my name. So had I had
Hi.
Hello. Oh,
How
are
are
you
you today?
outside?
No,
Your
this is
sound is
inside my
very.
house. You know.
Oh, okay. Your sound is kind of. It's a bit difficult to hear. Ooh.
How are you
Can you
today?
hear me better now? Test 1 2 1 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes. No, I'm
What's
inside
wrong
my
here?
house. It's very nice. An indoor atrium. We got it installed recently. I think it might be a little outside of the zoning regulations of the city, but I just can't help for that one. So, as we know, somebody that can violate the zoning regulations, it can't. How's everybody doing today?
It is a bit difficult. Oh, we're good, I think.
Good. Good. That's good. Azo, are you gonna come on here so I can steamroll you by saying one thing to you?
I think I'm here.
Oh, is he here right now?
Yeah, are you there, Ansel? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Oh dear.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Are you
Am I
alright, Ansel?
ambushing? Is this an ambush?
Where
Yeah, we're gonna get you.
That's right.
where did he go?
Oh, he had to go lick his wounds
How
from
are
the
you,
absolute
little guy?
thrashing I gave him in the chat. That's okay. It happens on occasion, That's alright.
What happened between him and him?
I don't even know. Like, I was just saying the missing mod, Big Bad Mama was saying, I don't think that they're entirely honest with opinion about Kent, just insofar as the fact that, in my opinion, I think Missing Mod allows for a lot of Kent Hovind's flaws to exist and kind of excuse them off of the basis that she thinks that he does a lot of good work towards his ministry and how he affects the world through his ministry. is what I've gathered through my conversations with her over time. And I disagree with that. And Azo, I think, said something earlier in the chat, and he can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I believe he said something to the effect of, "Oh, does Missing Mod ever get a break?" Joking around, I was like, "Does the White Knight Arbor chase at all?" or something like spouting out about. He starts like spouting off about me being a dickhead and this and that and the other thing, and it just like started escalating from that point forward. And I'll admit, you know, I made a comment, but I thought it was pretty obviously like a joking comment because he had made just the one statement himself. "Oh, did Missing Mod get a break?" I've made that exact same kind of White Knight comment towards all sorts of other people in this community over way less. Because I'm somebody that thinks that absurdist humor is something that's funny. But I guess he didn't interpret it as funny. So, I don't know. He's more than welcome to come on the panel. We can talk it over, but I'll give him a few
He
minutes
is
to come
already
on.
on here.
He's here.
He's on here right now. No, I get that. But I mean, I'll give him an opportunity to speak. That's what I mean.
Oh,
And if he's not interested in doing that, then I'm sitting here in a nice idyllic spot. Kind of want to get back to scooting rather than engaging in a stupid internet argument. So I'll give it the 5 minutes that it really deserves to have our little spat, and then I think I'll be on my way.
I mean,
Where are you going?
it's easy in text format for things to give.
Yeah, but it's more time consuming, you know? Oh, you mean misconstrued? Because there's like there's like no tonality there. Because yeah, no, I got it.
Exactly.
And if it's just nothing but a misunderstanding, that's fine, that's fair enough. But that's also something that could be resolved if we just talk it over here. It's going to be a lot less time consuming to do it that way. And I'm just more interested in that than sitting here and texting back and forth for the next 10 minutes about this, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So that's up. I think I could have swore that he was like in the chat while he's on here. He's like, "Yeah, I'm good." So yeah, he's in the chat. He's not saying anything on the actual stream itself. The word collateral offends me. Oh, sorry, did I not do the voice? The word collateral offends me, big bad mama. Oh, grace and peace to you, for Charles here. Aiden, that comment that you said about Azo's age also offended me. I'm a horrible ageist. I'm sorry. I'll admit it here and now.
Having technical difficulties is the best thing that could have happened to this show, says Chuck. Chuck is such a rascal.
That's so sweet, Chuck. Thank you. Chuck's always here. You know, he's always here like the dad that he is, you know. So like, but he's like a 50s dad. You know, you don't know if he's gonna like ruffle your head or if he's gonna like wallop you over the head. And you know, like there's a charm to that you can appreciate. You know. It didn't create a generation of horrifically traumatized people. It's fine. Okay, it's quirky. I mean, even if I'm having technical difficulties, I'm still more present on the show itself than Azo right now. What the heck?
Where did you go, Azo? Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Where's Ron? Where's Ron? Where's Ron?
Sorry, Mud, didn't mean to White Knight. Oh my god, are you still saying that? Oh my gosh. It was a joke. You're talking about snowflake this, snowflake that. Buddy, it's a joke. It's okay. wasn't being serious. You really are starting to chafe right now, but it's not from the white knight armor, if you catch my drift.
Oh, he's on the
Oh,
phone.
he's on the phone.
One sec, on the phone.
Ah,
Uh,
I didn't quote unquote defend him. Oh God, Peter, Peter, please. Don't do it, Peter.
Oh,
Gun down.
uh-oh.
Put the gun down.
oh, oh wait. Sorry. I had myself muted.
Oh.
Did you hear me? Because I was talking, but I had my sound muted, so I was like, I didn't realize it until just now.
No.
Aiden is calm.
Aiden, for
Aiden
the
can say
sanity
what he
of
wants.
everyone
Make
in
him feel like
chat,
a
can you
man.
please spit
Let him
out
be
the
a
microphone
man.
and clean it before you start talking anymore? Because no one in chat is able to hear what you're saying. I don't know what internet you're using, but it sounds like you're on an internet provider that's just been called into action by Donald
I'm on
Trump.
mobile beta
It's horrible.
at the moment. I'm in mobile beta at the moment. I'm
Doesn't mean you
outside. I
have
don't
to
know.
swallow your mic.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
You
swallowing
sound
my
you
mic. I
sound
literally
like
have two
us
hundred.
all the time, and it is kind of annoying because no one can hear what you're saying.
Oh, Peter, that's enough.
Like that. It's
Oh
like
my
that.
God. Take your computer
I
out of
mean,
your butt, Peter.
if it was that,
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
was
I
it
mean,
something I said?
Kent Hovind sounds better at the end of his live stream. I'm just saying.
He has a lapel mic, and that's probably a better microphone than the one that I'm using right now. Well, I
Yeah,
need
but
to
he's
pull it
got God trying to do
because I
things to his
started
voice.
departing,
You don't.
and then I found out.
You don't.
So
Have you checked your inner pocket on your jacket to see whether or not your mic is there? I don't know where your mic is or why you keep rubbing it, but
It's
Oh no, I wasn't rubbing it. I literally took it out.
oh,
this
there
is
he
so much
goes.
better.
I changed my phone.
Why the
Perfect.
hell do you
No,
put
I had
a
a
microphone
button
in
because
your
I was on
ear?
my scooter and I can't exactly like have my phone in one hand and like scoot with the other one
Yes,
simultaneously.
but why did you put your microphone in your ear? That's what I want to know. That's not.
It's
You
a
should.
bud, right? So like the microphone and the
Yeah.
actual sound component themselves, they're
Not
rather
all,
close.
not all
together
buddies are the
by
same,
virtue
Aiden.
of the electronic. I prefer
I
bud buddies
have
myself,
buddies, but
you know, it is what it is.
I don't have an earbud. What's that? That's sounds like a weird fetish.
When Deviant says your mic is bad, you better listen. Heck
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. So, Aiden, repeat everything you said up until now because no one heard it.
No, that's all right.
See, that's the second time this week that I say something and it leaves Eden speechless. I'm getting good at this. Ah.
It's not a matter. It's not even a matter of leaving me speechless. It's a matter of like, what am I supposed to do? Literally, like, go back and verbatim recount every single thing from the beginning of the conversation.
Yes.
Well, I have
Because
to
if
let
you
you
meant
know,
it,
I'm not
if you
actually
meant
a
what you
cat.
said, it
I'm
would
not a
not
human
be
computer.
easy to recollect everything you said.
If I meant what I said,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he went completely silent.
The third time I made him speechless. Ah.
It's literally the
I'm taking
internet
notes.
losing connection. I'm dropping in and out like mid
Yeah.
sentence here.
Yeah, sure, Aiden.
Because I'm not in a
sure,
good
Aiden.
spot. Hold on, let me show you.
I mean, we all know you're not in a good spot. You're in Alberta. That's the Canadian Bible Belt.
Is it?
Yes.
The Canadian Bible Belt is Sicilian. Thank you very much. So I umbrage that statement. It shows how little you know about Canada.
No.
Just goes to show
Well,
No.
how little you know about Canada.
I've always said that geography is not my subject.
I know. I only know this because I have relatives in Alberta who tell me that it's the Bible Belt in Canada. How do I know this?
Gotcha.
They went there as an atheist. They now all are Christians. Not kidding. Except for one cousin. And he moved back to our old hometown because he couldn't stand what was going on. So, yeah.
As it says in the chat, put religion aside, and BBM and Kant would be besties. Well, I'm sure BBM and Kant would already be like, they could talk about, like, you know, Kantian dialectic. And,
it's pronounced Kant. Pronounced Kant, by the way, not Kant.
Immanuel Kant.
It's Kant because it sounds similar to Kent in that context. He intended it.
Yeah, and it's not called Kant because it sounds similar to Nevermind.
Kant. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to keep it nice, Deviant. Please, I'm doing my very best.
I know, but you also have to know that I was literally born with one foot in my mouth. What can I do?
Yes, well, same here.
Oh, literally. Literally or figuratively.
Now everyone is silent. We're doing well, Deviant.
Yeah.
We stopped the fight.
I'm losing connection like every 10 seconds, so I can't even communicate right here.
Yeah. That's what I would say if I was lost for words.
Yes, Peter, you caught me. This is the conversation where you stumped me, and I totally lost for words.
The second conversation where I stumped you.
Peter, you win. You've got me.
I have.
In reality, I got less
in reality
to work, and I need to get home from where I am right now. Did you see? I tried showing you.
With a scooter like yours, that's a tough challenge.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. That's very nice.
How can we see a skyline when all we're looking at is your profile picture? Where's the skyline in your profile?
Oh, Eric, I have a question. Is your birthday October 15th?
Well, I don't see a
12.
skyline.
It's
that
12.
picture's not even wide enough, Aiden, to see the curve. What are you, 13? Vertical video? Really?
But that's how the cool kids does it.
Yeah. Kids who are not able to twist their wrist. Oh. Aiden is rolling on the floor laughing right now. We can see it. He's streaming it live. Aiden is a Pentecostal atheist. He's rolling on the floor speaking sense.
Dynamic.
Does he dance good as these one guys that I got a video of? They know how.
You guys have a good one. Talk to you later.
Oh, does he?
Later, Aiden.
Don't leave us. Bye. Does he dance as good as these guys?
Wait.
I dance better than those guys.
I still say it's true. White boys can't dance.
What about this guy I got from Big Bad Mama?
Cautious! Gosh, shut up. I can handle it. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Oh, God, that hurts. Oh, God, I'm so tired. Oh, God, I didn't want to lose her. Oh, God, I didn't want to have that pain. Oh, God, no. Oh.
What do you think?
Cautious! Gosh.
Oh, sorry. What do you guys think?
That sounded like Pastor Anderson getting tased in his car. By the way, the video didn't play on my end in Restream, but I did see what was going on in the live stream.
Yep.
Was that about masturbation?
Well, it's hard to tell.
No, I think I saw that clip before. That was about masturbation.
Yeah, but it's some sort of Bible lesson, or maybe.
So I've read the Bible. I'm not sure if there was a lesson about masturbation anywhere in there.
No, it's about polishing your rod.
Ah.
I don't
Jesus, don't forget that part. And the oh.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, weird. Can you imagine? Could that be Aiden if he was a preacher?
Who?
Aiden.
Then there would be chloroform if he had a congregation.
I'm pretty sure that if Aiden became a preacher, he'd be bigger than Kent Hovind.
See, what I don't understand is why people always, want to talk and argue about being master baiters. Like Maud said, we need to talk about the people that take the bait off the hook. There's master debaiters. Also apprentice and novice. There's a whole guild like Deviant was talking about the other night.
Yeah.
on
a slightly different subject, though, but still.
Yeah, of course. And definitely far away from entrance and driveway.
Yes.
Missing Mod says we should watch that Solomon video. So that's what you get when you're not streaming. You had your chance. You took the whole thing down. I even dressed up in my dumpster fire outfit. And what happened? Nothing.
Say what happened?
Missing Maud had a stream and she was over an hour late and then took it down completely.
She needed her rest.
Was it because it Aiden?
I have no clue.
She was sleepy.
I was all ready. I had my whole dumpster fire thing going on.
Who is Solomon?
Anderson.
That's another Anderson.
Solomon is another son of.
Yeah, I've heard 3 of the 4 so far. Then
Anderson.
I just haven't heard Solomon's yet. All of it anyway. I saw a little bit.
Oh wait, so there are
4.
Because there was this guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got what? Isaac, Solomon, Miriam, and John.
Yeah.
I remember watching the video of him on there preaching at the church, and when he was a little kid, and him going to Africa with his dad to preach.
Okay.
I don't know.
The hot Anderson brother.
One thing I do know. There's one thing that I'm proud of my country about. If Anderson would have lived in the Netherlands, he would have been in prison already. And he would have stayed there for a pretty long time.
This is the guy she's talking about.
Yep, that's Solomon.
Yeah, I remember him when he was a little guy. It's just so crazy. What do you think of that?
I'm curious.
Yeah, I just started watching just a bit of this. That's why I actually wouldn't mind seeing this. At least part of it, but it's like what, almost 2 hours long, I think, or I can't remember. I got it saved, but
Yeah,
if his name is Solomon, I want to know how many wives and concubines does he have?
why are you going to get him drop chords
Yeah.
for?
No, because if the count's too low, his dad isn't a real preacher because he gave him the wrong name.
Well, he shouldn't be a preacher anyway, in my opinion. I'm an atheist saying that. He's not even a very good human being, if you ask me.
Well, I don't know. So is this the one with the Nazi tattoo?
No, that's
No.
John.
No.
That's John.
Yeah.
John? Oh. I thought that was
No.
Isaac.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, you just put it up. It's all because of Peter. That's why she's sitting there going, man, do I really want to deal with this? Okay, I'll do. No, can't do it. Oh wait, there's asshole. I'm definitely not doing it. Or she got her popcorn just to watch us to see what we were saying about her. Are they you people? I don't know if I even said anything. I can't remember.
Oh. Look at this.
Oh yeah, now kiss up to her. I got chafing because of this BMM.
Beep 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 beep.
Yeah, he looks just like he did when he was a kid, but
Gonna have to have Maud come up here and do her BMM entrance song.
yeah, this is crazy. I remember him when he was a little guy.
For Lego stop motion videos, stuff like that. So I'll just give everybody a quick update on what's going on in my life. You know, I moved out from my parents' house maybe was it 4 years ago? I believe it would have been in 2020. And for the last several years, I've been living on my own in Arizona. I bought a house a couple of years ago, so that's great. I'm a plumber. I do well at that. So I'm making a good living for myself. I'm married. I'm sure some of you did see that. That's one of the few times I've appeared anywhere online. And it's to my wife, Chloe. And, you know, we have a great marriage. I have a great home. And overall, I would just say my life is going pretty well. Again, I don't feel the need to broadcast the details of my life. That's why I don't have anything like Instagram or other social media. But as far as my personal life is concerned, there's nothing really interesting on that front. I'll bring up any other details about my life as necessary.
I didn't know one of his sons lived in the red light district.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you have red lights in your house? That's something I'm probably too old to understand why that someone would do that.
I have no idea. I think it's because of age.
I have no clue.
Oh.
Is he pretending to be in hell already? What's going on here?
It's cozy. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is in your country. In my country, that color lighting has a meaning.
Of course,
And it's always the same meaning too.
Yes, but remember, you come from the land
Oh,
of
degenerate.
the red light district.
Yeah.
Here,
First,
it's not legal, and
isn't?
no, but it's not illegal. It's illegal to sell, but it's not. It's illegal to buy, but not to sell.
See, here it's only illegal if you get caught.
What did you say, Aso? It's illegal.
Said here it's only illegal if you get caught.
Oh.
Well, if you don't get caught,
then it's chuka 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 chuka.
You pull a train? Oh wait, that's
completely.
a different topic.
It's completely legal here. The government has figured out that there are taxes to be
Yes, Mott.
gotten. So
They're everywhere.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't figured that one out here. But at least
in all
at least
fairness,
it's not illegal.
making it legal means that the women are protected.
Yes.
So, and I think that that's a good thing.
Yeah. Me too.
What they made Steve Anderson.
Well,
We
they
already
should.
They
have.
should have and banned
We
them.
already have that. We all. I think what 2016 or something.
Oh, you banned him? He's banned from.
Yeah, he's banned from the Netherlands. The moment that he announced that he would come here, and he wasn't even coming here to stay. I think he was
Passing
on a
through.
flight that was supposed to land
Was
in
it Africa?
the Netherlands, and then he would be on a flight out of here on a different plane, and they even banned him for that. He had to take a different flight. I like that.
Is Kent Hovill banned?
Kent?
I doubt it. He should be.
I don't
Yeah.
know. So there was a Dutch guy who used to run the website drdino.nl. NL stands for Netherlands. And he has since abandoned Hogan's teachings. So I have no clue.
Well, he's banned from Sweden. I banned him personally.
And Russia. Don't forget. I guess automatically she thinks they lump together, and we're Americans. Not Mr. Dutch boy, but
I actually don't band us together with Russia because Russia has betrayed us.
oh, they're on.
I mean,
Yeah.
Russia's planning to nuke the Netherlands. So I think
Yeah,
I'm
they're
still
planning
proud
to
of my
nuke
country.
Sweden as well. So
Yeah.
I take that as we're not party buddies anymore. I won't have a beer with you.
The
or
Dutch have
vodka.
issued an arrest warrant against Putin, which is why he can't travel to certain countries anymore.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What about Father Russia? Can you go there?
They got divorced. That's how you got
Oh.
Sweden.
Hey, that's
Sorry.
not the history I told you.
I forgot. Sorry. I was sick and I had a birthday. I'm 60, so I don't remember when my birthday was. So
Yeah.
I'd make you a
Excuses,
sandwich for free
excuses.
wearing regular clothes, though. Oh, that is so sweet. Can you make everybody one while you're at it? I mean, just what, 14, 20 sandwiches will do it? Yeah, I bet you most people, Bon, you need to explain what a router is probably to some people because they're probably thinking it's their internet connection. Well, how did that hurt his hand? Yeah, but routers aren't to mess with. I got my hand stuck in a belt sander once. A mobile, or not a mobile one, a stationary one. That wasn't fun. Lost 2 nails.
Oh, and what happened between you and
I don't know. What happened? Did I miss something?
Like he came here and wanted to talk.
Oh, well, sorry about his luck then.
Oh, sorry. Were you two fighting?
I don't fight people that are unarmed.
Okay,
no, but I know how to.
He's not unarmed. He has 2 arms, but he can only see with 1 eye.
Yeah, I just know how to deal with people like him. You ignore them and the fire dies out. They go after somebody else usually. I'm just not going to lower myself that far. Give me a real reason to get in a fight with somebody, then fine. Okay, I'm old. Ooh.
You're not old. You're only 30.
I'm old. 30, yes, that's right. Yeah, then last night, get this. I forgot. I'm sitting here with our 4-hour stream last night, and all of a sudden I get something on Discord. I look at it, and it's a picture of Joe sent me a picture of himself, which I know why, but we were talking about something earlier, and I kept thinking, wow, do I cut a hole in it? Is that my birthday blowjob? Sorry, Gangster. He hasn't replied to me. I think he's got me banned again. No, I can see him.
Who is?
Oh, sorry about that. this guy right here, Solomon, I guess Miss Ma likes him.
He's hot, she said. The hot son.
What do you think, Ms. Outcast?
I think he might still be wet behind the ears.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who he is. I'm guessing he's his son. His Solomon guy.
Mod or Deviant?
Other than that, he's a kid.
Yeah, Solomon seems like he has a better disposition, I think, than definitely Isaac. Not so aggressive.
Yeah.
He never seemed
Yeah.
like aggressive type of guy. Oh, guess who's here?
Who? I just said Joe. Oh, I guess you may not know Kentucky Atheist is Joe. He's the one who sent me the picture.
A nude picture?
No, just a regular. He's just sitting there.
No,
I mean, there's a reason he sent me. I'm not going to say why. I'm not going to.
I'm messing with both of you.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like you didn't have the baby oil out or nothing like that. I mean, yeah. Trust me, I wouldn't be able to see him come in here if he did that because he could have been blocked.
Missing
Well, I
Mod
guess Miss
says.
Mod's in love with
Missing Mod says he's of age. Are you a cougar, Missing Mod? I did not know.
So what do they say? Half your age plus 7.
But she only looks
Half
20.
your age plus 7 is what?
That's how you figure out if someone is too young for you or if you are too young for someone else.
I'm still worried about it.
That's me off the hook then.
Nudes.
It's me off the hook then, twice.
Damn. Hey, I got a GoFundMe account I just started. I'm not going to tell you why I need it. But I swear it's very important. It's more important than getting facial hair removed.
Look at Miss Mod's news person she's stalking. I mean, person she loves.
But
That's true, Ma.
honestly, yeah, I'm doing good. And just kind of a status update. I'm doing good. And because of that, I now consider my parents, their family, all that stuff to be more of like an extended family drama kind of thing. And ever since moving out, I've been attending my dad's church, Faithful Word Baptist Church, and until very recently, I was on great terms with my parents. Again, I'll get into all the details of this as we go on. But yeah, overall, for the last several years, I've been going to Faithful Word Baptist Church. I've been hanging out with my parents. I've been living a good life. Everything is great. Now, somewhat recently, my brother Isaac ended up doing an interview with that YouTuber Dead Domain. I'm sure, again, if you're seeing this, you probably know what I'm talking about. And he essentially talked about some of the more unsavory aspects of our home life growing up, the aspect of child rearing, aspect of, I don't think he spoke about their marriage, but I know for a fact that my brother John did in the video that he made a lot more recently, which was a much more negative, very attacking sort of video, going into all the worst stuff. My sister Miriam recently made a video as well, which is understandable given the fact that she's essentially on the run from my parents. Now, I don't want to spoil what I'm going to go into later, but just right off the bat, she's not abducted. She left. She is safe. She's healthy, and she is wherever she is of her own free will. And where that is not your business. Now, anyway, I'm going to try to give a little background to this whole situation because the reason that I'm making this video, essentially the sort of central thesis, so to speak, is as of September 5th of this year, I am kicked out of Faithful Word Baptist Church, and I have not spoken to my father since that time. Now, why is that, you might be asking? And the reason for that is because I told my mom, his wife, that I sided with my uncle when it comes to the whole my uncle and Miriam situation. I felt like what he did in that situation was the right thing to do, and my parents found that to be such a wrong opinion that it was worth throwing me out of the church for. So, why would I side with my mom instead of my sister? Well, again, I don't want to get into all the details of that whole situation because I wasn't a part of it. My sister, she made her own interview. She talks about this in much greater detail, and I don't want to just be regurgitating things that I heard from other people. But those things that I've heard from other people, my brother, my uncle, my sister, as well as my parents' perspective on it, has led me to believe that what he did, my uncle, in that situation was correct. So, for a little bit of background, if you somehow didn't hear about that, I'll just explain sort of my understanding of the situation. Was that while staying in South Carolina with my uncle, which she greatly enjoyed, I might add, she was at some sort of Christian camp, and some series of events led to a CPS case report being opened. And the reason for this is because apparently camp counselors are mandatory reporters of child abuse. So if they see something, they have to say something, sort of thing. And apparently my sister had said something that had led a camp counselor to file a CPS report. Now, from what I can gather, and again, I don't know any of this for sure, it seems like she might have said something to a fellow camper and that got overheard by a counselor. There's a chance that she may have told a counselor some kind of a story or whatever. I don't think that she was at all trying to, let me rephrase that, she was not trying to get the CPS involved in the sense of, at that time, she had no interest in getting their kids taken away or getting the CPS involved. And the reason that is that when the CPS became involved, she didn't feed them anything to go off of. Because regardless of what you in internet land think about what proper child rearing looks like, what proper punishment looks like, let me be clear, the CPS could have done a lot more if she was totally feeding them tons of stories, tons of like the craziest moments from the childhood, let alone if she was to just start lying and making stuff up, if she was just being malicious. That's
Brother back.
Howdy, howdy.
What you
Howdy,
doing there,
howdy,
little guy?
howdy.
I am going to pick up Tammy's prescription at the CVS.
Oh.
Hey, can you pick mine up while you're there?
Yeah, I got you.
Drop them off on the way back.
I got you.
Thank you.
It's gonna
No,
cost
Miss
you.
Watt likes
It's okay. You may not like the payment, but I got payment.
Look, we take checks and all major credit cards. We're working on EBT.
Christian,
one that says
sorry,
Christian
I
Lights on it. Can I use
misunderstood
it?
what you typed in chat earlier.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
You know me too well. But you typed it in there. That wasn't my fault.
I feel like it was still your fault.
No.
Like if I was like, hey guys, how are y'all doing this morning? You'd be like, is that what the kids are calling it now?
No, you literally typed in there, sometimes you have to come upside your wife's head. That's what you typed.
That's a southern way of saying, slap them and knock them around. That's what it means.
Yeah, that's not what it means.
Sure.
That's not what it means.
All right, we'll split the blame 50-50.
Okay, we'll do that. Can live with that.
Yeah, this guy, Simon, is Miss Maud's new crush. She's going to start stalking him now.
Interesting.
So, Christian, what's your take on the lighting in that room?
The lighting in that room is somewhere between roofies and chloroform.
Hey, leave my drug of choice out, please. We don't want to educate people about chloroform. It's an essential oil.
He has his own good running business. I think I know what the business is.
I mean, it's possible that
his name is Solomon.
Light bulbs and test them before he boxes them up.
His name is Solomon. What do you think he's doing with all those concubines in the red light?
You know, I feel like I should have never come on this stream. I feel as though I've made a dire mistake.
Phrasing, Christian. Phrasing.
You'd almost think Christian would have his own channel just for that specific reason.
Oh,
I do have a channel. I just don't use it much.
Bird Pike. Yeah, I guess.
I think Bond nailed it.
What?
Oh, sorry, I think Bond nailed it. Bond said the lighting in that room is worse than Aiden's audio. I agree with that completely.
Yeah, but as much as Aiden speaks out his butt, that phone was up there. I swear it was.
Hey, you gonna take
Never has a
that?
colonoscopy.
You gonna sit there at the military museum and just take that? You're gonna sit
already-
there surveying
he
the
already
one and
did.
only Canadian tank and just.
I chastised him enough when he was on. He ran off to the museum.
I learned not to make fun of small countries' armies. I got put in my place.
Yes,
Just a little
sir.
bit.
Yeah, Bird Pike.
Oh, that was a joke, Tim? Sorry, I didn't think it was funny. I didn't even see it. Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
I think Aiden and Hazel was about to get in a fight. Right, Hazel?
No, we weren't. Did you hear me yell at him at all?
No.
Did I reply to him at all?
No.
No.
So now everybody knows the secret to dealing with Aiden.
Okay. Aiden's a crazy little guy. I guess Luke would have to take. He needs to take lessons.
They don't. No, because when you strive for this sort of thing, yeah, it doesn't do any good.
Bird Pike left.
Once again, and stay out, Christian. We're not putting up with that attitude anymore. And for God's sake, put some shorts on, man.
Oh, hi, Tim.
Bye, Tim.
T.I.
Oh, I came in and popped out. Sorry, I was looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, put him out. It looked like somebody came on stage and then left real quick again.
What do you do if we had it where just one-on-one, you versus Bruce? What would you do?
Nothing. I'll do the same thing to Bruce if it come down to, if it was being a serious thing and I was not just kind of like trolling somebody. Ignore him.
Would you ignore Steve Anderson?
Oh, that'd be a hard one. Because there's so many things I'd like to say to that man. I wouldn't even call him a man. Sorry. Man-child.
Would you call him a cat?
No, why you call him cat? Oh, Deviant, don't get mad at him. He's just a child.
We call him Aiden?
No, Aiden hadn't done anything that bad.
Oh, okay.
Just being a kid doesn't mean that he needs to get stoned or. Oh no! The Bible does say, "Don't spare the rod, spare the child." Oh.
What about you spared the Peter and spoiled the...
Hey, no, we don't say that. This is a Christian channel, gangster.
Sorry.
We don't talk about that in here.
Where did Brother Pike go?
I told him to get out. You heard me.
Oh, okay.
He's a good Christian lad that he did as his elders told him to do.
Yeah, that crazy.
Hi, Mod. Come back, and hopefully my chafing's gone so I can white knight for you some more.
Oh.
And that's not even what I was doing. Oh,
What were you doing?
I just seen somebody being a jerk to somebody that had a rough night and diverted the attention. The same thing I do with my son when he's a... Oh, it's my Canadian buddy. Canucker.
Aiden?
Hold on. No. Josh, hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay. Aiden? But why aren't the PGs having a show tonight? Is it because of Peter? Because of
Probably.
You can blame me for everything.
Okay. What do you think of that interview we had with Isaac last night? Was it crazy?
What?
What do you think of his interview with Isaac last night?
There's so much things that I could still say about that interview, because apparently he still has lots of the ideas that he shares with his dad, which I think are bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
oh, Murder Pack.
Hey, sorry guys, I keep getting business calls.
Well, that's all right. We missed you, especially
just
Peter. He missed you.
like pretending to have a good running business as well.
Keep up the charade.
Oh, have you ever seen Pow? Oh, sorry.
What?
Sorry, that's the wrong song. Even out. Oh, sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
Get him,
there.
man. Get him.
Oh, look. Here's
this has been a weird week,
Is that Father
because
Stark
if you
money?
realize that you agree with Matt Powell on a thing, then you have to
You have to kind
go
of
and
double,
reflect.
triple check yourself.
You
You
also
have to
agree that
reflect and see whether or not that's actually true.
Yep.
Mark Stoney is a Jesuit priest. Look, I have proof. Look.
That is proof.
Yeah.
I recently
Mark,
got back
explain
in
yourself.
touch with a Jesuit priest that was lost for some reason. It just disappeared. And I was really upset. Maybe something what happened to him. And then I found him again, and things are okay. So
Oh, that's good.
he's a really good, cool guy, by the way. Not like this guy, who's not cool at all.
What about this guy?
If you would put him in the freezer, he still wouldn't be cool.
What about this guy? I mean, where'd Murder Pike go? Yeah, this is the face you make when you see that Mark's Jesuit. Here's a freedom fighter. There's Aiden as Charles Darwin. There's the gang's all here. They're all here, man. Oh, you want to see a picture when he was a little guy?
I like the picture on that of Kent Hovind where it looks like someone stuck something up his behind or something.
What about when he was a little guy? Little Kent. He's just a little guy. Look.
And Kenty Lynn. Has anyone seen that video that the Proverbs guys put out where they made all these weird AI pictures of Kent Hovind that don't look like Kent Hovind at all?
Oh, the documentary?
No. Hovind even showed that on his channel.
Oh, yeah.
It was embarrassing.
Say what?
Like this?
They made Hovind look like what's his face? The guy who's now the wrestler who's now endorsing Trump, the idiot.
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. Look at Gangster.
Yeah, he married a Scientologist, so I don't know if
He did?
Yep.
Here's a Gangster Steven. He's all gangster.
At least missing a Deviant, we now know where his money is going to go.
Yes.
Because
Exactly.
he's going to lose millions.
Yep.
What about this guy?
For sure.
Look at these three gangsters. Gangster Steven. He's just a gangster. I'm Gangster Steven. You ever seen this guy before?
Yeah.
That guy's
Is that Sir Sick without his helmet on?
Yeah.
Only a few people will get this joke. Deviant got it.
What about
If you don't know who Sir Sick is, SIRSIC, Sir Sick. Just Google it.
What if they Google you?
I am proud to say that before I started using my real name on the internet, I made sure that my real name wasn't anywhere on the internet.
Me too.
So they can Google me, and they have tried. I've had Christians trying to figure out who I was, where I was, trying to find any dirt on me.
I tried.
They couldn't find anything, so they just assumed that I was an out of job university professor, and I'm still liking that, actually, because
I found a little bit more dirt than that on you when I looked you up.
yeah. What did you
I mean, I
find?
had you at a gay zookeeper. And I have been spreading that rumor.
But you haven't found the nudes and the line dancing videos yet.
You don't
Okay,
have to
so
find stuff these
I'm
days.
still
You
good.
just make it with AI.
No, those. So the nude pictures, I don't know. That there might be. I have no clue if anyone shared those.
The thing
But
that's most
no,
concerning is that your
there
favorite
are
kid was
there
the
are
seals.
there are videos of me line dancing on the internet.
What is it about those seals?
What seals?
You know the seals.
At the
No.
zoo.
Yeah, I think we both know which seals we're talking about.
So there's a zoo near where I live, but I don't
I'm
think
sure
they have
there is.
seals.
Not anymore, not after what happened.
It's in Germany. It's in Germany. It's a Nordhorn Zoo.
If it's in Germany, then I'm like afraid to know what you guys have caged up in there.
Wow.
I honestly, this is 10 minutes away from my house, and I've never been there, so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, it's a likely story.
I have been at the Apenhöhl, but I don't think you know what that would be.
Nope.
Christian.
Okay, if not a gay zookeeper, then probably a gay diesel mechanic.
Hey, a gay what?
Diesel mechanic.
No. Hey, Diesel.
You know what I'm
And in all fairness, I can do an awful lot. I'm proud to say that I can do an awful lot. When I was 13, I installed an entire kitchen that includes the gas pipes, everything. I could do that at 13. But give me an engine, and I will completely screw it up for you, because I have no clue what to do with an engine.
If not a diesel mechanic, then you're probably like one of those greeters at Walmart that says "Welcome to Walmart," but also gay.
That couldn't be. But that couldn't be, Christian. There's no Walmart in the Netherlands.
Okay, so maybe there's no Walmart, but you know you're at Aldi. You're like, "Welcome to Aldi." Hey.
But Aldi doesn't have greeters, and even if they had, I'm a little man.
It is true that Aldi does not pay for greeters. That is true. They're very cheap.
I honestly, I'm actually a little man, and you know why? Because of their tools. They've got the best tools for the least amount of money, and they're comparable to DeWalt and Milwaukee, and they're a fifth of the price. So yeah, I'm a little man.
All right, so look.
Maybe
It's not an Aldi greeter, but I think it's pretty obvious to all of us at this point that you are that guy that takes surveys for the city who's definitely gay.
Oh.
In all fairness, I have worked for the city. Do you know
Getting warmer.
what I worked as? I signed up as a kitchen helper for a children's camp that they organize every year for kids that are at a disadvantage. So we're talking about kids who have been sexually abused, physically abused, have parents that are in jail, have parents that don't have a lot of money, those kind of kids. So they can go on a camp for a week for €1. And I signed up as a kitchen helper. And after 2 days, I was put in charge of the entire camp.
Dang.
because my way of dealing with kids was better than anyone else's. And
That's good.
one of the
Yeah, that
things,
failed.
one guy on that camp was a guy who was sexually abused. He was a boy. He was 8 years old at the time. He's now in his 30s. He will still yell when he sees me and catch up with me every single time because of the memories that he had of that 1 week, which to me
good.
is something that there's no money on the planet that can make you feel like that when that happens.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's what Brother
It is.
Pike put up here.
Wait, I did the what?
That's what you put up here. Lupin needs that cash app because of Peter.
He don't work. Oh yeah, no, he definitely doesn't work. No,
Yeah,
Lupin
he
has the
don't work.
perfect to work.
Oh.
Like he breaks out
Pete-
and sleeping until 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the morning if he has to work.
Oh. But Brother Pike, what happened?
Spooky just lost his Christmas present for this year as well. I'm just saying.
Has he ever gotten a Christmas present?
No, he always ruins it just before Christmas like he does now.
That's what I figured.
Yes, he always does that.
Where you go get him for Christmas?
In all fairness, Spooky, I did not blow up 3 houses before I was 16, but I did, and this is a fact, I did total a car before I was 5. Not kidding. And it wasn't my parents' car.
How?
What car was it?
So we were friends with the guy of who owned the grocery store in our street, and he invited me to come along because he was going to the wholesale thing where he got his stuff from. And so I was in his car, which at the time was 2 days old. 2 days. An Audi 100. It was 2 days old. And I crawled from the back seat to the front of the car, and I crawled around on the floor, and with my hand, I pushed down the gas pedal and drove it into a house. I'm not kidding. This actually happened. Car was 2 days old, and it had no front end anymore. And they had to bring out the firefighters to make sure that the house wouldn't collapse because I made a pretty big hole for a guy who wasn't even 5 years old yet.
Oh, I'm proud
yeah.
of you. I'm proud of
That's
you.
why you shouldn't buy an automatic if you don't know how to handle an automatic, because
You shouldn't buy an automatic.
if you have a 4-year-old boy crawling around on the floor who puts your car in drive and then stomps on the gas, yeah, that's what happens.
See, that's what I'm saying. You shouldn't.
I was never
car.
invited to go with him after that anymore.
How strange.
Yes, that's weird. That is weird. Yeah, but this actually happened. And there are no pictures, anything, and I would so have loved to have a picture of that car.
Yes.
Just I like to have memories of my achievements.
Of your destruction.
My best achievements.
In the wake of Peter.
Yeah.
Serious?
Yes.
Peter, who won in a boxing match between you versus Arn Raw?
Arn, hands down. First of all, I can't box, and Arn is about, 4 times my size? I'm skinny. Arn isn't.
But guys like Mayweather can knock out people twice his size. Why can't you?
Now, first of all, because I wouldn't hit Arn.
Oh.
And I think it would be a really dull match anyway, because I don't think Arn would hit me.
What about a boxing match between you?
Arn would insult me off stage, I think.
What about
Given our conversations off air, yeah, that's what he would do.
What if you had a tag team boxing match? You and Aaron Raw versus Lupin and Stephen Bowman.
Oh, we would win before we started, because Lupin would think that sounded far too much like work, so he wouldn't even show up. and Stephen Baldwin, Bolin, I think he would just run the moment he saw Arn in real life.
Yeah, would you ever like it to have those two in a debate together? Debate each other?
No. And I've told, so the only reason Steven comes on a show when I'm around is to try and bait me into setting up a conversation between him and Arn. And I've already told Arn, if this guy contacts you, he's a waste of time. Don't talk to him. Because he is.
Yes.
And even if let's say Steven would like to debate Arn, he'd have to email me. Isn't that sad?
It is.
Steven said you're. I asked him about that before. He said you're scared of him. So.
I'm not scared of him. I will talk to Steven, but he won't talk to me.
Would you ever debate him?
I don't do structured debates because I think they're useless.
Or what about discussion?
Well, it wouldn't be structured because it's Mr. Blowhard.
A discussion.
Mr. Prolapse himself.
Yeah, I would do that on a channel where he does not have the ability to mute people, and with an honest mod that would both mute me and him if we step out of line.
Oh, I have an idea. You can do it on Missing Mod's channel.
Yeah, I'm all up for that.
She's an honest mod.
I'm going to have a discussion on Missing Mod's channel with oh no, I forgot his name. Musics.
Josh Musics.
Josh Musics. I'm looking forward to that because I think Josh is at least someone who's worth talking to.
Oh, you're going
and
to
would be fun talking to. Steven, not so much, but I would still do it. Just to make him look stupid.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't take much to achieve that.
No.
Would you ever debate Iron Raw?
I have debated Arn backstage, but yeah.
What about you versus Steven over Ron Wyatt?
Over Ron Wyatt? Really? Really?
Yeah. He said he found the Ron Wyatt stuff.
The guy that, apart from Kent Hovind, every creationist organization says was one of the biggest liars on the planet and the biggest fake among creationists.
And archaeologists.
Yeah. So he supposedly donated the Ark of the Covenant to the Israeli government, and it's in one of their museums, and the Israeli government have no record of him ever. He never got a permit to do archaeological dig-ups in anywhere in Egypt. All of his work, if at all, was illegal.
Yep.
And if you go back, I used to watch his videos where he was in some kind of hole in the middle of Jerusalem digging for stuff, and you would watch 2 hours and you would find nothing, and then he said, "Come back for the next video," and then he would dig for 3 hours more. He wouldn't get any deeper, or there wouldn't be any new things. You would see the same things you would see in the previous video, and he wouldn't find anything, and then he would declare that he had found something special. I mean, that guy's such an obvious fake. There's just no way.
Oh. But
So,
Steve, he always says that he'll hold the finger of Mrs. Noah and part of the
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, in Turkey, which is, everyone knows that that's just a landslide in the shape of a boat, and because it's in the shape of a boat, it couldn't have been the Ark. But yeah,
Exactly.
never mind. And then he brought back a piece of that Ark in Turkey, and he was really, really hyped up about he had a piece of wood from the original Ark. And then there was an atheist who went on US national TV telling people how he created the wood using chicken shit and coffee to age it, and that he had made the piece of wood that Ron Wyatt had. And to be able to confirm this, he had video of him making that piece of wood and handing it over to the big creationist archaeologist. So yeah, I mean, that was icing on the cake. It
Isaac
was
on
a
the
piece
cake.
of an old, yeah, that was a piece of an old railroad tie from Turkey that was converted into a piece of wood from Noah's Ark. And he waited a couple of months so everyone believed Ron Wyatt that he had a piece of the actual Ark, and then he went on TV and said, "Here's how I made this piece of wood," and then gave it to Ron Wyatt. That was brilliant. I wish I could do something like that one day.
Would you do that to Steven?
Oh, I wish I had a piece that I could give to Kent Hovind and then let Kent Hovind boast about it for a while and then go on video and tell people how I made it. But I'm not smart enough to make something like that. I'll be honest.
Is Miss Outcast ability to do that?
So I would be able to, but I wouldn't do it because I am an archaeologist, and it would be wrong of me to partake in that sort of action. Unfortunately, it would be funny, but morally, I couldn't. It would be wrong. I speak against people like fraudsters like Ron Wyatt, and even though I would do it as a prank and go out and say, "Hey guys, it was a prank," I know I would have contributed to, because people tend to accept what their preconceived notions already tell them, and some people would only listen to the first part and not the part where I say, "Hey, it was just a
Yeah,
hoax."
that's true. By the way, can I just point out, Spooky Bed Hair, did you see what you just did? Making that comment about me, it killed the entire chat. No one has posted anything anymore for 14 minutes
14
upcoming.
minutes. 14 minutes, Spooky.
That's
What are
what you
you
get,
doing?
Spooky, if you talk bad about me. That's what you get.
Crazy guy. Oh, what about if you had a debate against Lupin? A discussion.
It would. Okay, so since recently, a tiny parrot flew on my shoulder and chose to go and live with me, I could have more meaningful conversations with my parent,
Of
who
course.
only knows one word, and I've decided that that's his name, and he says boss. So his name is Boss now. He's trying to get out more words, but yeah, no.
Ta-da! Sorry.
Lupin is a complete waste of time and space and
Yes.
good internet.
Hazel talked to him the other day. Remember Hazel?
Talk to who?
Lupin.
Lupin.
Yeah, not very. I'm done. Is Mark in here? Because I'm waiting for the. But he prayed for you. I'm gonna poke him in the eyeball.
I
gonna
talked to
speedball
him
him.
twice, and I got booted twice because he couldn't answer my questions, and he wasn't up to it. So no, I'm not gonna debate or have a conversation with Lupin.
Yeah.
Lupin's
fruitless.
on the
It's
internet
like
to be
talking to a wall.
mocked
I got a phone
endlessly.
call again.
Aso is so popular.
No, it's my one Canadian friend. That's why.
Does he say A?
Eh?
He doesn't say A. He's not Canadian. A.
That is true. That's the definition of a Canadian.
Right, Peter? Peter.
Yeah, what's sad is I'm actually going to thinking about having him come on my show just to shoot the shit. That's going to cause a lot of. If I thought I was a bigot before, called a bigot before, and a few other things after he's been on, I'm in trouble. He's actually a theist. And that's why what's funny is we're arguing about religion, and then he got another phone call. The call dropped, so then I come back on here, and he called back. It's like, oh wow, I'm going to tell everybody that he's coming on the Canucker.
The Canucker.
Oh, does he say A? He has to say A. It's Canadian law to say A.
That it is.
Right, Peter?
I think I just mentioned my parrot. Now my parrot started talking to me.
What does the parrot say?
Boss. That's all he says.
Boss. Oh, Peter, what if you would, they had a tag team debate, you and Aaron Raw versus Steven and Achilles over Ron Wyatt.
That's like, I don't know, putting up a pro wrestler against a 5-year-old. That's not fair. That is not fair.
What about you two versus Aiden and Big Bad Mama in a debate over Ron Wyatt?
Considering that I would make Aiden speechless within seconds,
Yeah.
Big Bad Mama wouldn't be a challenge because he probably would agree with most of what we're saying. So we'd win.
And to be fair, so would Aiden.
Yeah, but Aiden would be contrarian because I would be part of the panel.
Of course. I believe that. I have no grounds to think so, but I also have absolutely no grounds to
Trust me.
doubt it. No, I don't have grounds to trust
If
you.
only to mess with me, he would take every opposing position
Yes.
in a public debate.
Oh, what do you think of that John guy getting arrested?
Say who? What?
That J-Dub guy got arrested on live YouTube.
Oh, yes. Yes. I've been following that because, J-Dubs and we go back several years. But yeah, I shall say it in the nicest way possible. J-Dubs has effed around and found out. So what happened was um, he was proudly telling people that he had a gun, and his gun's not registered in New Jersey, so his gun was illegal. And then he started boasting that he hit a kid while driving drunk.
Oh,
Yeah. Then people are going to report that to the police, especially when you are on a live show driving hammered drunk, obviously hammered drunk. So we have the footage. Yeah, that's not a good thing to do. So someone called the cops and said that he had a gun.
Off their lot.
And
so,
they called him back after they had arrested him and asked to describe the gun, to which the person who called in described the gun to the sheriff, and the sheriff said, "Yep, that's the one we found. Thank you very much." And so now he's in jail for illegal gun possession, which carries a sentence of between 5 and 10 years and an additional uh, fee that he needs to pay. What's it called? I forgot. Of $150,000. So, and there is a certain act. I forgot. I think it's the Graham Act or something like that in New Jersey that will mandate a minimum jail sentence for illegal gun possession, especially in the case of a handgun. So, yes,
but
yeah.
but I'm a bit confused because I get the gun part, but I feel
Mhm.
like we're skipping over him driving over a kid while
Yes,
drunk.
he said that was a joke. I think a day later or something. But I mean, that's not a joke.
No,
Telling people that you just drove over a kid, you ran down a kid, that's not a joke.
no.
And so, yeah. And also, when they caught
You
him, he was
can
living in his car. He has a bedroom, I guess, because someone offered him a bedroom. But he was in his car with an open bottle of whiskey that he clearly had drank from, and a gun. So, also not a great combination.
I
Saying,
would say that if sure you could make a joke. Oh, I ran over a kid. Ha ha ha. No, I didn't. I'm just joking.
yeah,
Preferably among people you know and not like to the internet. But if you do it in that way, I can say, okay, maybe a bit tasteless, but it's fine. Uh,
Yeah, that's
but
crazy.
especially when you make the joke so that it sounds like you're absolutely really talking about an event that actually happened.
yeah,
It's not a joke. A joke has a punchline. That's a joke. Telling people on air that you ran down a kid while you were drunk driving, there's no punchline. So it's not a
no,
joke.
no.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the video of it. We first heard it
Yeah,
from Miss Mod.
his idiot co-hosts are
Yeah.
as clueless and stupid as he is, apparently.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that's the fun part because Von Helton, after a day that John was in prison, Von Helton slowly started making about himself and is now completely making about himself that John only got arrested because he was friends with Von Helton. He's made a half-hour-long video about that because the trolls didn't want him to have a friend, and that is, I mean, it's these are the biggest idiots
Pathetic.
on the interwebs.
Yeah, seems like
He
it.
also said he used his powers to knock down, protect people from the storms. Von Houten?
I mean, I could talk for 2 hours. I mean, John was kicked out of his he had an apartment twice before he married a Muslim woman for a green card and vouched that he would convert to Islam before that, because they would put him up in a nice house. He was kicked out of his apartment twice for smearing. I'll keep it nice and decent, for smearing feces all across the bathroom.
Oh,
Yes, which was a shared bathroom, by the way, in the apartment that he lived in. So that was nice.
yeah.
And Vaughn is a guy who has had his kids taken away from him by CPS 13 times. The 13th time it was indefinite because the kids were put up for adoption. And there are pictures on the internet where the kids were locked in their own room and wrote on the wall with their own feces, "We are hungry." Those pictures exist.
What?
And that's when CPS took them away. I think that was the 10th time or 9th time. I forgot. I lost count.
And they still allow them to go back there?
Yes, because Vaughn had to go to parenting classes, and that was the only thing. And so he got the kids back every single time.
Oh,
It's just a disgrace on how things work.
yeah.
I mean, this guy isn't fit to be a father. 2 weeks ago, he claims someone shot one of his dogs. I'm not entirely sure if it was someone who just randomly appeared on his property, but yeah, one of his dogs got shot, and he left it there.
What?
Anything with the dog. I mean, it's not weird because a while back Vaughn didn't have a lot of money, and so he stopped feeding his dogs, and then several of them died of starvation. Then he would show them how he would just throw them in the trash. Yeah,
Oh,
great guys. These are great guys. Vaughn also, so he lived in a single wide trailer next to his mother's double wide. And then at some point he checked up on his mother, and his mother was curled up on the floor, and he left her there. Turns out she had a stroke. She passed away a few days after that happened. Vaughn didn't call anyone. He didn't call an ambulance, nothing. He left her there for several hours, went back. Oh, she's still on the floor. She's still on the floor. And he was live streaming that. So we know that wasn't a lie. He live streamed all of that. And yeah, so his mother passed away. In the time that she was in the hospital, he didn't visit her once because he said, "I don't have the money for gas." Well, trust me, I would get money for gas, and if not, I'd walk to the hospital or hitchhike to the hospital. There was no way someone would be able to stop me from going there. And then she was buried on Vaughn's property. And guess who wasn't at the funeral? It was Von Helton. He didn't even bother to go. So, yeah, those are the people we're talking about. They're very nice people.
Very nice. Very upstanding.
Yes. I've had a death threat from John, by the way. One of the few people who got a death threat. Well, not few. One of the many people who had a death threat from John.
What you say, Ron?
I'm gonna say before Deviant thinks I'm a social butterfly, my phone will probably ring again. My Canadian buddy, his girlfriend, he just dropped her off, had to pick her up. I don't care. But she's making me a sandwich, but she's just not gonna bring it to me. Oh. Hey, Maud, what are you doing?
Do it,
Do it.
Peter. He did it.
Did he do what?
Offer.
Did he kill me? No,
Yeah.
he didn't.
Are you sure?
But he did. Yeah. I think
Pretty sure.
I think I'm still alive.
Oh, that's good.
But are you?
Yes. Did I just knock on the mic? If so,
No.
I'm still alive.
Oh, that's good.
But
Why,
maybe
is that heaven's door?
ghost.
Knock, knock, knock.
I mean,
Heaven's door. Now
well,
knocking on Peter's door.
if J-Dubs was set up and had to go to jail for something that he didn't do, I would fight for him.
Oh, that's good.
In this case, no. He knew he had an illegal gun. He boasted about it on the internet. Yeah, if you're that stupid, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't
Going
decide
to
to
jail.
become like a cat burglar because he'd be telling everybody.
I mean,
Gangster ghost.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I keep the mod said didn't hear a knock. Must be a ghost. It's Gangster ghost. I.
Okay.
So they don't have to pay taxes on it.
God, things settle down. I
Oh
should
boy, Kentucky sucks
in all
it to
fairness,
you.
hold on,
taxes on
just
vehicles.
a second, Logan. Missing mod, go to my channel and see how I treated J-Dubs. And if you can find something wrong with how I treated him, because he was on my channel. So
he'll convert to a Christian.
I think I was nice to him. I think we had a decent conversation. And all I got back for that, after that, was a whole lot of shit.
Like real poop. I have to ask because of what you asked.
If he could have done that, he probably would have. But I'm far enough away.
True.
And I did get several warnings not to get him on my channel. And in hindsight, I should have listened to those people.
Oh. Miss Mod said this.
Anyway.
Yeah, Maud said the same thing about me, and she did it anyway.
Oh,
poor girl.
Well, I know for a fact that that's true because the first time I talked to Maud about my girlfriends, she wanted to come here and check out my girlfriends. I'm not kidding. Tell me that's not true, Missing Maud. You did say that, and I will tease you with that.
Well, I heard her that she actually asked you if you actually ever got the one that had a hole in it fixed. Oh God!
I've had one of those. I've had one of those. You know?
How do I know?
Do you know what I did with that? I filled it with helium, tied it to the bumper of a coworker with a very long piece of string. So when he would park his car in front of the company, that particular girlfriend would float just where the administration and the CEO's office was. I did that.
Couldn't he just? Why didn't he just take it down?
Because I made the cord long enough that he couldn't see it in his rear view mirror driving to work. And I still, to this day, hate myself for not making sure that I was the one driving behind him, because I would have wanted to see people's reactions with a guy with a blow-up doll pulling him off his car.
I thought I hate myself for loving you.
I mean, that's the one-time thing. I found that thing I really found it in a dumpster, and it was leaking, and so I patched up the hole and then filled it with helium. It was, I think, one of the best pranks I've ever done. Honestly.
Yeah, is that crazy? He got arrested on live YouTube.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
in
Yeah,
the middle of his portion of French fries and his 2 double cheeseburgers that he just ordered. Not kidding. I was watching that when it happened.
Miss Ahmad told us about it. We went to go see it. I
And,
downloaded
and
it.
the fun part is the other 2 that are on that live stream,
Yeah.
for the first few minutes, they didn't even care. They kept talking over it, and everyone was, we want to hear what's going on with John. Shut up.
Yeah, I saw that in the live chat. Like, can you shut up?
Yeah.
Oh,
If you have friends like that, who would want to have enemies?
I mean so.
Hi, Dustin.
Dustin!
How's it going,
Dustin.
everybody?
Hi! It's good.
How you been?
Live and well.
Oh, that's good.
Living large.
Oh, that's
Yep,
awesome.
I'm alive and well because Mod wasn't a very good shot that day.
Dustin, how's everything? Did you ever do another show with Steven before? Are you there, Dustin?
Mod's on the hunt.
Hello, can you guys hear me now? Yeah,
Yeah, we can
this
hear you.
app does not like my phone.
Sorry.
No, I don't think Steven really likes me, dude. I really don't. I think starting to wonder.
Oh, sorry about that.
Shocking. That's shocking. What did you do to him?
Dustin, you don't like
Nothing.
Mod? Not to interrupt, but I'm kind of curious.
Who is it? Who is this?
Asshole.
This is God talking to you from the kitchen. No, asshole. The angry asshole. I don't know. I
I
don't know
don't
when she's actually
recognize.
joking at times or not. That's why I'm asking if I guess you two have a beef or not a beef, or you with her.
With
Today is
who?
reconciliation day.
I don't know. So Dustin, can I tell you
Yes.
something?
You can tell me something.
I really want to apologize about what happened earlier this year. I think you know what I mean. I should not have. I feel really bad. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, and I shouldn't have been talking like that. And it's okay if you don't forgive me or whatever. I just want you to know that it
I mean,
wasn't right.
I don't do that. I don't do that to you guys. You know.
No, I
I don't go
know.
talking about. I don't go talking about you guys behind your back.
Oh,
I
I
have enough
know.
respect that if I have something to say, I say it right to your face.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't know what I did to have you guys make fun of me. You know, I always thought we were on even keel and we were all friends, but I guess
Yeah.
not. So like, you know, what was I supposed to think?
No, and that's the reason. Exactly what you are saying now is the reason why I really want to apologize, and I really regret behaving that way and talking about talking about you behind your back, because you did not and do not deserve it. And I really feel I personally effed up. You did not deserve that. I can't really say why things happened the way they happened. I wish I could.
Peer
I
pressure is
can
hard to
honestly say
deal
I
with,
don't.
Deviant. Peer
Yeah,
pressure is a hard thing to
that's
deal
true.
with, and I understand. And but the thing is that you know it is what it is, and comfortable if you're comfortable being able to sit around people who say things like that about me, I mean, Deviant, I would have stood up for you. I want you to understand that.
Yeah,
I want everybody here to
yeah,
understand that if I was in a similar situation and everybody was ragging on them, I would have stood up for them if we were on even playing. Like, I mean, there are people that can attest to that, right? Unless there's issues between the two of us, and believe me, I go out of my way to make sure that it's known. I will not talk about somebody unless they're there to defend themselves. I feel like that's a fair rule that everybody should have to follow, but whatever, it is what it is.
And I completely agree with you. What makes me so mad at myself is the fact that not for a second did I ever think you would do something like that to me. And prior to that, I didn't think I would do something like that to you. And I did, and it was such a shitty and unnecessary thing to do. I mean, no,
Oh, don't beat yourself up too much, okay? You're not in a club all by yourself, okay, Deviant?
for sure. But I mean, you and I had I liked talking to you. We had many funny and heated and uh, interesting discussions, and we had a fun time. I mean, we didn't
we had
agree, but mhm.
cordial and we had cordial hiatus, Deviant.
Yeah.
And I do miss that, and I do appreciate the fellowship. If you have something to say, some kind of an objection, I don't care if when I'm not there, as long as you say it to my face.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, I can't resist. Dustin, can I have a lap dance?
Asshole.
I guess that was a maybe. You're thinking, aren't you, Dustin? Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Thank you, Gangster. Gangster's on my side on this one.
Oh,
No, I think there are some issues with the connections for all of us.
are you right, Dustin?
I say we blame it on Peter.
Yeah, we'll blame that on Peter.
Okay.
Always the best route.
Okay. Meeting adjourned. Now back to the lap dance. No, I'm kidding.
Would you ever
leave and come back?
Miss Mod?
For lap dance? No, she's too young. Would it help if I said she's the wrong gender? No, I'm kidding. I don't swing that way whatsoever.
Okay, that's good. Dustin, are you there? You disappeared.
I guess he doesn't want a lap dance. It's me.
What? You said you want to give him a lap dance?
No, you give me one.
Oh, okay.
Someday, I think Tim's my lap dance. I think. I see how he looks at me in side chat.
How?
I can't understand why people get pissed off when I ask that question. I mean,
what if you asked?
Oh, that 21? No, then you really got to train them. No, I'm not into. I mean, back in the day, I was into younger girls, younger than me. My second wife was 8 years younger than me. I was 30 when we got married. She was 22 then. My third wife was, I think, 6 years younger than me. So yeah, I do younger, but not double digits. I just can't. No. I really can't. No. No, I'm not, and I don't like. Yeah, no. That's like the 72 virgin thing. No, thank you. Just give me one good woman, and I'll be happy. And whatever the hell Islam calls their hell. Heck, that would probably be my heaven. I didn't get much of that on earth. Maybe that's why I'm an asshole.
Could be.
Come on, Dustin, come back. I want to be buddies with you. Thank goodness for. And he said if you can't say it to his face, but I guess you can't.
Joe's music says he's too fat. It's bulking season for the past year.
If you're too fat, then lose weight. It's that simple. Unless you're talking about a PHAT butt.
No, I think they may be referring to. Oh, Dustin's back.
Well, oh, good. I hope he's not mad. I was hoping you weren't mad. And just say shut up.
No, my
I can
phone
do that.
doesn't work well with this app.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, like it'll give me maybe 5-10 minutes of good app time, and then I start freezing up and I can't do anything. It's
Wow,
weird.
that sounds like my honeymoon. I was bad at it. I froze up like a deer in headlights.
You should have gotten the how-to for dummies.
Well, now you tell me, Dustin, where were you? Oh my gosh, when I get married, I got married the first time in '84. So where you been for what, 40 years?
Well, dummies has always been there. I mean,
well, yeah, but
self-help books are
dummy book to tell me about the dummy books.
Hey, the dummy that's got the leg up on the other dummy is usually the dummy with the book.
Yeah, but usually the one that doesn't, not smart enough to have the book for dummies until the dummy that has the book tells the dummy. But the dummy who doesn't have the book originally usually has the money. Now you figure that one out by myself.
Well, I can't figure it out by yourself, but I can certainly figure it out by mine.
Oh, you got to do it myself or it doesn't work.
Right.
Josh, are you trying to lose body fat? No, he's trying to body shame himself. Josh, we don't body shame here. Tim, it does.
Well, that depends on the week, right? Or
exactly.
subject of conversation.
and which stream I'm in, just because I'm trying to be nice, because this is my channel. And Gangster is my little buddy.
Thank you. Oh, Dustin.
Yes.
Did you saw that interview Steven had last night with Isaac?
Yeah, I was in and out on it. Like, what was interesting was that Isaac kept using curse language and nothing was done about it.
Yeah. That was
that's why he kicked me out the other night, was because I was telling the truth about somebody. Nothing I haven't said to their face.
Yeah. But he ended up editing it, I guess.
He edited it? Yeah, I saw that. He made another cut. He probably cut out some bad language. I hope that's what he was doing. I hope he stays consistent. I really do. Because this whole rule about certain words can't be said, it's going to come back to bite him.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude, it's insane. I can't.
Can I ask a question to the chat, please? Which of you in chat has used a sock email account called Arnold Black and just sent me a video? Because I'm at a loss for words.
Not I.
Dustin.
How would they send? Yes.
It was someone who watched my conversation with Aiden earlier. No,
you guys had a
not with
conversation
Aiden, with Christian Pike. Christian Pike, did you send me an email?
What did you talk about with Christian Pike? Yeah, that sounds like something Christian Pike would do.
Well, so Christian Pike said that I was a Walmart greeter, and then I told him there's no Walmart in the Netherlands, and then he says, well, then you're an Aldi greeter, to which I replied, I am a little guy. And because of the tools, and now someone sent me a video of Arnold Schwarzenegger promoting the tools that I'm using right now. I'm not kidding. I did not know that. And it's subtitled in Dutch, too. I did not know that.
Wait. So they went the extra mile to have it subtitled for you? Yeah, that sounds like something
No,
Christian would
it's
do.
on. No. It gets better because this is on the official YouTube channel of the brand of tools that I'm using.
No, yeah, I caught that earlier.
I just checked. This is brilliant. Arnold Schwarzenegger telling me that I'm using the right tools. I needed that in my life. As a guy who's really serious about his DIY.
What is
Do it
what is
yourself.
your epistemological standing?
I usually don't. I sit when I
Etymological standing
Epistemological standing
on what? On what?
on life, what your life perception, your life purview. What are you an
Oh,
atheist?
Yeah,
yes.
we have no purpose. That's our, life.
That's your okay.
Yeah,
Copy
well,
that.
I
There
have
is no purpose.
I definitely have a purpose.
No, there
I
is, but
definitely have a
that's what
purpose.
we're told though all the time.
What
No,
would
I
be the
have a
purpose then?
and I think I'm fulfilling it.
My purpose is family, friends, health, to survive, basic needs.
So you believe in the first
I don't
person
believe.
player? You don't believe. So this isn't a belief.
No, I know.
You
I know my
you
family
know for a fact.
is important to me. I know my friends are important to me. I know I need to take care of my health. I
Depends.
know I need to eat. I know I
Depends
need
on
to
how
know
you
whatever.
define belief.
Right.
Well,
that's
not
what I was getting
everybody
at, but
thinks that way.
When you say
atheists don't believe
belief,
the same.
do you
That's just
mean
it.
faith?
If
I'm
theists
not
would
saying you
realize that
have to
each
believe.
atheist is as different as a Christian is.
Well, I mean, the thing is that you're taking bits and pieces of your belief and you're superimposing them on reality, right? And you're saying that this is stuff that you
But
know,
again, it's not a belief.
right? But without, I mean, I don't know how you get to know without belief. How do you get to know without
It's separate.
belief?
You don't.
No, you believe, but you believe according to what you learn to know.
Right.
Right, like gravity, for example. If I fall off of a cliff
I don't
because
believe
I'm
in it. I
watching you
don't believe in
throw,
gravity. I know it exists, and
you don't.
therefore it
So
is.
I would invite you to walk off of a cliff, and then we'll see if you believe in gravity or not.
I didn't say
What do
I
you
didn't
mean you
believe in
don't
it.
believe?
Why would we need to walk
I
off?
don't believe in a
Why
guy.
would we need to walk off a
Did
cliff
you
in order
did
to
you
believe in
suggest that you
gravity?
don't?
When I can
Did you
hold up,
suggest?
when I can hold up, when I can hold up a pen and let it drop in order to prove that gravity
No,
is real. Why would I need to walk off a cliff?
What the belief would be is that you would fall, right? You would make a deduction that because objects fall in gravity,
No,
that
I
I
know
would
I
too.
fall if I walk
I can
off the cliff.
demonstrate.
No, you
I can
believe.
demonstrate
You
gravity.
didn't.
Why would I?
You never watched yourself fall, have
I
you?
can
Then how would you
demonstrate.
know?
I don't have to watch myself. I can feel myself. Do I gotta see myself
That
take off in
no.
an airplane
See
to know that I am coming
now
off
you're
the ground
talking
in an
about.
airplane?
Now you're talking about first person verification. That's not empirical information. That's something I have to listen to you claim to me in order to understand
Okay,
what you're
but
saying.
I also
And
don't have
that's
to
something
worry about
that hey,
whether.
hold on a second. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, go
That's
ahead. Go ahead.
also
No,
that is also a belief. When you make a claim,
no.
it's substantiated by a belief because I have to believe what you're even if you don't believe, if you
No.
say that belief is something that you don't
No.
have,
When
you're
you
still
make a
putting
claim,
forward a claim
no. When
that
you
I
make
have to
a
believe.
claim, it has to be substantiated by evidence.
No, that's not true.
That's what you do
That's
when you
not
make
true.
a claim. When you make a claim and you don't have the evidence to back it up, we can use Hitchens'
Then it
razor.
can be
What is
dismissed.
asserted without
Yes,
evidence
it can be
dismissed.
it can be dismissed.
Okay,
Exactly.
great.
So what I'm saying to
Okay,
you is you have no justification for telling me you don't know what believe is if you're telling me that you know things. You have to have
I
a
don't have
belief
to
before you
believe in
know if I
gravity.
walk
You
I
off
don't
the
have
cliff,
to
absolutely
believe in
do.
gravity if I can. I don't have. If you let me finish one sentence before shouting
Well,
over
you
me,
actually
don't
I
have to
wasn't done
believe in
speaking, but
gravity.
okay.
If you can let me finish one sentence without shouting over me, thank you. I don't have to believe in gravity if I can demonstrate gravity. because that means I know that gravity exists and I have sufficient reasons to believe that gravity exists.
You just used the word believe.
Back up the
You
claim.
just used the word believe. Checkmate.
Yes, because what is that? Hey, hold on. What is knowledge?
Knowledge is a belief. A verified belief.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
What? What? You just pushing it back a step and saying, "Oh, I'm wrong." That doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
No.
No, to you it apparently doesn't.
It doesn't make any sense at all. It really doesn't. You're saying that there's an extra step involved and that somehow divorces the two concepts.
Yes.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It literally doesn't.
I didn't say it divorces the two concepts. I didn't say it divorces the two concepts because, and this is what you get when you talk over people when they're trying to explain something to you. I said, I don't have to just believe that gravity exists. I can know that gravity exists because I have the evidence that gravity exists. I can demonstrate gravity to you. So I don't need to just believe something. And I also earlier asked you to define what you mean when you say believe. Is this something, is believe something that you can do, let's say, based on faith?
I mean, yeah, you could use faith as a component of belief, but it's not necessary.
Okay. So since I'm an epistemist, and I'm probably well aware of what that means, right?
I can only presume. You haven't demonstrated.
But you don't know what the term epistemist means?
No, I know what the term means. You haven't demonstrated that you do.
What does the term mean?
You see, now you're trying to rope me into something. You brought the term up. Just because I claim to know it doesn't mean I know.
I'm just checking.
No, you can check all you want, but hold on a second. You're moving on from belief and knowledge.
No, I'm not moving on. I'm just checking your claim.
Yeah, you are. What? I didn't make a claim.
I'm checking your claim.
I answered your question. I didn't make a claim.
I asked you if you knew what the term epistemist means, and then you claimed that you knew what the term means, and then I asked you,
"That's not a claim.
What does it mean?" And since you are
that's not a claim.
Since you are deflecting, I'm pretty sure that you don't know what an epistemist is.
I'm pretty sure I couldn't define it. I'm pretty sure I couldn't define it to your satisfaction, but that doesn't mean I don't know.
Give it your okay. I mean, it doesn't have to be to my satisfaction.
Yeah,
give it your best shot. Just be honest.
I mean,
just be honest.
I can't move on.
No,
I cannot move on to this.
I will settle. I
don't care about your settlements. Don't care about your settlements.
I don't
care about your settlements. You're trying to force. No, you're trying to force the conversation. Okay, you're not having an honest conversation.
If you can't have an honest conversation, then I strongly suggest you check the Bible and specifically
check the Bible,
ninth commandment, and then come back to me. When you can abide by that.
I don't know if you. What does the ninth commandment have anything to do with anything?
What does the ninth commandment say?
Jesus Christ, dude. I'm not going to
answer
every No.
Jesus
Listen,
Christ.
I didn't say Jesus. Oh,
I'm
Jesus,
really happy.
dude.
I'm really happy to now have concluded that you don't even know the 10
You
commandments.
can conclude anything you want. Christian. You can conclude anything you want. I don't have to jump through your loops, and it doesn't mean anything if I'm unable to answer your questions. It really doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. I'm not interested in playing that game. No, it really doesn't mean anything. No, it means that you. It means. Can you stop talking over me? Can you stop talking? I don't care which way you go.
Talking over me, do you?
Well, actually,
I
I've
don't
given you
care if you complain
multiple
that I'm talking over
blah
you,
blah
because
blah
that's what
blah
you've
blah
been
blah
doing.
blah.
And
I mean, no, it's really not.
people all
It's really
know
not.
that I tend to
It's
mirror
really
people's
not.
behavior. So if you
Oh,
talk
dear
over
God in
me, I'll
heaven.
be more than happy to return the
Oh,
favor.
blah, blah. You're not actually advancing the conversation anywhere. Like, we're still stuck on the issue of whether or not knowledge and belief are required for the existence of the other.
To which I ask you to define belief. And then you said
And
that
I
belief could
have
be taken
defined
on
belief.
faith.
Do you
And then I
remember what I
told you.
said?
And
Do
after
you?
that, I told you. And after that, I told you that I'm an epistivist. And I wanted to check whether or not you know what that means. And apparently you don't. But you are too stupid or too proudful to acknowledge that there's a word that you don't know, and you just can't say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that particular position. Can you explain that to me?" And I would have done that, and that would mean that you would have been honest. So far, you're not honest.
No. See, the reality is that we're still trying to establish.
The reality is that
whether
you won't even define what the word
now
means
who's
to
talking
you,
over
so I
who?
could even
Now who's
correct you.
talking over who? Now who's talking over who?
I
Do I get
am.
a chance to talk? Do I get a
I
chance
am.
to talk? Do I get a chance to talk?
Sure.
Okay,
Go
shut
ahead.
the fuck up.
Go ahead.
All right, shut up, dude. Now, I am not willing to explain whether I know something.
I'm going to talk over you again because there's a
Oh,
language
shut
thing
up!
on this channel.
Shut
and
up!
certain words you
Blah,
shouldn't
blah,
use.
blah,
So
blah,
the F
blah,
word.
blah. Shut the fuck up!
Can you please not use the F word on
If
this
you
channel?
shut up!
This is
Shut
something that
up!
all of us
Shut
have agreed on. So
up!
respect.
Oh, dear God,
can you
shut
respect
up!
the channel owner enough
As soon
to
as you
not use that
shut
word?
up! Shut up! Stop
And
speaking!
respect
No, I'm not gonna respect
the
you,
channel
dude. That's
owner?
just not gonna happen. It's not. I'm
You're
not
not going to
respecting you.
respect the channel owner?
No, I'm not gonna respect
Logan,
you.
kick him.
That's not gonna
He's not going to
happen.
respect you.
That's not what I said, even. Dude, this guy isn't even intellectually honest enough to let me speak.
That's because you don't listen. We don't use
Listen
that
to
word
what?
out of respect for the channel
Oh,
owner.
shut
If you
up!
can't do that,
Dude, can
then
you
just
shut
leave.
up? Just shut up!
No.
Shut up! Shut your mouth, dude! Like, I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
If you're talking to me in a tone like that, I'm not
Dear
going to shut
God.
up. If
Blah,
you can't
blah,
talk like
yada,
a decent human being, like
yada,
an adult,
yada. Yada,
then
yada,
I'm
yada.
not going to
Blah,
shut up.
yada, yada, blah, 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 blah. Shut up, dude. You're not saying anything either, though. Like, you're not even advancing the conversation. You're trying to
acting like a
bogart me into making a
5-year-old.
definition that you're
You're
going to argue with. Even if I gave
acting
you
like
a
a 5-year-old.
even if I gave you even if I gave you a dictionary definition of what you're asking for, you're still going to claim I didn't know.
A definition.
Even if I gave you a dictionary definition of what you're asking for, you're going to claim I don't know what I'm talking about. So I don't care to advance the conversation in that direction. I want to know how you get to
a simple question.
Yeah, you can ask. You haven't answered any of mine yet. You haven't answered any of mine yet. You haven't answered any of mine yet.
You know what I'm
You
going
haven't
to do.
answered any of mine yet. You haven't answered any of mine yet.
I have.
You haven't answered? What was your answer?
I told you about.
What was your answer?
Did I
What was your answer? What was your answer? What was your answer? Do you like it? Do you like that? Shut up!
Dustin.
What?
Just 1 second, mate. Like, I understand you're angry. Let's just everyone take a breath because it's just out of control, mate. Like, just I understand you're angry. I don't know what the fight is about. Let's just all take a breath, right? I get you're angry, mate. It's okay. Like, I'm not trying to hassle you. I'm not trying to hassle Peter. I just, let's just take a breath. What is the problem, Dustin?
Thank you, Mark.
There isn't a problem. I asked him.
No, Christian Pike asked if he could have the floor. Can we let Christian have the floor for just a few seconds?
Yes, please.
Thank you, guys.
I just wanted to say
I'm never going to get a chance to speak, am I?
Well,
Can
maybe
you
you
let
can go after
Christian have a
Christian
few words,
just for 1
please?
second.
Is that
Christian, go
time?
ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say hello and God bless. Hey, Mark Reed, I haven't seen you in a while. And hello, Dustin.
Hey.
How are you?
Alive and well.
Good. Happy to hear it.
Is that all you wanted to say?
That helped.
That's all I had.
Okay. Well, Dustin, what did you want to say, mate?
I was trying to establish something. I was trying to have an epistemological conversation with an individual about how you get from belief to know and whether or not one is necessary for the other. And he started talking about him being an epistist, and I mean that's what really all that is.
A what?
Whatever you said.
A pistist?
Yeah, whatever. I can't remember what it was you said.
You officially now acknowledge that you don't know what the
Hold
word
on, Peter.
is.
Or I don't remember. Or I don't remember what you said exactly.
Peter,
but whatever.
That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Do you mean an empiricist?
No, that's not what I meant.
Epistefist.
Epistefist. I
He meant
can't.
epistefist, and I asked.
And he's
him what
making
he
fun of
thought
me
that
for
the
my
word
lack of
epistefist
ability
meant,
to
and
pronounce a word.
He thought that was an attack on him. It wasn't. I was just trying to clarify whether or not he knew what an epistefist is. But he got angry
He's trying
about that
to.
because he doesn't
I didn't
know
get
it.
angry.
I think he feels stupid or something, which is not my fault.
I don't feel stupid. I was
just asked
trying
the
to tell
question.
you. I was trying to tell you that if we haven't established the first portion of the conversation, it's in bad taste and a bad form to try and force the conversation onto another topic, which is exactly what you were doing.
Which is why
look.
Which is
just
why
for
it's
those
important
people
for you
out
to know
there,
that I'm an
Peter,
epistefist.
Peter, for those people out there that don't know, epistefist simply means that you don't use faith to come to any kind of knowledge claim. That's it. That's all it means.
No.
See?
That's
It didn't matter what definition I gave. He was going to argue with me no matter what. It doesn't matter.
That's okay. Then what would you define it as, Peter? How do you use it?
An epistefist is someone who rejects faith as a proposition to use to come to a certain belief, and we should reject everything that requires faith in order to believe it for that reason, as it being the most dishonest position to take on any certain or any given point.
Well, I don't think
so.
Is necessarily the epistevist point of view. I don't think that's necessarily it. But I would agree that, hey, you're extending it to any kind of belief. That's fine. I kind of agree with that.
This is the definition because hold on. This is the definition because the word was made up by Bionic Dance. The word epistefist. The definition was there before it, and the definition was made up by Arn Ra. That is the definition of the word. And there is dishonest in that definition. It's not because I want to use that or I want to make or want to claim that other people are dishonest, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that faith is a dishonest position to take on any certain position. There's nothing on the planet you couldn't believe based on faith.
But Peter, that doesn't actually address the question, which is,
I just wanted no. You weren't here, Mark. Respectfully, you weren't here. The only reason I wanted to point that out because we had a conversation about belief and knowledge and the difference and what is needed for both.
That's fine.
So
So
that's why I wanted to be clear that I'm an epistevist, and I asked him to define what he means with when he says belief, and he hasn't done that so far. He has refused to do that so far.
Actually, I have, and if you were paying attention, you would have heard
not here
that my definition of
No.
I'm about to repeat it. You can go back and listen. Okay.
He did.
is
He did
Okay.
try, but he was talked over.
Well, Dustin, I
And you
wasn't here,
wouldn't.
so
Then
do you
I was
mind
probably the
finding it?
one
Hang on a
talking
second.
over it.
Hang on. So, Dustin, I wasn't here, so do you mind just quickly giving me just a loose definition so I can know what you're talking about?
So belief. Now I had the quote almost exact, but now I'm gonna mess it up. So it's basically knowledge gained through repeatable, verifiable situations. I said something different, but I can't remember what I said.
Okay. So you think
So like if
belief
I
and
was to
knowledge
throw a
are the
rock,
same
if
thing?
if I was to throw a rock off of a cliff and I was to watch it fall, right? Then
Yeah.
by logic I could deduce that if I was to jump, I would fall, right? But because I haven't seen myself fall, I'm taking that on faith that that is the logical consequence of jumping,
Okay.
right?
Right. Uh, well, I mean, that seems a bit strange to me because belief, like, I wouldn't equate belief with knowledge, for instance. Right. So I would say that the usual definition of knowledge and the one that I would use is justified true belief. So if you have a justification that you would fall, and that is also happens to be true, then you have knowledge that that is true.
You don't have
Mark,
knowledge
do you
until you
agree that
witness it,
knowledge is a
until
subset of belief?
you have to have empirical, verifiable data to claim that you have knowledge. If you haven't
Oh,
witnessed
I'm an
yourself fall, then you don't know for a fact that you will. You're taking it on faith based on the preponderance of the evidence given in a certain subset of any situation.
Well, no, I would disagree with that. I think you can use a variety of justification, like, for instance, induction, for instance. So, like, we know that Pluto goes around the sun, but we haven't ever seen Pluto make a full circuit of the sun. It takes way, way, way too long, right? But we know that it will go around the sun because of induction, because what we can do is induce future events from patterns that are occurring. Like, so from our understanding of physics and the way that Pluto is moving, we know it will go around the sun, because we understand gravity and all of that kind of thing. So I don't think you actually need to observe directly the events in order to have knowledge. You just need
Well,
a justification that.
then I claim that God is real without any
Mhm.
empirical knowledge. What are you going to do with that claim? You're going to claim that it's impossible and tell me that I have to have some kind of independent data to back up that claim. You need to make up my mind here. Which is it? Can I
Okay.
induce
Well,
from
you've
nature
asked me
and
a
everything
question.
around me? Well, but I'm clarifying, right? I'm not moving on from this question. Can I induce from nature and everything around me that I see that God exists? Or am I left to your conclusion because the evidence doesn't fit in your scale model?
So induction is seeing a series of patterns that leads you to believe the pattern will continue. That's what induction is. So in nature, where do you see a mind without a brain?
In trees, trees don't
Trees
know,
don't have minds.
you don't know that. They have an intent to grow. They know they need to eat, or well, they need to consume nutrients from the earth and water.
So
You don't we
you're
And
making
that's
the
another thing
claim.
is you're making a claim. You're making a claim that consciousness, right, is something that can only be measured on the human scale and it doesn't extend to trees,
Oh, I
right?
never
And
said
I'm
that.
saying that, well, okay, then when a tree takes nutrients from the ground, I'm making the claim, right? And I'm willing to stand by that claim that the tree needs the nutrients to survive. Therefore, there is some level of conscious decision to consume those nutrients.
So you're saying that trees have a mind.
No, I'm saying that trees make a decision, and that's evidence for a mind.
Well, I Well, that would mean that trees would have a mind, is what you're claiming.
Oh, I have.
Well,
Just
I
saying.
can't prove that, but I can prove that trees are alive and that they need nutrients to do so, and that it
Can I
would
ask a
cost
question?
that absolutely.
Everybody. Brother Pike wants to say something.
Oh, I was going to let you guys
I
finish.
have
There's no rush.
Okay.
I have one question. Dustin, how do you know the
Yeah.
trees make decisions?
The same way you know that Pluto is
How do
going to
you know
make
the trees
a revolution, the same way that you know that Pluto has to make a revolution around the sun. I'm making an inductive argument.
So
That doesn't make
If
any
nobody's
sense.
ever seen
yeah,
but it makes sense. It makes sense to make an inductive argument about
No,
how gravity
it
works,
doesn't.
and Pluto's going to make a full revolution around the sun, even though nobody's ever seen it. But you're going to argue because I have no independent data
No,
that trees have no consciousness. Make up my mind. Can I make an
we have.
inductive argument,
okay.
or can I not?
We have. Hold on. We have empirical evidence that Pluto is
Dear God in heaven,
going around the sun.
I have empirical
do we
evidence that
have
trees take
empirical evidence?
nutrients, and that's a
Do we
logical
have?
decision. From
Do we? That was my question.
You're
My
not gonna.
question
No, I
was,
don't care about your
do you
question.
have?
You're dodging my
No,
argument.
no, you're not
Yes,
going to move the
yes.
goalpost. You're moving the
Yeah,
goalpost.
you
I
are.
asked
No,
you,
I'm not.
do you have empirical evidence for trees making decisions? I'm not talking
Where's your
about
empirical
trees taking on
evidence?
nutrients.
Where's your
I'm
empirical
asking.
evidence that
No,
Pluto?
not
Can I
whataboutism. Not
address that for
whataboutism.
a second?
Answer the question.
Can I
You're
answer
not
the
even in this
question?
conversation anyway. This is between me and.
I am in
Yes,
this
sir.
conversation. I
Peter.
was in
No,
this
you're not.
conversation
Well,
before
AB,
Mark
you see
joined.
your way out of it.
both
Well,
of you,
you're out
both
of it now. I don't want to talk to you anyway.
both of you. Look, this isn't a only we get
Because
to
you're going to
talk,
lose,
Dustin.
right?
This isn't a
Lose
only we
what?
get to
You're
talk,
arguing with
Dustin.
yourself.
Well, no, I'd like to
No.
address what Dustin said, because we've got evidence of things that living organisms do without the mind being involved. Like, for instance,
We actually
involuntary
do. We have
movement.
all
Like,
kinds of. Yeah, we have all
let me
kinds
finish.
of.
Let me finish. Let me
Yes, yes,
finish.
sir.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. So we don't make a decision about breathing, or we don't make a decision about our cells multiplying, right? We don't do that. So things can make movements and behaviors in nature without there being a mind involved.
Well, I mean, I would argue that there's a sub-mind, but whatever. It is what it is. My argument stands. And I'm
What is
asking
a
you why I
sub-mind?
couldn't make what?
I
What's a
don't understand.
subline?
What is a sub-mind? Sub-mind. You said a
What?
sub-mind. I assume it's not
Yeah,
a
like
submissive
do you
mind like an
you have
BDSM or
like
something.
your stomach, for example, is the only part of your body that sends signals back to the mind, right? When you're hungry, the stomach has to generate that signal and send it to the brain. It's not the brain telling the stomach that it's
Yes.
hungry. It's the stomach telling the brain that's a submind. It's an example of a submind. We also see it like
Yes.
miniature minds in larger dinosaurs. An example of a submind. Maybe I was premature with my terminology. It's not necessarily a scientific term, but by example and
No, I'm
extension,
getting
I
what you're
think you
saying.
can extrapolate what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
I can extrapolate it.
Extrapolate it, sure. I think that sort of when you're looking at this stuff, like, your mind doesn't have to tell your stomach to digest. And you're right, like, there are some things that you can go, okay, that's a more primitive, like what we would call a mind, like nerve bundles and things like that. And what we observe in the world is that the more simplistic the brain sort of pattern, or the nerve pattern, or the neurology is basically what we're talking about, the brain and the nerves together, the more simplistic that is, the more simplistic the mind is behind it. So when you're sort of saying a submind, you're still talking about a physical neurology that produces
Correct.
a sort of very primitive mind-like thing. But that's different than not having any neurology at all, which is what the case is with God. and you're still claiming a God exists without that whatsoever. And that's what I
No,
want evidence
no,
of,
I
to
think
be
that's
able
a
to.
false
No, no,
equivalency.
no, Dustin, let me finish. That's what I want evidence of, to say you inductively can say there is a mind without any kind of physical neurology at all.
That's a false equivalency. That's not the claim I was making. I asked a question under the guise of that claim. You're
Can I
saying
get the
by
floor?
induction. What?
Whenever you guys get done, I just wanted to take the floor for a minute.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah, hold
Christian.
on a second. You're saying by
Sure.
induction that I have to agree, right, because of the principles of logic and math and physics, that Pluto will make a complete revolution around the sun, even though we have no direct empirical knowledge or evidence of that. So I turn the argument around and I say, if I say that patterns in nature, such as paramecium, or not paramecium, what's the fungus? Or examples. Okay, I'll just change it over.
Penicillin?
The fungus that no, the fungus that solves puzzles. I forget what it's called. No, they have a special name for it. Well, I see examples of like reverse entropy. I see trees that live on nothing more than just groundwater and sunlight, right? And I'm asking you why I couldn't take these odds and ends and say from extrapolation, just like you do, that Pluto's going to make a full revolution around the sun, that there's a God. And you can't, for the life of you, explain the difference, right? Like, I have to take it on faith that Pluto's going to make a revolution around the sun. But for some reason, my claim that God exists is unjustified. Kind of
Well,
confused.
I think it's sort of begging the question, because you're sort of saying the things designed by God is evidence of God. Like, you're sort of saying, well, I'm going to assume all of these things are designed by God in the world that I see around me, without actually justifying why that is. Like, why it is that this bacteria, you said it can find its way through a maze. Like, why it is that has to be designed by a god instead of natural processes. So you're kind of begging the question. You're assuming the conclusion first, and then you're going back and saying, hey, that's the conclusion for the induction. Like, you have to actually show that and well, hold on a second. You actually have to show that evidence in the natural world around you is actually evidence for a god, because I don't see it.
Show me Pluto making a revolution around the sun. I don't see it. You're making the claim that Pluto makes a complete revolution around the sun. I've never seen the empirical evidence. Show me it. There isn't
so I
any.
can basically
So
point to, well, yeah, hold on, Dustin. I can point to how we understand physics, which tracks objects and the way that they move, both in our atmosphere and in space. I can show that Pluto has a certain trajectory. I can show that it's a certain mass. I can show its effects under gravity. I can show other things' effects under gravity and the way that they rotate around a larger mass. And I can all show that will lead to the vector of Pluto coming back into its own orbit.
what exactly would you be showing me? You would be showing me animation on a computer screen or numbers on a chalkboard, right? Like, you couldn't actually show me Pluto making the full revolution, right? You couldn't like pluck us out of this time and space and then put us on Pluto in that time and space and make us witness that revolution. You couldn't do that, could you?
Well, I can't show you an electron with your naked eye either.
Right.
I can do
But I have to take it
hold
on
on, Dustin.
faith.
Let me finish. Okay, you've just rudely interrupted right there. But what I can show you is all of the things that we know about electronics, how the resistance and voltage and ampage works, and I can show you how I would design a circuit and then basically put that into practice. But I can't show you the electron. This is the whole thing. When you're sort of saying we observe stuff, we're not just talking about going and looking at it. We're talking about inductive process based upon our understanding of how the laws of nature actually work. You just saying, hey, everything around us was designed by God, so I'm going to use that as evidence that there is a God. It doesn't
That's
really
not.
add anything to
You're
the
you're
conversation.
you're misrepresenting me, and again, you're
How
doing a
so?
false equivalency because that's not what I'm saying.
How so?
I'm not claiming that. I
Then
didn't
what are you
make that
saying?
claim. I asked you a question in reference to that claim. If you're saying that there's no real empirical evidence that Pluto makes a revolution around the sun, then why couldn't I take that same argument and apply it to God? Quit saying I'm making the
There is
claim that he's
empirical
real.
evidence.
Well, I you're
Yeah.
that's directly
So
contradicting what you said earlier, but that's fine. It's neither here nor there.
I'm
It
not
doesn't matter
sure.
because
uh,
okay,
Okay, I'm
I'll
not
let
sure
you
you
talk
understand
because
empirical.
that's not rude when you do it.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm really sorry. It's just empirical just means like evidence gathered with your senses, right?
Right,
So
where I
if
can
we
see it,
gather all of
right?
the no, not just see it, right? Not just see it directly.
You can
So
feel it.
if we can, well, no, we observe the movement of Pluto through telescopes. We have an
That's
understanding of how
seeing,
gravity
right?
works throughout.
Am I crazy or is
Well, it
that
depends
seeing?
on. Well, it depends on how we're gathering the information because Pluto's incredibly dark. It's very, very hard to see. So we may grab, things like spectroscopy readings, for instance.
I mean, again, you're telling me every time you tell me that there's another layer of science, there's another hurdle of belief I got to get over, right? And then with every layer of science comes another 10 years of education in order to understand what it is that's actually being said, right? You want to jump over all these layers and to keep in mind, you went from Pluto to the electron, right? Like, I mean, that's a pretty big leap. So
The
like
process is the
all I'm
same.
asking you for is to make it even. Like, why should I believe Pluto based on science, right? If I can't take that same argument and apply it to God, it doesn't work, right? I don't care about however many layers of science you can put in between me and Pluto, right? I'm asking you about the
Okay, maybe
argument
I've gone.
itself, okay?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I've gone wrong here. Like, are you a flat earther or something? You don't believe in gravity or something like that, or you don't believe in
No,
Pluto that
no.
it's a
Look,
thing?
I can grant or I can discriminate against any form of information or logic. I am not trying to hold to any form of principle here. I'm asking you questions, right? Like that. This isn't guided by
Yeah.
anything, right? I'm going based on the information that you're giving me, right? You brought up Pluto. I'm sticking with
hmm
Pluto because it's the easiest example, right? You're telling me by induction, by the laws of physics, by the laws
Yes.
of math, by the laws of whatever else there is out there, because I'm not allowed to include God, that Pluto, even though I have no direct a line of sight information for myself, is going to make a complete revolution around the sun. Now, I'm asking you why it's silly for me to take that same argument, apply it to God, and why you tell me that it's wrong, but I have to accept that Pluto's going to make a revolution around the sun. It can seem
Okay,
every
sure.
bit as
Yeah, it's
logical to
because
you. Well, hold on. Let me just tie a little bow on this, okay? It can seem every bit as logical to you
Mhm.
that Pluto does that naturally as it does to me that God made this place.
Okay. So what
Just
I can show
wondering,
you.
can we get Christian have the floor just for a brief moment? It was
Yeah, sure, sure.
15
I'll
minutes
I'll,
ago he
I'll
asked.
stay for afterwards. Sure.
Okay, thanks, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation. This is off topic, of course, but we'll be doing a teaching. I don't know if it's going to be Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but sometime the first part of next week, we'll be doing a teaching, and sort of another scriptural study on a subject, like we do sometimes. And Dustin, I would like to invite you to be on the panel as one of our resident experts for that teaching.
I'm not a resident expert.
Well, I think on this particular teaching, you might do okay.
I appreciate
Christian,
the
you're
vote of
not having a show
confidence.
today?
What did you say, Peter?
You're not having a show today?
It won't be
Just got
today.
the
No,
day off.
it'll be the
I
first part
just
of the
got the
week.
day off so I can join your show that
You
you
ain't
do
never
every
going to join my
Thursday when
show,
I'm
Peter.
live.
Anyways, we'll be doing.
I honestly just got the message that we won't have a show tonight, and I thought, yay, I can watch Christian. And now you're not having a show.
I would love to have you on, Dustin, if you're available. I don't know what day it's going to be yet, but it'll be either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and it'll be at 7:30 Eastern. We're going to be doing a study on the character of Satan, and I thought you might find it very interesting to go through all the passages with us.
The accuser. I just
Speaking
think he
about
wants someone
accuser.
satanic
Also
on the
off
show.
topic. I have to get that out before Christian leaves again. Remember, Christian, that I earlier said that I was a little guy? Someone sent me a video that justifies my belief in the little tools. It's a commercial by Arnold Schwarzenegger for little tools. I'm not kidding. Someone sent that. Someone was watching and thought, hey, I need to go send that.
No.
Just saying. I mean, I know you appreciate a laugh, so
there you go.
Moment of levity.
I just wanted to keep it light.
All right.
All right,
I
Dustin, I'll count on your participation, buddy.
don't pressure
it
anybody.
depends.
I
My
mean,
work
I think
schedule's
Dustin would
crazy.
be good. I just want to go back and just before
Christian,
I lose
can
my
I come
train
on
of thought.
as an expert on the matter?
You can. You're an
Considering I'm
expert
an
of a different
atheist.
sort, Peter.
It's an expert on the matter. What do you know about Satan, son?
You should have Arn. Hold on. You should have Arn on for that.
Okay, to be fair, Aaron does kind of look like the Disney devil.
Yes, and he's a member of the Satanic Temple. So
I mean, I don't know how much
that
he
Aaron
studies.
Ra has better things to do than come by my little tiny teaching.
Yeah, so
it's
okay.
interesting what
Do you want
invoke
me to
his
ask
name
him
before
whether or
a
not he wants
mirror?
to?
Invoke his name before a mirror 3 times.
He is welcome to join, Peter, but as you guys know, the way that I do my teachings are a little bit different. You know, we do a closed panel until the initial teaching is over, and then we open up. So if he would be willing to stay for the teaching, he is certainly welcome on the panel afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
I'm really. I'll be honest. I don't think he has the time. But
no, I
know
understand.
for
I
a
figured that was
fact.
the case.
I know for a fact that if he had the time, he would definitely do it.
I like him. I think he's a very nice person.
I got to email him again, actually.
So do I.
Now that I come to think of it. He just was, going away to a convention last time I asked him to come on my channel. So I've got to resend something, perhaps.
Well, anyways,
you
Dustin,
want
I just wanted to extend the invitation. I would love to have you there
I'd
if
love
you're
to have a
available.
conversation with him.
Okay.
I appreciate that. No guarantees.
This Saturday.
My work schedule's crazy.
I understand. I got a schedule like that.
All right, so
I just want to
let's get back to this.
Conversation.
I'm looking forward to the answer to this question.
Dustin, I didn't. Yeah, okay. So when you're sort of saying, hey, you can appeal to the laws of gravity, the laws of I think you said the laws of nature or law of math, sorry, or math and gravity and things like that. I can show you how those are reliable in an inductive process. Like I can show you how we can make testable predictions, and those are reliable for predicting things into the future. And those future events will come out. So if you're talking about math, I can make proofs for math, use math to show you that it is reliable in adding things up and dividing things and doing everything in math. And I can show you how the laws of gravity, like, for instance, the Cavendish experiment, for instance, which shows you how much gravitational attraction will be there on a scale. Very famous experiment with gravity. So I can show you how all of these things work and how they play into predicting things into the future. For instance, if I can predict where the moon will be, kind of thing, using this process, then I should be able to predict where Pluto will be as well. It should work the same if my model that I'm using with these laws of gravity and math are accurate. So that's why I would say that's reliable. But it seems to me you've just said things in nature are from God. And I don't understand how you're showing me that that is a reliable, testable prediction that I can see actually works in nature as you're claiming.
Did you want an answer, or is there more?
Oh, please expound on it. How do you
No, no,
how
no, no, no,
does
no.
claiming, how do you back up? Well, if you, I was just rephrasing it into a question. If you want a question,
All right,
what I want
go
to
ahead.
know is how do you show that when you say everything in nature, you can see that God did all of this stuff in nature, and that leads you to believe that there's a God. How do you show to me that that is a reliable, testable prediction, a model that I can use to predict things?
So you're saying that because you have methods that are pre-approved by people who are smarter than you, I have to accept it, whereas I have methods that are pre-approved by people who are smarter than me, you don't have to accept it. There are many Nobel laureates that believe in God. I mean, I don't have to match you example for example. It doesn't even matter the number. What matters is the quality of the individual that is making the claim as far as their education is concerned. So, I mean, that's a moot argument. My question was centered around if I have to have a certain amount of information, right, before a claim is acceptable, okay, i.e., the Pluto going around the sun, right, math, physics, and whatever else, because I can't include God, right? Why I couldn't take that same argument and apply it to God. It was a question to you. I did not claim to know whether or not the information that you provide as evidence would even qualify as evidence. Because number one, if I disagree with it, the argument comes to I don't have the education to understand. And if I do agree with it, I must be super smart because I get along with the orthodoxy. I'm tired of running up against this wall. I'm trying to get around it. Now, if I have to believe, based on these principles that we are well aware established, are agreed upon by people that are both smarter than you and I, when there are also other people that are smarter than them that have made other arguments to the contrary, can we agree that that's a moot point and get back to the question at hand?
I think that's a moot point because you're absolutely straw manning what I'm actually saying. This whole idea of, well, your methods are pre-approved and mine are not. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that there's certain methodologies that give testable predictions. We can predict that something will happen and it will actually happen. Like it's got nothing to do with the person that's doing it. You went on to say
So,
that many Nobel laureates are. No, I'm going to address all your questions, Dustin. You are not going to gish gallop and then get away from this. I'm going to address every single point you made. So you said that many sort of laureates believe in God, and yes, that's true. But when you get to the science laureates, the Nobel Prize laureates in sciences, they don't use God in science because science is methodological naturalism. Like Francis Collins, for instance, who worked on the Genome Project. I respect him a lot because of his work on the Human Genome Project. He doesn't use God. He believes in God, but doesn't use it in science because that's a incorrect use of science, basically. It's just that's not what it's for. So it's not about this. It's about what methods can we use to predict things into the future, which is induction, right? So it's not the quality of the person at all. And the certain amount of information that sort of says that Pluto should go around the sun, we can apply that to other things and say, hey, would that information predict where this comet will be in, a month's time? And it will work. Where will this asteroid be in a year's time? And it works. Now, you're sort of saying, well, you're well aware that they're established and, people are smarter than one. It's not about smarter. It's about who can use their methodology to make predictions about what will happen in the future or how things will turn out and have a reliable way to predict them. Because that is the only way you can inductively say, well, that's a reliable methodology. That's what induction is. It's predicting behaviors in the future from what we see now.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Address the question. Why can I not upload you do to Pluto?
I explained that. Okay, if you want a sort of trimmed down answer, I can certainly provide one. It's basically that the reasons why I know Pluto goes around the sun is because of the
Going
law
around.
of nature. Okay, is Dustin still talking? I think he may be breaking up. Are you breaking? Anybody else hearing that? Is that me?
I think he's
No,
breaking up.
he was talking. He was talking and he's breaking up both.
Are you there, Dustin?
Dustin has a hard time listening to people. This thing.
Dustin?
Yeah, look, I'm coming back. Can you guys hear me? Look, you're not
Yeah,
not
we can hear you now.
addressing the question, Mark. You're not.
Okay.
Okay. Huh? No, I listened to everything he said.
Well, maybe I can simplify it for you then. Because induction relies on reliable predictions. Okay, well, I'll just say it for everybody else. Because induction, it's basically based in reliable predictions. It pivots upon reliable predictions. If you can't show that the information you're gathering is reliably predictive, then induction doesn't work as a reason. For instance, if you see someone flip a coin and it lands on heads, and you say, well, I'm going to make the induction from that it will always land on heads, you're going to be wrong, because you don't have a way of showing that just one flip will give you accurate results. Does that make sense to everybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are, Dustin. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything. Now, just hold on a second here, Mark. Can you just let me
I want to explain to you. You
well,
said you didn't
I just
understand.
listened. No, I just listened to what you said. Okay, now hold on a second here, okay? Because I listened to you, and I just
hang
heard
on,
it claimed.
Dustin, hold on. I asked if you heard what I said before, and you said no.
No, I heard it up to the point where I responded. Right, I heard all that.
Okay. Yeah,
okay,
and what I said to you is maybe I could simplify it for you, right? And
no, you don't need to simplify it. You don't need to simplify it for me. Okay, like
Well, you said that I didn't answer the question, and I
you're not.
did.
You're really not. Okay, you're saying that it's reasonable to believe. Okay, now I mean this in a nutshell. You're saying for me, because I don't have the education, I have to go on the evidence. You once argued that evidence has to be evident, right? I don't have the education to claim that I know the math involved with predicting where a comet's going to be. I have to go based on the evidence that shows your prediction is correct, and then I have to take it on faith that your work is related to it. I have to do that. I have no other option because I don't have the requisite education, right? Can anybody hear me?
So do you think it's... Yeah, I can hear you. Do you think it's evident that physicists can predict where a comet will be using physics and their knowledge of how objects move in space?
I think that when I see a big object in space and it was told to me a month before it was going to be there that it's there, that's clear evidence that they knew it was going to be there. Evidence.
Right.
I think that I don't have the
Right.
education to explain, right? I think that if I took time, I could probably
Right.
understand it. It's not that it's so far above my head that I couldn't understand it, but that's not
No,
the
I'm not
point.
saying
That's
that.
not
I'm not saying that.
these words that
Well,
you're attacking
I
that are a
mean, if it's
part of my argument. Hold on. Look,
if
because
it's
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Mark. I get what you're saying,
yeah,
but I think you're just saying the other side of my argument. When I say it doesn't matter the scientist, what matters is the person and their education, the quality of their education, the quality of the person as far as their
I don't think
education
that's
is
true at all.
involved. Well, what do you mean?
Yeah,
I
I don't
just
think that's
explained
true at
it.
all.
What do you mean? I cannot understand the mechanics of where a comet in the sky is going to be because I don't have the requisite education. You just agreed with that. What do you mean you don't understand?
Yeah. Well, because it's
Is
not that they've got this education, it's that they're predicting things into the future, and those things are actually, so you just said it is evident that they can predict where a comet will be into the future, and they do
but
that using math and
I have to take it on faith that that's what they're doing though. Like, would you trust
what do you mean?
me
So
if I came to you? No, hold on a second, Mark. If I came to you and I said, this
yeah,
guy's math was wrong about Halley's Comet supposed to being it, so he put a 4 somewhere wrong. Would you listen to me? Would you even give it the time of day? I don't think you would because I don't have the requisite
hold it.
education.
Hold it. That's not right. Because if you came to me and said, "Hey, they're wrong about where Halley's Comet would be," and I say, "Oh, I don't believe you because you don't have the education or whatever," and then it was where you would say it should be and not them, then I would have to listen to you of how you figured that
In
out.
what?
Right? That
In what Lululand psychopath world do you think that I would be able to do that? I don't have the requisite. I'm not talking about some hypothetical where I'm right. I'm talking
it's your
about a
example.
hypothetical. Yeah, and you're taking it
It's
out
your
of
example,
context.
Dustin.
I'm telling you, in my example, I don't have the education. I wouldn't understand the mechanics. Can you understand my example now? Why would I even try?
Okay, so hang on.
Why would I even
Well, you're asking me
try
questions.
to
Let me
bring a
address
problem
them.
with you to like?
Let me address them. Let me address them. So if you're basically saying, well, if I came to you and said, oh, it's going to be here, and we've got a vast history of people that don't do the
In
math and
this
don't,
way,
they just guess
hypothetical,
where. No,
I
let me finish. Let me finish.
already established I don't know. No,
Okay.
but you got to understand, I already told hypothetical. All right, but that's a part of the hypothetical. I already don't know the
Yeah.
math and the mechanics that are involved, so you have to take that into account.
Yeah. So if we've got a history of NASA being able to predict all kinds of comets and meteorites and planets and all kinds of stuff to where they actually will be, as well as having the technical ability to search the universe or at least the solar system for this stuff, and somebody comes up and says, no, they're wrong, I'm going to have more than just you saying they're wrong, because
Right.
inductively they're very much right all of the time. It's not to do with whether their education is there, it's to do with they accurately predict these things constantly, and you
And
don't.
that's not because of math that they learn from school and education, right? That's not from physics.
Well,
That's a related
it
field, but
is
you
from
also have
that.
to be educated in. Oh, okay. So education is involved then, right? And they only employ
Well, yeah,
the
but that's
best
how they.
educated, correct? Right?
Well, no, it depends on what
Yeah.
they're doing. I mean, real. Well, no, hang on, Dustin. Let me address this, because they're saying that's what they're using, right? Because I can't do that either. Right? I can't do that either. I'm not trained in physics. I can't do that either. But they're saying that's what they use, and they constantly make these really good predictions, and they know where these things are going to be. So I don't know why I would be
So
going, well, you're not, hang on, Dustin, let me finish. You're not
go
using the
ahead.
method that you say you're using, and you are just making it up with your education. Why shouldn't I think that the physicists at NASA are not using math and the laws of gravity as they are claiming when they keep predicting these things again and again and again?
Are we still in my hypothetical or are we in yours?
I don't know.
In
I'm just
my
asking you a question.
Well, you wouldn't. Well, in my hypothetical, you wouldn't. In my hypothetical, I'm spouting off in the mouth with stuff that I don't know. In your hypothetical, I'm an idiot in any case, and I'm not allowed to even try to make a hypothetical because it just doesn't make sense to you. I don't know what world we're living in right now. Can you just stop trying to straw man my argument and listen to what I'm trying to say? I don't have the requisite
I'm not strawmanning
education
your
to
argument.
Well, now you're just talking over me. I don't have the requisite education in order to understand the mechanics of knowing where where Pluto's going to be in 10 years from now, or whether or not an asteroid or a comet or wherever the astrophysics of anything is. Okay? I have to
Right.
take it on faith. I have to. I have to. I do not have
Okay.
the 30 years it would take in order to get the education that you keep on saying is so unimportant to understand these things. I have to say, oh, they said that Halley's Comet's going to be in the northwest sky at 10 p.m. at night. And I look out and there it is. So now I have faith that the next time they tell me that, that's where it's going to be. Okay? That's my
Okay,
argument
Dustin,
here.
I
And what
have a
I'm
question
asking
for
you
you.
is, and
Dustin,
what I'm going to circle it back to my original question is why I couldn't take that same argument and apply it to God exists.
well, here's a question for you. Do you think that those people in NASA physicists have the requisite education to be able to predict all of these things?
I have to presume so. How would I know? Unless I go
Okay.
looking through school transcripts, doctorate awards, or I mean, look, there's ways to verify these things. I know that, but I have to take it on faith that they do.
Well, don't you think that somebody in NASA working as a scientist would have the requisite education to be able to do that?
Can I ask a
Do
And
I
you
question?
think
don't know.
so? How would I know
Sure.
that? No, seriously.
Well,
Like
do they
Mark,
Mark,
can I ask
state
a
like I don't.
question?
anything?
I've never been in NASA. I've never met anybody from NASA. How would I know? I mean, like, look, as far as I know, it's ran by a bunch of clowns in a small car. How would I know?
Well, they say they do, and they produce the
Right.
results. So why would that
Well, there's
not
people that
be
say that there's a
sort of
God, but you
evidence
tell
that
me
they
I
do?
should ignore them.
Well,
Mark,
the
can I
whole
ask a
point.
question?
Well, just give me 1 second, Peter. 1 second, then I'll let you go. The whole point is that when
Okay.
I say, show me the testable predictions that we can make with a God, we get nothing.
I mean, I, I guess that's a good point, right?
I
But
think I think
that's
my question I think my question would clear some things up.
Okay,
Why I'm
Peter, go.
trying to
Sorry, my
okay.
say.
bad. Yeah, go for it. I'm
Okay.
following the
So
conversation.
in this hypothetical, you had two things. One, for which there is empirical evidence that maybe not all of us can understand, which I perfectly agree with. And then the other thing, for which there is no empirical evidence, just a claim. I don't think the two are on par.
Uh, well, the problem is you're not distinguishing between which is which. And the other end of the equation
Okay,
is I have
I'll
the
do that.
feeling that if you did, it
Oh,
would highlight a bias and not any actual empirical evidence for one
no,
theory over the other.
hold on. Okay, let me help you out. So we have empirical evidence, first of all, of Pluto existing. second of all, the trajectory it's taking. It was classified as a planet, and it no longer is because of its size. So we know that there's been investigation into the whole thing. For God, we only have a claim. We have no empirical evidence for God existing. And I'm not talking about claims that have been made about God in the Bible, because we can only get to that once we have established that, let's say at best, that there is a possibility for a God to exist. So, and this is not me having a bias. This is me wanting to have a serious conversation with you about that particular topic. You can get angry, and I know you might be, but that's not my intent. My intent is to have a decent conversation. So if you have empirical evidence to back up the God claim, I'd be more than interested to hear about that and going through all of
I
it and checking
mean,
out whether or not it's
well,
valid.
what empirical evidence do you have? Like, I mean, look, it like all we're doing is going back and forth about the same thing. Like, I can't explain to you the mechanics of a Pluto. I've never seen a Pluto, right? But I have to take it on faith that
And
it's
I agree with
there.
that.
One,
And I give you
that
that.
it falls around.
No, you
Well,
don't.
I don't. I don't have to take it on
No, you
faith.
don't.
So you're telling me
No,
I don't
no.
have to live by the
Okay,
idea that
I'm not trying to.
Well,
Justin, I'm not
Peter,
trying to
don't
be
interrupt
belligerent.
Dustin.
I'm trying. I
Well, you're
just want to
interrupting
explain to him
Dustin
why
right now.
you don't. I just want to
Well,
explain
why
to
I
him
don't
Peter,
why you
what.
just
don't.
let
Because
Dustin talk.
why you have to,
So
why you don't have to take that on faith.
I don't understand
You
any of
don't
that.
have to
That doesn't
take
make
that on
any
faith.
sense. So look, these are things that, like it or
Hold on.
not,
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I don't understand a lot about cosmology, but there are science communicators who can make things clear to lay people like you and me, Dustin, to make you and me understand the physics, understand the observations, and how they came to the conclusions that they came to. But we don't have to take that on faith. We can let people help us understand it. And I mean, I don't think you're stupid. So you would be able to at least get along with a lot of what can be explained to you about this, and then you can still do your own independent verification of the things that have been explained to you, because only someone who's incredibly stupid wouldn't know how to do that, or wouldn't even attempt to do that. And I don't think that you're one of those people. Even if what I'm saying may come across like that, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I want to get across. And I think that is what Mark is trying to explain to you as well. You don't have to be an expert in every field to have people who have the capability to explain it to you. And then you take it from there. There's no faith needed. All you need to be is open to listen to people, and then verify the claims that are being made to you. That's it.
Well, in
That's
fairness,
how we learn.
Peter, it depends what you mean by faith. So I think that's really important, because I've heard different definitions of faith from people, and usually what most atheists, or even myself, think when we hear faith from a Christian is the definition of faith from the Bible.
I'm going with what is it, Hebrews 11:1?
my recall is not
That's my definition of faith.
firing on all eights right now.
It's the evidence of things unseen.
Yes.
What's the other one? The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen, I believe it was, or something along those lines.
Yeah, something along those lines. But that's if I speak about faith, that's the faith I'm talking about. The definition as given in the Bible, it's the same definition as it is given in the Quran and several other faiths. They all have the same definition.
Yeah,
That's
and
the one that I'm using.
That doesn't
So-
make a lot of sense to me, as Christian Pike has pointed out, that like things hoped for don't have substance, and things unseen, there's no evidence of them. So it kind of is a paradox. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I sort of take it as
I know, but I will grant people to have that definition and to go by
Yes.
that definition, because that, to me, that's
Yes.
important. I don't want to straw man people. So if I'm talking to a Christian or a Muslim and they have that definition of faith, we'll grant them that definition because that's the definition they go by. And
Yeah, no, I
9 out of
agree,
10
I agree.
times when I talk to a Christian, once the conversation progresses, that's the definition they go by. So I'm just, and I usually ask people, which I did earlier.
So we've established that it
Because I
makes
think
no difference the level of education of the individual, right? Because we both have examples of really smart people believing in God and not believing in God. We have examples of people involving God
Yeah,
in
definitely.
science, and we have examples of people not involving God in
Definitely.
science. We have examples of both of them going wrong and right spectacularly. So, what we're
Can you
I'm
give me an
still friends
example?
with Sygart, who is a Christian.
Sorry.
Christian.
I just want to ask something. Can you give me an example of someone using God in science?
That would be James Torr. He
Well,
brings
he
the
doesn't use
Bible
it in
into his.
science.
Well, he doesn't
doesn't.
claim he does. I
Well-
don't know. Then what? Oh, hold on a second. There was the guy who made the gene gun. I think he was supposedly arguing against evolution at that point and tried to. But I mean, what difference? What about Isaac Newton?
He didn't use God in
Isaac
science.
Newton. No,
I mean,
he was a
he
mathematician
evidently. Yeah, he stopped doing his science because of his belief in God. At some point, he came to
I
the
don't
conclusion
know.
there was no more to investigate.
I don't know about
I don't
that.
know if I believe all that. Like I've heard some recounts of, but I mean, okay, so what? If you're gonna tell me
He
that
was a
there's
brilliant
no
scientist. He was a
scientist in
brilliant
the history,
scientist, though.
I mean, if you're gonna tell me that there's no
No.
like
Hold on,
scientist in
Dustin.
history,
He was a brilliant scientist. He also denied that Jesus was God, and he knew this because God spoke to him directly, saying. So I think you and I both agree on the fact that he was a brilliant scientist. Other than that,
Yeah.
not so much.
So, Dustin, when we look at science, it's methodological naturalism, and it kind of has this inherent thing that supernatural things, we have to appeal to the natural world in order to do science. So I'm certainly not arguing that sort of what amazing scientists haven't believed in God. I'm not saying that. Absolutely they have, and they've contributed a great deal to our scientific knowledge. No one's arguing that. But when they actually do the scientific process, they don't put God in it. They don't go, well, is God a plausible explanation for this? Because you can't use science to investigate God. It's not a possibility. There's no way you can do that.
I mean,
Did he cut out, or is it me?
I'm not sure.
No, I think it's his connection again.
Okay.
or
For
the
for
app
the
rather.
record, can I say that I'm really happy that Mark joined and kind of put out the dumpster fire. You're good at that. You're the
Thank you.
anti-dumpster fire guy.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I agree.
I just like having good
I will
conversation.
still claim that when I grow up, I want to be Mark Reed.
You'll
I've
never
said
grow
that
up. What are you
before.
talking about? You'll never grow up.
Right?
No, I won't.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Look, I'm just really interested in good
I like to come
conversations.
back. You never grow up.
Oh, Mark, would you guys like to have that debate you never had? You and Dustin.
Oh, look, I'm more than. Oh, Dustin needs the link in chat again. I'm sorry.
I'll put it in chat. Hold on.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm happy to debate. I'm always happy to debate. You know me. I'm always down for a debate.
What if you
Logan beat
debate
me.
yourself? Oh, sorry.
Oh, I do that on the regular, mate. I don't have to set that up. Like my wife has told me the easiest way to win an argument with me is to suggest something and then let me argue against myself. That's the easiest thing to do. She understands me so well. I once had a friend and they asked me what
We
was
need
the
to.
best. I was playing a game with them and they asked me what was the best thing to use. And I went through, oh, well, this has got this thing and this has got that thing, but both of them are good at this, but neither of them can do this. And he's like, Mark, you just argued one, then the other, then both, then neither. Like, it's just,
Mark, I have to know, have you ever won an argument with your wife?
What do you mean by win?
Well, I mean, as come out as the one who convinced the other.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Now
But,
you're my
I
hero.
mean,
Now you're my hero. Just like that.
well,
we
no,
need to,
it's look,
need to sit down.
arguments.
I lose that all the time.
I don't know. I think arguments like you either both win or you both lose kind of thing. You know, I think there's a something to be said about finding either, you know, where you disagree and be okay with disagreeing, or some kind of compromise between the two of us. I don't think it's a matter of one person always win, and I think that's a really black and white way to think about it.
I'm gonna explain that to you. If at the end of the argument you're still friends, you both won.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it works.
If you're both friends at the end of the argument, you didn't have an argument.
No, that's
Oh,
not
that's
the
not
case.
true. That's
I'm
absolutely not
friends.
true.
I'm friends and have been for several years now. I think for almost a decade with a flat earther. We disagree on the Earth being flat. We disagree on whether or not there's a God. We disagree on whether or not the Bible is true. He's a friend.
Achilles?
And at some point, I care more about the person, if he's a decent guy, if he will act like a friend, than his position on certain things. And yes, we can still be friends. And we argue, but we still stay friends.
Oh, that's good. But is that Achilles you're talking about?
No. This guy hops on and off Twitter every once in a while, and I was in a terrible fight with him on Twitter when my mother passed away, and he was the first one to contact me through Skype and said, "Hey, we need to stop fighting on Twitter, and if you need someone to talk to, I'll make time for that." And from that moment on, we've been friends. And it's going to be hard to not be friends with him anymore. I'll be honest. Even though we disagree on pretty much everything.
Oh.
That's nice.
It was.
That's
and it was a
wholesome.
really bad fight, though. Really, really bad.
So, you're telling me that in the case of direct comparison, that induction argument based on science is more reliable than induction argument based on God because of predictions that are verifiable.
Yep.
Right. So how do
Yep.
you account for the ones that were wrong?
What do you mean?
Well, so if the scientific method has been used to be right, and the scientific method has been repeated but comes up with the wrong result, right? For example, someone
Yeah.
has a theory, makes a scientific experiment,
No.
somewhat verifies.
No, they'll have a hypothesis, not a theory.
Observation, theory, experiment,
No.
no cause and effect.
No. Observation, questioning, hypothesis, testing, theory, publishing.
Okay, so
No, actually, that's not true. Sorry, it's hypothesis, testing, publishing, peer review, then theory. Theory's like at the end, basically.
I thought thesis was the end.
Thesis? No, a thesis is like a university paper.
Which is the conclusion, right?
No.
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 Interesting. Okay.
Theory is the highest graduation of any idea in science. So, for instance, germ theory of disease.
So wait. So you're saying there's no experimentation?
I said experimentation. In testing is the experimentation. Testing process.
Testing to but
well, it depends.
Okay,
It depends on your hypothesis.
This is why I'm getting confused, right? Because you're saying that science has nothing to do with proof, right?
Well, that's not entirely that's a bit ambiguous, because when sort of you say proof, it doesn't deal in proofs like math does, but it can prove things like germ theory can prove that, say, germs aren't, or disease isn't transmitted by smell, for instance, which is what they thought beforehand, right? So if you're talking about local proofs, yes.
Well, hold on for a second. But for the longest time, the local people believed that heavier objects. I got a phone call.
Everybody got a phone call.
Yep. Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay.
We have a moon dolphin in chat. Just saying.
You ever heard of
I can probably find a scientific methodology graphic if that would clear things up. It's fairly straightforward. Like it's not that.
Oh, are you a scientist, Mark?
No.
Oh.
I mean, not technically, no. So I don't, I don't know what you'd sort of classify as a scientist. Maybe in a loose sort of, colloquial sense, maybe. But I mean, I don't formulate hypothesis, do testing, do experimentation. No, that's not what I do.
You're a pretty good science communicator, though.
Yeah, I mean, I try my best, but I don't think I'm a scientist. Like not in the sort of technical terminology of it.
So, from what I've been told, if you want to claim to be a scientist, you at least have to work in science on a daily basis.
Yeah, I would say that is.
I think that's the bare minimum.
So anyway, for the longest time, people believed that heavier objects fell faster, right? Until Galileo tossed a heavier and a lighter object off the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and they fell at the same rate. Is that not an example of?
Well, that was actually found out ages beforehand. With what is the sloped balls? I can't remember that. But anyway, yeah, you're right. So when scientists find something is not correct, it sort of stops being theory. So sort of making mistakes and getting wrong results is not a bug in the system, it's a feature.
It's a feature. So process of elimination is that's interesting. Because like invention
you
is the
mean?
mother of necessity. Well, because necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So like,
Well, I think that's a colloquialism. I don't think all invention runs on necessity. You know, I don't think anybody really had a need for some of the things we've invented.
you don't think so? I mean, I
No.
imagine that there are probably dead end inventions, right? Like maybe somebody with the idea to like invent like a nuclear hot dog,
Sure.
but um no, it just like it what you're saying to me is that like you can make observations and predictions and that substitutes for experimentation.
No.
No.
But in some way you've got to test to see whether your prediction is going to be correct or not. So that's what the experimentation and testing is for. You're seeing if when you make the prediction before you do it, that it actually is reliable, that it keeps happening. Because don't forget, we don't just run an experiment once. I had a you might have missed it because you were cutting in and out. But you know, if you flip a coin once and say, "Oh, it lands on head," I think it'll land on heads, and it does. You can say, "Okay, from that, it always will land on heads." But that's not how it works. You have to do it multiple times and get the same result. So that's what the testing is for. And peer review, part of that is people doing replication studies. They do the study as well and then see if they get the
How
same result as well.
so extraordinary evidence for extraordinary claims. How many times would the penny have to hit heads before you would accept the hypothesis of God?
Uh, um, what? What? Why would I accept the hypothesis of God off of a penny flip? How does that? What's your
What I'm
hypothesis?
saying is if I predicted heads a million times in a row and I got it, could I then claim that that was because of God?
Well, you have to do it again. Like that's one test, right? So you're saying a million times in a
Okay.
row you flip a coin, and that would be God.
And
Okay.
it comes up heads. Right. And there's no funny business, like it's not a double
Okay.
headed coin, right? Could I claim that
Sure.
as evidence of God, or would there be a bias?
Sure. Nope.
Sure.
But what would be your hypothesis? So the
I
hypothesis is
that's
used to
see.
falsify. Well, what's the
So
falsification criteria?
okay,
Hang on, Dustin,
then
this is
the
important.
hypothesis
This is
is
important.
the
Hang on, Dustin,
hypothesis.
let me talk for a second. Because this is important. That if you're saying, hey, if I flip a million times and they're all heads, that is a god, then the null hypothesis is the opposite, right, of the hypothesis, right? So it's called the null hypothesis. It's basically what is true if that doesn't happen, right? So if you flip a million times
Right.
and it's not all heads, that means the opposite, that you throw the hypothesis out, that coin flipping is related to God.
But wait. Let's say, for example, every single time I flipped it, it came up tails. Could I then claim that God intentionally forced the experiment to fail, thereby proving it
What
by
would be
the
your
antithesis
hypothesis
of the
on that?
experiment? I mean, all I'm saying is if we had evidence of intent, right? For example, so if God
Okay.
had intended
What?
for the
Sure.
penny to hit heads a million times, right? And an acceptable alternative to that would be for it to hit tails a million times, because who knows? Maybe from his
Sure.
perspective, the ground, he's looking up at us, right? I mean, who knows, right?
Okay.
So,
So that's a
but
good hypothesis. That's a good hypothesis. So let's go with that. Okay. Let's say if it hits heads a million times or if it hits tails a million times in a row, then a god exists. Do you want to do the experiment?
I mean, not me personally,
You can do that experiment. Well,
but
wait, don't you have a penny? Why can't you do that?
I do have. Well, I mean, I have to be to work in the morning.
Well, as soon as you get, like if you start out on a head, as soon as you get a tail, the experiment's over, right? Because you said in a row.
Let's see. Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. But let's say, for example, I come to you and say that how many people would I have to have with me before you would
Okay.
accept it?
Well, what I would do is you would put that into a paper and I would replicate the study, right? I would do a replication study. Can I do the same thing? Can I call on God to give me a million heads or a million tails in a row? And will it work as well? Is it a reliable thing? And if you say, well, it only works for me, I
I
would say, well,
mean,
you're going to have to demonstrate it to me.
I could. I mean, that would be a good way out of it, I suppose.
Well,
But really, what the
what do you mean a good
question?
way
Many
out of
people
it?
would I have to have with me? Well, because that's not what my question. That's a brilliant question. That was a brilliant answer to a question that nobody asked. Like my question was, how many people would I have to have with me before you would accept it?
And you are making a flawed question. It's not, the method is not reliant on the amount of people that claim they've seen something, right? Or else we would think Bigfoot exists or fairies exist, because people will claim that is the case. Like, it's not about who claims what. It's about, can we replicate what you have done and get the same conclusion? That's how the process works. Because if I claim that mixing these two
I
chemicals will
mean,
actually provide a substance that has, hang on, Dustin, let me finish, provides a substance that has a detrimental effect on cancers, for instance, other people will be able to do the same experiment and get the same result. And then we can say, hey, yes, that is something that we know from then on.
that's a little hyperbolic. If I made a concoction in my back
How's it
seat, but
hyperbolic?
I wasn't recording the exact amounts, right? Well, because like if in like say I'm working in a lab and I'm not even a scientist, but I'm a janitor and I knock over some beakers, right? And some doctor the next day injects somebody and they get cured of cancer. I mean, they won't be able to replicate it, right?
You're
So
really,
who's going to believe that this?
Dustin, you're really claiming I'm being hyperbolic, and you think that if a janitor knocks something over, a doctor's going to inject it into some random person, and you say I'm being
I
hyperbolic.
mean, well, I'm just saying, like you're saying that because I can repeat something all over the world that I don't know, man. Whatever, you're saying for the most minuscule reasons that I have to take it on faith that God doesn't exist, right? But you can't offer any
I
positive
never said that.
evidence that it doesn't. You're kind of implying it. I
I
mean,
never said
that's
that.
what I'm getting. Well, that's what I'm getting from what you're telling me. So can you maybe correct it
No,
then?
no. What I'm
What
saying,
where
well, I'm not saying you've got to take it on faith that you're free to believe in whatever you believe. What I'm telling you is why induction works for certain things and it doesn't for other things, or you can't apply it to other things, because that was the crux of the conversation. If you can use induction to figure out where planetary bodies are going to be, why can't I use it for God? And it's because that we can't
right,
seem to get a reliable cause and effect with a God that we can say, hey, this keeps
right,
happening, this, and it happens the same for everybody, right? So if you're sort of saying, well, and the crux of the matter is, the real heart of the matter is your question of why can't I use induction to provide evidence of God? And what I'm sort of
right,
explaining to you is the way that induction works is repeat instances of something happening that doesn't happen with a God. Now, you may have
Now,
other reasons to believe in a God. It may be another thing that you come by, but I'm saying induction doesn't work for that.
well, but then I go one step further and I involve faith, right? Because
Okay.
the honest to God truth of the matter is that if I don't have the education to understand what I'm being told, then I have to take it on a certain degree of faith, right? And you're dismissing that, you're outlining it, and you're saying that it doesn't have to be a part of the conversation because there's a religious connotation to it, right? So these people that have absolutely no idea about evolution but agree with it on principle, like I I don't understand why their induction is any better than mine.
Well, for a start, I mean, faith, if you're using the biblical version, faith, sort of the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things unseen. Well, I
Like an
mean, you can use
asteroid or a
faith.
comet being in the sky. Well, no, hold on. Like an asteroid or a comet being promised in a certain portion of the sky, the substance and then the faith of which things that I have not seen, right? I mean, in all honesty, if you're telling me something's going to
Right.
happen in the future, it's the same thing, is it not? I don't have like I keep
No.
trying to explain and reference this, right? If I don't have the education, then there's a portion of me that's taking this on faith. And you keep failing to address why that induction is incorrect. You just dismiss it out of hand. And then like
Well,
not just like 10
hang on,
seconds ago.
Dustin, I'm not dismissing it out of hand. That's whether or not you use faith to realize that, hey, a God exists, it's different than using induction. We were talking specifically about induction. The problem that I see with faith is that you can, as Peter said, you can literally believe anything on faith, and it may not be true, right? I can
Keep
believe that
rephrasing my question.
pigs can fly on faith. I'm not
You keep
rephrasing your question.
Yes, you really are. You're just kind of like sidestepping it. You're not explaining to me
Well,
why
what's your
this form
question?
of
I must be
induction. I mean,
misunderstanding.
I keep rephrasing it, even trying to get you to like to acknowledge like either there's a fundamental contradiction here, right? Or I don't know how else, because like look, my induction, right? You know, and I know people have admitted that I am not stupid. Okay, so I have
I don't
no
think you
reason
are.
to. I have no reason to believe that if I take an argument from induction that God exists using the same evidence that you use for evolution or science or math from testable repeatability, that the difference is that all I'm doing is blaming a separate source, and you keep failing to address why that induction, outside of some vague conclusion of my insanity, is incorrect, right? You say that
I
because these
never
things
said
are
that,
testable.
Dustin.
Well, I mean, it was kind of vaguely broached upon that sanity is, you know, there was an element of that in our conversation, and I'm not claiming that you're accusing me, but you're trying to say that because I believe in something that's not scientifically verifiable, it's kind of like having an imaginary friend.
No, I never said that in this
You
conversation.
didn't say it
Absolutely not.
directly.
Um,
You didn't say it directly, but I mean, it's kind of implied.
okay. So I think that you're sort of engaged in something called mind reading at the moment. You think you know what I'm saying, and I'm not, right? All I'm
Well,
saying is that with induction, you do need repeat instances of reliable testable predictions. That's what you need for induction. That's
and
it.
I'm saying that you have reliable, testable predictions. I'm claiming, well, yeah, I am at this point making a
For God.
claim that this, yeah,
For
right,
God.
I am. I'm saying
What
that
what
there's no real reason that your evidence that works for not God cannot also therefore apply for a God.
what testable, reasonable testable predictions are there for God?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that there has to be, right? Like, we
Well,
don't
you just
have
said that I have.
verifiable.
No, hold
We,
on, Dustin. You just said I have repeatable, testable predictions, and then you moved onwards. Well, you're talking about God. So, what are the repeatable, testable predictions for God?
the very same repeatable, testable predictions you claim for evolution.
Like what?
Like, pick one. Pick any one of them. Like, you're saying that
What
it's
do
a
you mean pick
miracle of
one?
evolution.
Okay.
I'm saying it's a miracle of
Yeah.
life. Now, I'm using that word very deliberately and very
Well,
technically.
no, I don't. That's a straw man. I don't say it's a miracle of evolution. I say, okay, let's take one for an example. Okay, Tiktaalik. Okay, so they predicted due to evolutionary theory and the way that tetrapods came from, sort of the old lobed fin fish species, that they would go to a certain place in the world at a certain depth because geological layers have depth, and they would find a organism that had traits of both lobed fin fishes and land dwelling tetrapods. They went to, I think it was Nova Scotia, I could be incorrect on that, but they looked at a certain depth of the geologic layer and they found exactly what they were looking for.
I mean, it's there's no way to prove that they didn't know that animal was there before they made the prediction. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. And then you're going to say that I'm being unreasonable, and I'm going to say that that's the same level of evidence that you would require me if I was to make a claim that God exists. We're going to go back and forth on this. And all the while, you're still not addressing the issue at hand, which is why my induction is any worse than anybody else's because they agree with you. Is that the only distinction?
Okay, well, there's also, let's take another one, chromosome 2 fusion. They predicted that they would find in the human genome, genome 2, I believe it is, a cryptic centromere, a second cryptic centromere, and they would find sort of decayed telomeres in the middle of where they shouldn't be. And other people went and looked and they found exactly what they were looking for.
Can you prove that they didn't know about the telomeres before they made the prediction? Can you prove that?
So you think it's a conspiracy?
No, I'm saying that it's possible. The same way that you're saying that religion is made up of a fake, like, imaginary sky daddy, that maybe you're not necessarily saying, but is said as colloquially along most of your community. So I'm not necessarily holding you to that, but I'm saying that if you're able to point your finger at a group of people and claim that they have some kind of a conspiracy based on an imaginary friend, then I'm feeling very confident to say that scientists can have an imaginary friend called evolution, and they're trying to hoist it on me like it's real.
Well, you asked for testable predictions, that I have made that somehow accounts for God. I'd like to hear what your repeatable, testable predictions involving a God are.
I don't have any for you, man. None that are gonna satisfy you. Okay, not
Okay, that's
scientifically,
okay.
right? I mean, I believe that I have testable, repeatable, experimental evidence, but much like many of the crackpots that have made faulty inventions and have come up with experiments that prove both that light is a particle and a wave at the same time. I mean, logical inconsistencies and contradictions. I couldn't
Okay.
produce what you want. No,
Well,
it's like, and to a
that's
certain
fine.
degree, I'm also admitting that you couldn't produce what I'm asking for. But I'm still
Well,
waiting
I
for
mean,
an explanation for why my induction and your induction are different. Like, I mean, what is the quality that makes the difference? You're saying that evidence, like, I can say the exact same thing. The telomere evidence could be evidence for God. I mean, but what you're not giving me is an actual explanation for why God couldn't have done this.
Well,
Can I ask a question?
it's not why God couldn't have done it. It's sort of saying that it wasn't predicted before. Go, Peter, go.
Yeah, I'm really curious. So I'll follow up on what you just said, Dustin. So how is the telomere evidence of God?
I mean, I look, I can make this very same claim the scientists do when they say the telomere is
Okay, do
evidence for evolution, right? I mean,
make the
but the
claim.
thing is that I'm trying to make that claim, right? And I'm also telling you that I don't have the requisite education to understand the mechanics that are based on the principles. I mean, I have a vague idea, right? The double helix end has a telomere that can be bonded, and the shorter it gets, the shorter an organism is. A vague idea.
How how that doesn't make any sense in why the telomere is evidence for
Telomeres
God.
are directly linked to the age of an organism.
No.
It is actually.
Are the,
It's the age of the cell.
Thank you. Yes.
It's age of the cell. Yeah.
Okay,
Except the fragmented telomeres that we found in chromosome 2 they're not linked to the age of the cell.
no, and they're also not linked to God. I'm still missing how you link that as evidence for a God.
Well, like I said, I couldn't provide the necessary requisite. I mean, that's just my opinion. Claiming that
Okay.
the scientists have
Now,
nothing more
I appreciate
than
I
opinion
appreciate you being
that
honest
says
about
that
that,
it's
because I took you at your word
directly
when you
related to
said I
evolution.
can make
It
the
doesn't have to
claim.
be a
I can make the
conspiracy,
Oh,
right? Like,
sorry.
these people go,
Cut it.
doesn't have to be a conspiracy. They know what's good for them.
They
They don't
don't
know
go to the
all.
same schools.
They
Yeah,
don't.
no,
I
Yeah.
could make the
this is
claim. I can
scientists
make the
around the
claim all
world.
day,
So
but
Japan
Yeah.
and England and
No,
well,
I
yeah,
appreciate you being
and
honest
they
and saying,
don't
okay,
have.
this is just my opinion. I'm hold on, Dustin. I appreciate that you're being honest and saying, okay, this is just my opinion. I honestly,
I'm
if you were
listening to you.
making the claim that it's evidence for God, I would like you to clarify how it's evidence for God. And so, since you said it's my opinion, I'll take that, and I appreciate you being honest. That's
Yep,
it.
no problem. So look, and in all honesty, right? We take for granted that gravity is going to be holding us on the ground tomorrow, right? But we don't know what gravity is,
No,
and my induction, we
no,
really don't. So
no.
I don't understand why.
no.
Like,
I have
I
a
don't know.
ton of
Is
evidence
it
of gravity keeping me on. Dustin, I have a ton of evidence of gravity keeping me on the ground. Like all my life, I've got evidence that gravity will keep me on the ground. It could fail tomorrow and I'd suddenly float upwards, but that's what induction is. It's basically saying,
Mhm.
hey, it keeps keeping me on the ground. So it's reasonable to believe that it will keep me on the ground tomorrow. In fact, I can go so far as to say, well, considering every single second of every single day it's kept me on the ground, I know that it will keep me on the ground tomorrow.
Well, but the thing is that if it fails, we have no chance of fixing it, right? There are certain things that mankind has come to knowledge
I
where
think,
we can get ahead of, like certain forms of cancer, certain forms of diabetes. There's ways.
Dustin, if gravity fails, then we're not going to know about it for 2 seconds. Like seriously, like what do you mean? I have no idea. I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
And medicating things right. We have a grasp where
I think he's cutting out. Yeah, I don't think he heard you, Mark.
that
Yeah, I don't think he did either.
Everybody, it's been about 5 hours and something minutes.
Hello?
Oh.
Are you getting tired, Logan?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Logan.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
well, it was a great conversation. I had a lot of fun.
Good
So thank you,
conversation.
Dustin. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Deviant. Thank you, Logan. I really appreciate it.
No. I object to that, Mark. Thank you.
What?
Because
Yeah, thank
you
you,
took
Mark.
it down from a dumpster fire and took it into being a good conversation. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
Oh, my pleasure.
And thank
Thank
you,
you, and thank you
Miss
to
Outcast.
Dustin and Peter, and of course the lovely, the man of the hour, the Gangster Ghost.
Oh, thank you.
Logan the Bogan.
Thank you for coming on here, Mark, and keeping everything.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you, and thank you, Peter, and thank you, Miss Outcast.
Anytime, Logan.
Bye.
Thanks, Logan.
Thank
Catch you
you.
guys later.
Thank you. Bye.
Don't forget to
Bye-bye.
like.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like the stream.